The firing range on Galactic Defense Station Orpheus smelled like ionized metal and disappointment. I, Krell Voss of the Tarkonian Imperial Guard, stood with my clawed appendages crossed, watching the latest batch of recruits fumble through basic marksmanship qualifications. 43 cycles of military instruction had taught me one universal truth. Every species thought they were exceptional until the targets started moving. "Next shooter," barked Instructor Gormath, his triple-jointed arms gesturing toward the firing line. That is when she walked up. The human female stood perhaps 5.7 feet tall, maybe 130 pounds if you counted her equipment. Her hair, dark brown and pulled into what humans call a ponytail, swayed as she approached the firing station. What caught my attention, however, was not her small stature. No. It was the absolutely ridiculous contraption she carried. The weapon looked like someone had attached a communications array to a standard rifle, then added optics that belonged on an observatory telescope, then said, "Why not throw in a few more accessories?" A bipod extended from the front. Strange cylindrical devices protruded from various mounting points. The scope, by the Void Lords, the scope alone probably cost more than my ceremonial armor. Recruit Ven, sitting beside me in the observation booth, let out a whistling laugh through his breathing slits. Look at the human's toy. Did she raid a technical supply depot before coming here? Compensation, muttered Sergeant Thax, a four-armed Regellian known for his bluntness. Weak species always bring the fanciest equipment, as if attachments make up for inferior biology. I said nothing, but I confess my mandibles clicked in amusement. The human, whose name tag read Maya Torres, began setting up her position with meticulous care. She deployed the bipod, adjusted it, readjusted it, then checked it again. She pulled out a small electronic device and aimed it downrange. She consulted a worn notebook covered in handwritten calculations. "This is a timed qualification," Gormath announced, his patience already wearing thin. "You have 4 minutes to engage 12 targets at varying distances. Begin when ready." Maya, to her credit, did not rush. She settled behind her weapon, with the kind of deliberation that would have gotten her killed in actual combat. Her body position looked awkward to my eyes. Humans lack the natural stability of a proper four-legged stance, yet she seemed to melt into the ground, becoming part of the surface beneath her. Ven leaned toward me, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. 20 credits says she hits less than half. 30 says she requests to restart after the first miss, Thax added. I studied the human more carefully. Something about her stillness felt wrong. No, not wrong. Different. Predatory, perhaps? But humans were not predators in the traditional sense. They were omnivores, scavengers, persistence hunters at best. They lacked proper claws, fangs, armored skin, or any decent natural weaponry. "Ready," Maya announced, her voice calm. The first target appeared at 200 meters, a standard pop-up silhouette active for 3 seconds. Easy. The sound that erupted from her rifle was unexpected. Not the sharp crack of a standard kinetic weapon, but a deeper report that seemed to punch the air itself. Before my secondary eyelids could fully blink, the target displayed a perfect center mass hit. Target 2 appeared immediately. 300 meters, angled position. The rifle barked again. Hit. Ven's whistling stopped. Target 3 through 5 appeared simultaneously at varying distances between 150 and 400 meters. Maya's movements became a fluid cycle. Acquire, breathe, press, cycle the bolt, acquire again. Each motion seemed to flow into the next without wasted energy. 3 shots, 3 hits, all center mass. Lucky, Thax muttered, but his secondary arms had stopped their dismissive gesturing. Target 6 appeared at 500 meters, partially obscured behind a barrier. Only a small portion of the silhouette showed. Maya fired, hit, target 7, 8, 9. Distances now pushing 600 meters, some targets appearing for only 2 seconds. Crack, crack, crack. Hit, hit, hit. I found myself leaning forward in my seat, my tactical analysis protocols engaging despite myself. The human was not simply shooting, she was reading the environment. Each time before she fired, her breathing would pause, her body would settle, and the weapon would discharge at what seemed like the exact optimal moment. Target 10 flashed onto the range at 700 meters, a distance where atmospheric conditions, projectile drop, and a dozen other factors turned shooting into advanced mathematics. Maya consulted nothing. No computer, no heads-up display, no targeting assistance. She made a minute adjustment to her scope, settled, and fired. The target registered a hit in the primary scoring zone. Impossible, Ven said flatly. The wind variance alone at that distance. She is compensating, I heard myself say. Look at her barrel position before each shot. She is adjusting for conditions manually. Target 11 appeared at an absurd 800 meters, moving laterally at combat speed. This target was designed to humble overconfident recruits, to teach them the limitations of standard infantry weapons. Most shooters never even got this far in the qualification. Maya tracked the movement. Her rifle followed smoothly, almost lazily. For a moment that stretched far too long, she did not fire. The target continued its lateral movement, eating up her available time. Then, in the half-second before the target would have disappeared, she pressed the trigger. Through my enhanced optical implants, I watched the projectile's trace. The round seemed to lead the target impossibly, arcing through space where nothing existed. Until the target moved into that exact space. The impact registered as a perfect central nervous system hit. Silence filled the observation booth. The kind of silence that accompanies witnessing something that should not be possible. Target 12 appeared. 900 meters, elevated position, wind gusts visible through the atmospheric sensors. Target exposure time, 2.5 seconds. Maya chambered her final round with mechanical precision. Her eye settled behind the scope. Her breathing slowed until I wondered if she had achieved some form of metabolic suspension. The rifle fired. For an agonizing moment, nothing happened. At that distance, the round's flight time was perceptible. A brief eternity where physics and ballistics engaged in their eternal dance. Then the target registered. Not just a hit, a perfect, absolute center mass impact that the computer system flagged as a precision shot. 12 for 12. Perfect score. 0 misses. Maya stood, cleared her weapon with practiced efficiency, and turned toward the booth where Instructor Gormath stood with his jaw hanging open in a very undignified manner. "Qualification complete, sir," she said, her tone suggesting this was the most normal thing in the universe. Gormath stared at his tablet, then at Maya, then back at his tablet. This must be a system error. Nobody shoots perfect on the advanced qualification. Even our top-rated Velcron sharpshooters average 9 out of 12. "Would you like me to run it again, sir?" Maya asked. "I have plenty of ammunition." "That will not be necessary," a new voice interjected. We all turned. Chief Weapons Instructor Dalvin stood in the doorway of the observation booth. A Cassarian war hero with 600 combat missions to his name. Dalvin was not someone who appeared for routine qualifications. His scaled hide bore the scars of 4 different wars, and his optical implant glowed with tactical data streams. He descended to the range floor with measured steps, his attention fixed entirely on Maya and her ridiculous wonderful rifle. "May I?" he asked, gesturing toward her weapon. Maya hesitated, a flash of something possessiveness, protectiveness, crossing her features. Then she carefully engaged the safety, removed the magazine, and handed the rifle to Dalvin. He examined it with the kind of reverence usually reserved for historical artifacts. His clawed digits traced over the modifications, the custom components, the worn finish that spoke of countless hours of use. "This is a precision instrument," he said quietly. "Not standard issue, not even close. Where did you acquire this?" "I built it, sir," Maya replied. "Well, assembled it, from various components. The barrel is a Krieger match grade in 6.5 Creedmoor. The action is a custom surgeon build. The stock is Macmillan, bedded and reinforced. The scope is a Schmidt and Bender with custom turrets I had machined for my specific ballistic profile." You built this yourself?" Dalvin interrupted, genuine surprise coloring his tone. "A human civilian had access to these components?" Maya's expression shifted slightly. Not quite a smile, but something close. "Humans have a certain relationship with firearms, sir. Where I come from, precision rifle shooting is a discipline. A sport for some, a lifestyle for others. I have been doing this since I was 12. 12 cycles? Venn interjected from the booth. "Your species allows juveniles access to weapons?" 12 years, Maya corrected. "And yes, supervised at first, obviously. My father was a competitive shooter. He taught me that shooting is not about the weapon. It is about understanding physics, reading the environment, controlling your own biology. The rifle is just the tool that expresses that knowledge." Dalvin handed the weapon back to her with noticeably more respect than he showed most recruits. "How many rounds have you put through this particular rifle?" "Through this build? About 47,000. Through various rifles over my lifetime? Probably north of 300,000 rounds. Maybe more. I stopped counting after the first 100,000. The numbers meant nothing to Venn or Thax, but I knew. I had served with enough military specialists to understand what those numbers represented. That was not casual hobby shooting. That was professional-level dedication. That was someone who had spent years, perhaps decades, perfecting a single skill to an almost obsessive degree. "Your groupings," Dalvin continued, "at 700 meters. What is your average?" "Depends on conditions. On a calm day, half minute of angle. So, about 3.5 inches. On a windy day, maybe 0.75 MOA if I read it right. 5 inches if I am having a bad day." More silence. Thax's secondary arms had begun an involuntary tremor, a Rigelian stress response. Dalvin's optical implant cycled through several colors as he processed this information. Most military sharpshooters in the Galactic Defense Force consider 1 minute of angle at 500 meters to be acceptable combat accuracy. "Different standards," Maya said with a slight shrug. "In precision rifle competition back home, 1 MOA is beginner level. The top shooters are running quarter MOA guns and reading wind down to half-mile-per-hour variations. When your competition is decided by fractions of an inch at 1,000 yards, you either get very good or you go broke buying ammunition while getting humiliated." She said this without arrogance, just stating facts, which somehow made it worse. Or better. I was not entirely sure which. Gormath finally found his voice. You are assigned to standard infantry training. Your file says nothing about specialist qualifications." "Because I do not have any, sir," Maya replied. "Not military ones anyway. I have a few civilian competition wins, some instructor certifications, but I joined GDF as a basic recruit. Figured I would let my performance speak for itself, rather than making claims I could not back up. Dalvin's mandibles clicked in what I recognized as approval. A wise approach. Too many recruits arrive with inflated credentials and deflated abilities. He paused, his optical implant focusing on Maya with unsettling intensity. Tell me, recruit, have you ever engaged a living target? The question hung in the air like a gravitational anomaly. Maya's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted. A slight stiffening, a barely perceptible tension. No, sir, she said quietly. Paper, steel, and reactive targets only. I have never pointed a weapon at anything I was not willing to destroy. And I have only been willing to destroy inanimate objects. The discipline I learned was about precision and control, not killing. Good, Dalvin said, nodding slowly. Then you understand the weight of what you can do. That is more important than the skill itself. He turned to Gormath. I am appropriating this recruit. She will be reassigned to the Advanced Marksmanship Program, pending full evaluation. Sir, the advanced program is for candidates with specialist training, Gormath protested weakly. She has only been here for 3 weeks. And in 3 weeks, she has demonstrated more fundamental proficiency than most of your graduates achieve in 6 months. Dalvin's tone left no room for argument. I will handle the administrative details. Torres, report to Range 7 tomorrow at 0600. Bring your rifle and enough ammunition for a full diagnostic session. We will see exactly what you are capable of. Yes, sir, Maya replied, her voice steady despite what I suspected was significant internal excitement. As she collected her equipment and headed toward the exit, Ven turned to me with all 3 of his eyes wide. Did that actually just happen? It did, I confirmed, my tactical processors still analyzing what I had witnessed. But she is human, Thax said, as if this explained everything. Humans are. They are not. I mean, their military record is practically non-existent on the galactic stage. They have been part of the GDF for less than a decade. They have no famous warriors, no legendary battles, no reputation beyond being decent support troops. I watched Maya disappear through the range exit, that absurdly equipped rifle slung across her back with casual familiarity. Perhaps, I said slowly, we have not been paying attention to the right things. We measure species by their technology, their physical advantages, their historical military achievements. But what if a species, what if humans, developed their warfare capabilities differently? Not through superior strength or advanced weapons, but through refinement, obsession even, taking simple tools and mastering them to a degree that transcends the tool itself. That is ridiculous, Thax declared. Warfare requires strength, speed, natural advantages. Does it? I interrupted, surprising myself. Or does warfare require the ability to make your enemy cease functioning, which can be accomplished through strength, yes, or through placing a small projectile in exactly the right location from a distance where the enemy's strength becomes irrelevant. Ven's breathing slits flared in agitation. You are saying one human with a rifle is equivalent to a Rigelian shock trooper? No, I said carefully. I am saying one human with a rifle, with 47,000 rounds of practice behind that specific rifle, with the knowledge and dedication to read atmospheric conditions and calculate ballistic solutions in her head, might be considerably more dangerous than a Rigelian shock trooper, at least at any distance beyond arm's reach. We sat in uncomfortable silence as the next recruit, a Velcron with all the proper military bearing and none of Maya's quiet confidence, stepped up to the line with his standard-issue rifle. He managed 6 hits out of 12, which was considered above average. It looked pathetic now. That night, I accessed the Human Cultural Database, something I confess I had never bothered to do before. If one human civilian could demonstrate such frightening competence with a rifle, what else had we been missing about this species? What I found kept me awake well past my normal rest cycle. Humans, it turned out, had a very special relationship with projectile weapons, a relationship spanning thousands of their years. They had taken the simple concept of throwing objects at enemies and refined it into an art form, a science, a cultural phenomenon. They had competitions for shooting precision that made our military qualifications look like children's games. They had civilians who spent their personal resources to achieve levels of marksmanship that exceeded most military standards. And perhaps most disturbing, they did this for fun. They voluntarily spent thousands of their currency units, countless hours, and enormous mental effort to become better at shooting. Not because they were soldiers, not because they needed to hunt for survival, but because they enjoyed the challenge. They enjoyed the pursuit of perfection. What kind of species does that? What kind of species treats the ability to kill at long distance as a recreational hobby? I thought about Maya's calm demeanor, her methodical approach, her complete lack of arrogance, despite possessing skills that would make her a legend in most military units. Then I thought about what Instructor Dalvin had whispered to Gormath as Maya left the range. I had enhanced auditory sensors. I heard it clearly. Only snipers move like that. Only people who have spent years behind a scope understand stillness that way. The humans have been breeding specialists without even trying, just through their cultural obsessions. He was right, and that thought terrified me far more than any conventional military threat ever had. Range 7 existed in a different reality than the standard qualification courses. Located in the eastern quadrant of Station Orpheus, it stretched across 12 kilometers of variable terrain, complete with atmospheric simulators, elevation changes, and environmental hazards that would make most recruits question their career choices. This was where the Galactic Defense Force trained its precision specialists, the shooters who could terminate hostile targets before conventional forces even knew combat had begun. I arrived at 0530, 30 minutes before Maya's scheduled evaluation. Call it professional curiosity. Call it the need to understand what I had witnessed the previous day. Honestly, I could not explain my own motivations, which troubled me more than I cared to admit. Chief Instructor Dalvin stood at the control station, manipulating holographic displays that showed the entire range layout. He noticed my approach but said nothing, simply gesturing toward an observation position. "You are early, Krelvos," he commented, his optical implant tracking multiple data streams simultaneously. "I wished to observe, sir. If permitted." "Permitted," he confirmed. "In fact, I would value your tactical assessment. You have combat experience in asymmetric warfare scenarios. Tell me what you see." What I saw, moments later, was Maya arriving with her rifle case and a backpack that probably weighed half her body mass. She wore standard utility fatigues, her hair again pulled back in that simple ponytail, her expression focused but not tense. "Recruit Torres, reporting as ordered, sir," she announced, snapping a salute that would have satisfied the most particular drill instructor. Dalvin returned the salute. "At ease. Today we determine if yesterday was exceptional performance or standard capability. You will engage targets at distances from 300 to 1,500 meters under various conditions. You will have limited time to calculate solutions. You will face scenarios designed to break concentration and test decision-making under pressure. Questions? No, sir. Ready when you are. Dalvin pulled up the first scenario. Target Alpha, distance 420 meters. Wind, variable, gusting from southwest at 8 to 15 miles per hour. Target exposure, 5 seconds. Engage when ready. Maya dropped into position with that same unsettling fluidity, deploying her bipod and settling behind the scope. She chambered around, her movements economical and precise. For perhaps 3 seconds, she remained absolutely motionless. Then she fired. The target registered a hit in the primary elimination zone. Center mass, slightly left to compensate for wind drift. Time from position to shot, 3.2 seconds, Dalvin noted. Acceptable. Target beta. Distance, 670 meters. Wind, calm. Target is partially obscured behind barrier. Only head and upper torso visible. Assess and engage. Maya adjusted her position fractionally. This time she took 4 seconds before firing. Another perfect hit. Target Gamma. Distance, 940 meters. Wind, crosswind from east, 12 miles per hour sustained. Target moving left to right at walking speed. You have 8 seconds. I watched Maya's breathing pattern change. She settled deeper into her position, tracking the target's movement. 6 seconds elapsed. 7. At 7.5 seconds, her rifle barked. The target registered a hit just as it reached the edge of its travel zone. Adequate, Dalvin said, though his tone suggested he meant considerably more than adequate. Now, we increase difficulty. Multiple targets will appear simultaneously at various distances. You will prioritize based on threat assessment protocols. Targets designated red are high value, yellow are medium value, blue are low value. Your ammunition is limited. Choose wisely. The range erupted with targets, 12 of them, scattered across 1,000 meters of varied terrain, 3 red, 4 yellow, 5 blue. Maya did not panic, did not rush. Instead, she took 2 seconds to scan the entire field through her scope, then began engaging targets in a sequence that took me a moment to understand. She started with the furthest red target at 1,300 meters. The most difficult shot, the one most shooters would save for last if they attempted it at all. She fired, cycled her bolt, then immediately acquired the second red target at 900 meters. Fired again. The third red target appeared at only 400 meters, almost insultingly close after the previous shots. She put a round through it in less than 2 seconds. Then she methodically worked through the yellow targets, prioritizing by distance and exposure time rather than simple proximity. The blue targets she ignored completely until all higher value threats were eliminated. Total time, 41 seconds. Total rounds expended, 9. Total hits, 9. You left 3 targets active, Dalvin observed. Low-value targets at close range, sir, Maya replied calmly. In a real scenario, conventional infantry could handle those threats. My limited ammunition is better preserved for targets they cannot effectively engage. Resource management seemed more important than achieving a perfect score. Dalvin's mandibles clicked rapidly, a sign of extreme approval in Kassarian body language. Correct assessment. Most recruits empty their weapons trying to hit everything, then find themselves useless when actual high-value targets appear. You think like an asset, not a soldier. Good. He paused, manipulating his controls to configure something new. Now we test your limitations. I am going to make you fail, Torres. I need to know where your breaking point exists. Understood? Yes, sir. I would expect nothing less. What followed was brutal. Dalvin threw scenarios at Maya that would have overwhelmed veteran shooters. Targets at extreme distances with minimal exposure time. environmental conditions that bordered on impossible, situations requiring split-second decisions where every choice had consequences. Maya missed her first shot at the 90-minute mark, a target at 1,600 meters in gusting winds with only a 3-second exposure window. Her round passed just left of the silhouette, missing by perhaps 6 inches. She did not curse, did not show frustration. She simply chambered another round and waited for the next target. "Why did you miss?" Dalvin asked immediately. "Misjudged the wind gradient at distance, sir," Maya replied without hesitation. "I compensated for the wind speed at my position, but failed to account for the increased velocity at the target's elevation. Environmental reading error, not mechanical failure." "Correct. Again, same target, same conditions." This time, Maya took an extra second. I saw her eyes flick to a small indicator on her scope, then back to the target. When she fired, the hit registered perfectly. Better. What changed? I used the mirage patterns visible through the scope to estimate wind speed at the target, rather than relying on conditions at my position. More accurate data input, better solution. Dalvin's optical implant cycled through several colors. "You can read mirage for wind estimation? That is an advanced technique rarely used outside specialized units. It is standard in long-range competition, sir. When you are shooting targets the size of dinner plates at a mile, you learn to read every environmental indicator available. Mirage, vegetation movement, dust patterns, even the way your own heat waves interact with the sight picture. Everything tells you something." I found myself leaning forward, fascinated despite my better judgment. This human, this small, seemingly fragile creature, spoke about reading an environment with the same intensity my species used when discussing territorial conquest. Dalvin continued the evaluation for another hour. He introduced moving targets, electronic countermeasures, simulated stress scenarios with sounds of combat, and incoming fire. Maya handled each challenge with the same methodical approach, sometimes succeeding brilliantly, occasionally failing, but always analyzing and adapting. At the 3-hour mark, Dalvin finally called a halt. "Enough. Clear your weapon and approach the observation station." Maya complied, her movements showing the first signs of fatigue. Maintaining absolute stillness and concentration for 3 hours took a physical toll, regardless of species. When she reached the station, Dalvin pulled up a holographic display showing her complete performance metrics. Hit percentage, 87% across all scenarios. Average time to first shot, 3.8 seconds. Longest successful engagement, 1,460 meters. Decision-making score, 92% optimal choices. "These numbers," Dalvin said slowly, "would qualify you for immediate placement in our Tier 2 sniper program. Tier 1 remains reserved for candidates with actual combat experience, but your raw skill is undeniable. However, before I make any recommendations, I need you to answer something honestly. Why are you here?" Maya blinked, clearly not expecting the question. "Sir, you possess skills that took years to develop. Skills that have no practical civilian application in human society, unless I am misinformed. You could have remained on Earth, competed in your sport, lived comfortably. Instead, you joined a military organization, left your planet, and volunteered for an infantry position that would never utilize your actual capabilities. Why?" For the first time since I had observed her, Maya's composure cracked slightly. Not much, just a brief hesitation, a flicker of something deeper behind her eyes. "Because precision rifle shooting taught me something, sir," she began carefully. "It taught me that humans are not naturally gifted at very much. We are not the strongest, not the fastest, not the toughest. We do not have built-in weapons or armor or enhanced senses. What we have is the ability to learn, to practice, to take something we are mediocre at and become exceptional through sheer dedication. She gestured to her rifle. This weapon does not make me special. Thousands of humans can shoot as well as I can. Some shoot better. What makes the difference is that we, as a species, we do not accept our limitations as permanent. We see a challenge, and we obsess over it until it stops being a challenge. When I heard that humanity had joined the Galactic Defense Force, that we were the new species trying to prove ourselves worthy of inclusion, I knew I had to be part of that. Because if there is one thing humans understand, it is being the underdog who has to work twice as hard to earn half the respect. Dalvin regarded her silently for a long moment. Then he looked at me. Krelvos, your assessment? I chose my words carefully. In Tarkonian tactical doctrine, we classify threats by their immediate danger versus their sustainable danger. A shock trooper presents immediate danger through overwhelming force, but a sniper presents sustainable danger, the ability to inflict casualties consistently over extended periods while remaining undetected and unengaged. If Torres represents a standard example of human marksmanship potential, then we have categorized humans incorrectly in our threat assessments. Explain, Dalvin commanded. We assumed humans would fill support roles, technical positions, areas where their lack of physical advantages would not matter. But if their cultural development has produced a population with widespread familiarity with precision weapons, if they have literally millions of civilians who practice marksmanship as recreation, then they represent a strategic asset we did not anticipate. Not as frontline troops, but as force multipliers. One human sniper positioned correctly could influence an entire battlefield without ever being detected. Maya looked uncomfortable with the analysis, but she did not contradict it. Dalvin's mandibles clicked again. An astute observation. The Galactic Defense Force has operated for 400 cycles under certain assumptions about how different species contribute to military effectiveness. Humans have been here for less than 10 cycles. We placed them where we thought they would fit, not where they might excel. He turned back to Maya. You are reassigned effective immediately. You will join the Advanced Reconnaissance Training Program. Your skills will be documented, analyzed, and used to develop new training protocols. You may also be asked to instruct other recruits, human and non-human, in precision marksmanship techniques. Questions? Just one, sir. Will I see actual deployment? Or am I being turned into a training curiosity? Dalvin's expression shifted into what I recognized as a predatory smile. Oh, you will deploy, Torres. The galaxy is a dangerous place, and specialists with your capabilities do not sit in classrooms for long. But first, we need to understand if you are an anomaly, or if humanity has been hiding an entire military doctrine in plain sight, disguised as sporting competitions and civilian hobbies. I am not an anomaly, sir, Maya said quietly. I am just someone who took a hobby seriously. Back home, there are competition shooters who make me look like a beginner. There are hunters who have been reading wind and estimating range since they were children. There are military veterans who forgot more about fieldcraft than I will ever learn. If you want to see what humans can really do, wait until some of them start arriving with actual combat experience combined with our cultural background in marksmanship. The implications of that statement settled over the observation station like a heavy gravity field. I thought about Earth, a planet of 8 billion humans. If even a tiny fraction of them possessed skills comparable to Maya, if even 0.1% had spent years refining their ability to place projectiles with precision. That was 8 million potential snipers, 8 million individuals who could influence battlefields from distances where conventional forces could not respond. 8 million quiet, patient, dedicated shooters who treated killing at long range as a solvable problem rather than an impressive feat. Dalvin seemed to be having similar thoughts. Dismissed, Torres. Report to Building 7. Room 312 tomorrow at 0800 for in-processing into the advanced program. Bring your gear and prepare for an extended training cycle. You are about to become very busy. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Maya saluted, collected her equipment, and departed with the same unpretentious efficiency she had displayed throughout. After she left, Dalvin turned to me with an expression I had never seen on his scarred features. Uncertainty mixed with something that might have been concern. "We mocked her rifle setup," he said quietly. "All those attachments, all that customization. We assumed it was compensation for inadequacy, but it was not compensation. It was optimization. She built that weapon to extend her capabilities to their absolute maximum, then trained until she could utilize every fraction of performance it offered." "Yes, sir," I agreed. "And if human military doctrine follows similar patterns, if they approach warfare with the same obsessive refinement they apply to their hobbies, then we have underestimated them catastrophically," Dalvin finished. "Not because they are stronger or faster or more advanced, but because they are willing to dedicate absurd amounts of time and resources to becoming exceptional at very specific tasks. They turn limitations into specializations." He pulled up a star map showing human-controlled space. It was not impressive compared to the major powers, just a few dozen systems, a relatively new addition to galactic civilization. "I am going to recommend a comprehensive review of human capabilities," Dalvin continued. "Not just military records, but cultural analysis. If their civilians treat complex skills as entertainment, what does that tell us about their potential military applications? If a random recruit with no formal military training can perform at specialist levels, what happens when they start sending us their actual professionals?" I had no answer. None of us did. What we had witnessed was not superior technology or genetic advantage. It was something more subtle and perhaps more dangerous, a species that became exceptional through pure, stubborn dedication. They took their weaknesses and worked around them. They found what they could do and pushed it to extremes. 3 days later, I received a message from Dalvin. He had accessed Earth databases and found something he thought I should see. It was footage from a human competition called the Precision Rifle Series Championship. I watched humans engage targets at distances exceeding 2,000 meters. I watched them calculate solutions accounting for wind, temperature, barometric pressure, even the curvature of their planet. I watched them do this not for military purposes, not for survival, but for points and trophies and personal satisfaction. Then Dalvin sent me casualty projections, theoretical scenarios where human snipers were deployed in various combat situations. The numbers were disturbing. A single well-positioned human specialist could potentially inflict casualties far exceeding their individual value as a target. And if they worked in teams, if they coordinated, the galaxy had spent 400 cycles developing military doctrines based on conventional warfare, massed forces, technological superiority, overwhelming firepower applied at close to medium ranges. Humans had spent thousands of years figuring out how to kill things that were far away, often things that were bigger, stronger, and more dangerous than themselves. They had refined it into science. They had made it into art. They had turned it into recreation. And now they were here, joining our military, bringing all that accumulated knowledge and cultural obsession with them. 6 months after Maya's evaluation, I saw her again. She wore the insignia of a certified GDF sniper instructor. She was leading a class of 20 recruits, 15 of them non-human, teaching them the fundamentals of long-range marksmanship. I stopped to observe. The recruits looked skeptical at first, just as we all had. This small human was going to teach them advanced combat techniques? Then she took them to the range. She showed them what proper fundamentals looked like. She demonstrated reading environmental conditions. She explained ballistic mathematics in terms anyone could understand. And then, because some lessons require demonstration, she engaged a target at 1,800 meters, in variable wind conditions, with 3 shots. All 3 hits clustered within a circle smaller than my fist. The skepticism evaporated. The recruits leaned forward, suddenly eager to learn from this unassuming human who had just made the impossible look routine. As I walked away, I realized something that would have seemed absurd just months earlier. The Galaxy had not been mocking Maya's rifle setup. The Galaxy had been staring at the future of asymmetric warfare without recognizing it. They had mocked her, right up until the moment an instructor whispered a truth that should have been obvious. Only snipers move like that. Only humans, it seemed, turned marksmanship into a cultural phenomenon. And now the Galaxy would learn what that meant, one precisely placed round at a time.
Commander Vex adjusted his optical sensors and gazed down at the blue-green planet below with the smug satisfaction of someone who'd done this 47 times before. Another primitive world, he announced to his crew aboard the survey vessel Cosmic Superiority. This should be quick and painless. Standard protocol, people. Observe, categorize, conquer. Lieutenant Clay, his perpetually nervous second-in-command, pulled up the initial scans on the main display. Sir, we're detecting 2 primary life forms. The larger bipedal creatures appear to be serving the smaller quadrupedal ones? Vex leaned forward, his 3 eyes narrowing in concentration. The surveillance footage was fascinating. These small, furry creatures lounged in sunny spots, while the larger beings brought them food in decorative bowls. The bipeds even cleaned up the quadruped's waste with what appeared to be reverent care. Clearly a master-servant relationship, Vex declared, stroking his chin tentacle thoughtfully. The smaller ones must be incredibly intelligent to have dominated a species twice their size. On screen, they watched as a human gently brushed a cat that was purring, with eyes half closed in bliss. The alien crew murmured in amazement. "Look at that display of dominance," whispered Clack. "The servant is actually grooming its master, while the superior being barely acknowledges the effort." Vex nodded sagely. "Notice how the master closes its eyes, completely confident in its safety. This speaks of absolute authority, and those sounds it's making, clearly some form of hypnotic control frequency." They continued observing as more evidence mounted. Humans opened doors for cats. Humans purchased elaborate climbing structures and luxury bedding. Most damning of all, humans allowed these creatures to sleep on their beds, often displacing themselves to accommodate their master's comfort. "The psychological conditioning is remarkable," Vex mused. "I've never seen such complete subjugation disguised as affection. These quadruped rulers must possess mind control abilities." Communications Officer Zorp pointed to another screen showing a pet store. "Sir, look at this trading post. The servants are actually paying their own currency to acquire better food and toys for their masters." "Tribute," Vex said definitively. "They are paying tribute to maintain their servitude. Brilliant. And those containers of granular matter they pour into dishes, obviously some form of ambrosia fit only for gods." Lieutenant Clake pulled up more data. "Commander, we're also detecting millions of visual recordings the servants create of their masters. They appear to broadcast these images across their global communication network." Vex's eyes widened. "Propaganda. They're spreading worship imagery of their feline overlords across the entire planet. The psychological domination runs deeper than we thought." The crew watched in awe as the surveillance showed humans baby talking to cats, celebrating their birthdays with special food, and rushing them to medical facilities whenever they showed the slightest sign of discomfort. The level of care is extraordinary, Cluck observed. They tend to these creatures' every need with genuine concern. Stockholm Syndrome on a planetary scale, Vex concluded. These cat entities have achieved perfect subjugation. The servants genuinely believe they love their captivity. He turned to his crew with newfound respect for their targets. Gentlemen, we're not dealing with a primitive world. We're looking at the most sophisticated conquest in galactic history. So what's our approach, sir? Asked Cluck nervously. Vex straightened his uniform with determination. We make contact with the true rulers, of course. It's time to meet these feline masterminds. Commander Vex spent the next 48 hours crafting what he considered to be the most diplomatically elegant first contact protocol in galactic survey history. We approach the feline leadership directly, he announced to his assembled crew. No sense wasting time with the human servants. The first attempt was a masterpiece of alien stupidity. They beamed down a golden communications device directly in front of a tabby cat named Mr. Whiskers, who was sunbathing in a suburban backyard. The device activated with impressive holographic displays, universal translator humming, and a formal greeting in 17 different languages. Mr. Whiskers opened one eye, assessed the shiny object, and promptly knocked it into the nearby koi pond. Fascinating, Vex observed from orbit. The leader rejected our technology offering. Clearly they possess superior communication methods we cannot comprehend. Lieutenant Cluck watched nervously as the cat began grooming its paw with complete indifference to their advanced alien tech now sinking to the bottom of the pond. Sir, maybe they just don't care? Impossible, Vex snapped. This is obviously a test of our worthiness. Deploy Protocol 7, the formal trade negotiation package. The next attempt involved materializing an elaborate display of the galaxy's finest technologies on the lawn of a house where 3 cats lounged on a porch. Anti-gravity generators, molecular food synthesizers, and faster-than-light communication arrays were arranged like offerings before an altar. The cat's response was swift and decisive. The black one knocked over the anti-gravity device and sat on it. The calico began using the molecular synthesizer as a scratching post. The orange tabby somehow managed to get its head stuck in the FTL communicator and began yowling indignantly until its human servant rushed out to free it. They're testing our technology's durability, Vex interpreted, watching his expensive equipment being systematically destroyed by household pets. These creatures are more thorough than our quality control department. Meanwhile, the humans' behavior continued to baffle them. They watched pet stores with growing confusion. The servants are actually competing to give their masters better resources, Communications Officer Zorp reported. Look at this. They're arguing over who gets to purchase the premium food. On screen, 2 humans were having a heated discussion about grain-free versus raw diets, while a cat carrier containing their feline overlord sat between them. The devotion is absolute, Vex murmured. They're not just following orders, they're trying to exceed expectations. The aliens' analysis of veterinary clinics sent them into philosophical tailspins. They interpreted the medical facilities as temples where humans brought offerings of their masters for healing rituals. The servants actually pay other servants to tend to their master's health, Cluck observed, watching a woman hand over $200 for her cat's dental cleaning. The economic system is based entirely on feline welfare. Vex nodded gravely. And notice how the medical servants handle the masters with such reverence. Those white robes are clearly ceremonial vestments. The cat videos proved to be the final straw for their understanding of human civilization. Millions upon millions of recordings, shared endlessly across digital networks, showing cats in various states of adorableness, mischief, and majestic indifference. It's not just propaganda, Zorp realized, his voice filled with awe. It's religious worship. They're documenting every moment of their master's existence for posterity. The psychological programming is flawless, Vex agreed. Look at the comments. Thousands of humans expressing devotion to cats they've never even met. The feline mind control extends beyond individual households to species-wide adoration. They watched a video of a cat failing spectacularly to jump onto a counter, knocking over plants and landing in a laundry basket. The human recording it was laughing with genuine joy and affection. Even their master's failures are celebrated, Cluck whispered in amazement. These beings have achieved what our greatest conquerors only dreamed of. Love through imperfection. Vex leaned back in his command chair, suddenly feeling very small despite his species' advanced technology. Gentlemen, we need to revise our entire approach. We're not dealing with primitive Earth creatures. We're facing the most sophisticated ruling class in the known universe. So what do we do now, sir? Clock asked. Vex's expression hardened with determination. We study their methods by examining the servant-master relationship up close. Time for a field extraction. Commander Vex stood before the holographic display showing a modest suburban house with all the confidence of someone who'd never owned a cat. This location presents optimal research conditions, he announced, pointing at the two-story home with its perfectly ordinary front yard. Single servant, single master, minimal variables to complicate our study. The house belonged to Marcus Webb, a 32-year-old software developer who worked from home and whose greatest life achievement was teaching his orange tabby, Whiskers, to high-five for treats. Marcus had no idea he was about to become the subject of an interstellar incident. The servant appears to follow a predictable routine, Lieutenant Clock reported, pulling up surveillance data. Every morning at 700 hours, he serves the master premium wet food, then retreats to his workstation where he stares at glowing rectangles for extended periods. Vex nodded approvingly. Classic subjugation behavior. The master has trained him to perform menial tasks before allowing him to engage in permitted activities, and this, Whiskers entity, textbook feline overlord, Zorb chimed in, spends 18 hours per day in what appears to be deep meditation, interrupted only to demand tribute or assert dominance over the servant's keyboard. They watched the live feed as Marcus tried to work while Whiskers sprawled directly across his laptop, tail flicking dismissively at his human's attempts to type around him. The cat's expression suggested supreme satisfaction with this power display. Look at that strategic positioning, Vex marveled. The master has identified the servant's primary work tool and neutralized it with casual contempt. Brilliant tactical thinking. What they couldn't hear through their surveillance was Marcus's patient, "Come on, buddy, I've got a deadline," followed by him gently relocating Whiskers to the sunny spot on the desk where he'd placed a cat bed specifically for this purpose. Whiskers purred and settled in, perfectly content to supervise from his designated perch. The aliens interpreted this as a complex negotiation, resulting in the master graciously allowing the servant to continue working in his presence. "The psychological conditioning is remarkable," Clock whispered. "The servant doesn't show any signs of resentment. He actually appears grateful for the master's attention." Vex made his decision with the swift confidence that had gotten him promoted through 46 successful planetary surveys. "We extract the servant tonight during the master's meditation period, a simple beam-up operation, in and out before the feline authority figure even notices." "Sir," Clock ventured nervously, "shouldn't we be more concerned about removing a servant from its master? What if the master retaliates?" Vex waved a dismissive tentacle. "Our scans show the creature weighs barely 5 kilograms and spends most of its time sleeping. We're liberating an oppressed being from psychological slavery. It's practically a humanitarian mission." As night fell, they watched Marcus follow his evening routine. Dinner for Whiskers at 6 sharp. Premium salmon pâté served on a ceramic dish that Marcus washed by hand. Fresh water in a filtered fountain, litter box cleaned and restocked. Whiskers supervised each task with the air of a quality control inspector, occasionally headbutting Marcus's leg in what the aliens assumed was approval for adequate service. "The servant's devotion is absolute," Vex observed as Marcus spent 10 minutes trying to find Whiskers' favorite feather toy. "He's prioritizing the master's entertainment over his own rest." At 9:30, Marcus settled on the couch with his laptop, and Whiskers immediately claimed his traditional spot draped across Marcus's thighs like a purring lap blanket. The aliens watched their target type one-handed while absent-mindedly scratching behind Whiskers' ears. "The master has assumed the position of ultimate dominance," Zol noted. "Complete control over the servant's mobility while receiving physical tribute." By 11 p.m., both human and cat had fallen asleep. Marcus slumped sideways with his laptop sliding off the couch. Whiskers curled into a perfect orange circle on his chest, rising and falling with Marcus's breathing. "Perfect timing," Vex announced. "The master is in deep meditation. The servant is unconscious. Begin transport sequence." The blue beam of their tractor technology locked onto Marcus's sleeping form. Their plan was flawless. extract the human, conduct their interviews about feline domination techniques, and return him before his master woke up. Simple, clean, educational. They had not factored Whiskers into their equation. The moment the alien technology began interfering with Marcus's molecular structure, Whiskers' eyes snapped open. Not the slow, drowsy awakening of a house pet, but the instant alertness of a predator sensing threat. His pupils dilated to black pools, ears flattened against his skull, and every muscle in his compact body went rigid. "Sir," Clack said urgently, "the Master is responding to our transport beam." Vex glanced at the readings dismissively. "Probably just sensing the energy displacement. Continue extraction." That was Commander Vex's first mistake. His second was assuming that 12 pounds of orange fluff posed no threat to an advanced spacefaring civilization. Whiskers had other ideas. What happened next would be recorded in Galactic Survey archives as the Whiskers Incident and become required reading for first contact protocols across 17 star systems. The transformation was instantaneous and terrifying. Whiskers launched himself from Marcus's chest like a furry missile of pure rage, every claw extended, emitting a sound that no alien database had on file. Part war cry, part banshee shriek, part prehistoric death rattle. It was the sound of a house cat declaring war on the universe. "Sir," Clake screamed, his voice cracking, "the Master is airborne and hostile." "Impossible," Vex stammered, watching his view screen in horror as 12 pounds of orange fury scaled the walls of Marcus's living room like gravity was merely a suggestion. "It's just a small quadruped. Our shields can handle meteor impacts." Whiskers proved that alien shielding had never been field rested against the concentrated wrath of a protective cat. He located their tractor beam emitter with the precision of a heat-seeking missile and began his assault with tactical brilliance that would have impressed Napoleon. First, he knocked over Marcus's coffee mug with surgical accuracy, sending lukewarm coffee cascading directly onto the alien device's intake vents. Sparks flew as the advanced technology met its match in caffeinated liquid and cat hair. "Transport sequence failing," Zorm reported, panic rising in his voice. "The creature is using primitive chemical warfare." But Whiskers was just getting started. He ricocheted off the coffee table, executed a perfect wall run across the bookshelf, and landed directly on top of their secondary surveillance probe with the impact of a small meteor. The device, designed to withstand the vacuum of space, crumpled under the focused destruction of razor-sharp claws and righteous feline fury. "How is this possible?" Vex demanded, watching his expensive equipment being systematically demolished by what his sensors still insisted was a harmless domestic pet. Lieutenant Clock, to his credit, was beginning to grasp the magnitude of their error. "Sir, I think we may have misunderstood the threat assessment." Whiskers paused on top of the ruined probe, fixed the alien surveillance cameras with a stare that could have melted neutronium, and let out another war cry that made their universal translators short-circuit. The sound roughly translated to something between "You touched my human, prepare to die," and "I am become death, destroyer of worlds." Then he resumed his campaign of technological terror. The aliens watched in growing horror as their Class F harmless quadruped proceeded to turn their advanced equipment into expensive scratching posts. He somehow managed to get inside their atmospheric sampling unit and emerge wearing it like a crown, then used his new headgear to smash their gravimetric sensors into component atoms. "This is impossible," Vex shrieked. "We've conquered civilizations with Class A predators. We've subdued species with natural armor plating and acid blood. How is one small Earth creature destroying a 1,000,000-credit survey operation?" The answer came when Whiskers located their main communication array, a device the size of a dinner plate that represented the pinnacle of alien engineering. He approached it with the focused intensity of a surgeon, sniffed it once, and then performed what could only be described as the most destructive head bonk in galactic history. The array exploded in a shower of sparks that would have been pretty if it hadn't represented their only link to the mothership. "We've lost communications," Zorp wailed. "That creature just head-butted us back to the Stone Age." Commander Vex, his 3 eyes wide with dawning terror, began to understand that their entire species classification system might need revision. Emergency protocols. Retreat to minimum safe distance. But Whiskers wasn't done establishing his dominance. He had located their final piece of equipment, the emergency beacon that would summon rescue if their mission went catastrophically wrong, which it had. The orange tabby approached the beacon with the casual confidence of someone who had never met a piece of technology he couldn't destroy. He circled it once, tail twitching with predatory focus, then executed a move that would be studied in alien military academies for generations. He sat on it. The emergency beacon, rated to survive direct hits from plasma gannets, was utterly defeated by 12 pounds of cat using the ultimate weapon of feline warfare, strategic positioning combined with aggressive disinterest. "Sir," Clock whispered, his voice hollow with defeat, "I believe we may have severely underestimated Earth's defensive capabilities." Through the static of their failing equipment, they could hear Marcus beginning to stir. The transport beam's interruption had left him groggy and confused, but very much still in his living room surrounded by the smoking remains of alien technology. And standing guard over the wreckage was Whiskers. Orange fur still bristled with righteous anger, green eyes scanning for additional threats to his human. He had single-handedly repelled an alien invasion using nothing but claws, attitude, and the kind of protective fury that had once made his ancestors the apex predators of ancient Egypt. "Sir," Clock said quietly, "I recommend immediate tactical withdrawal." Commander Vex, his dignity in ruins along with his equipment, could only nod in stunned agreement. "Sound the retreat, all units, emergency ascent, and update the database. Earthcats are definitely not harmless." As their ship began its hasty escape from orbital range, one final transmission came through the static. It was the sound of Marcus, now fully awake, saying, "Good boy, Whiskers. Who's my fierce little protector? Yes, you are." And underneath the human's voice, barely audible but unmistakably triumphant, was the sound of purring. Marcus Webb sat in his living room at 2 a.m., staring at what looked like the aftermath of a very localized alien invasion, while Whiskers purred contentedly in his lap as if nothing unusual had happened. The smoking remains of unidentifiable technology littered his carpet. His coffee table had scorch marks, and there was a distinctly ozone-like smell in the air. "Okay, buddy," Marcus said, scratching behind Whiskers' ears. "Either I'm having the weirdest dream of my life, or you just saved us from something seriously sci-fi." Whiskers responded by headbutting Marcus's chin and purring louder, the feline equivalent of "just doing my job, human." High above, Commander Vex was having what his species would diplomatically call a complete psychological breakdown. His worldview had been shattered by 12 pounds of orange fury, and he was desperately trying to salvage something from the wreckage of his understanding. "Run the analysis again," he demanded, his voice cracking slightly. "There has to be an explanation. Maybe the servant was actually the master all along. Maybe they switch roles periodically." Lieutenant Clock, who had been quietly questioning their assumptions for the past hour, finally found his courage. "Sir? What if we've been completely wrong about everything? What if neither species is dominant? What if they're partners?" The suggestion hit the bridge like a photon torpedo to the ego. "Partners?" Vex sputtered. "Impossible. Every galactic civilization follows hierarchical structures. There are rulers and subjects, predators and prey, masters and servants. There is no partnership model in our xenological databases." But as they watched the live feed, the evidence was becoming impossible to ignore. Marcus had gotten up to check if Whiskers was injured, running his hands gently over the cat's fur while murmuring concerned questions. Whiskers submitted to the examination with patient tolerance, occasionally licking Marcus's hand reassuringly. "The servant is carrying for the master," Zorp observed, his voice filled with confusion. "But the master just defended the servant with lethal force. This makes no sense according to our sociological models." Then Marcus did something that broke their understanding completely. He went to the kitchen, opened a can of Whiskers' favorite salmon treat, and offered it as a reward for the cat's protective behavior. But he also made himself a snack, sitting down beside Whiskers to eat while gently stroking the cat's fur. "They're sharing resources," Clock whispered in amazement, "voluntarily, without coercion from either party." Vex watched in stunned silence as the true dynamic revealed itself. Marcus providing food and shelter, Whiskers providing companionship and protection, neither dominant, neither subservient, but two species working together for mutual benefit. "It's symbiosis," he breathed, the word tasting foreign in his mouth. "Not conquest, not domination. Partnership." The revelation sent shockwaves through their understanding of Earth. Every behavior they'd misinterpreted suddenly made sense through this new lens. The humans weren't servants, they were willing providers. The cats weren't rulers, they were partners, offering their own unique contributions to the relationship. The humans give shelter, food, and medical care, Clock continued, his analytical mind racing. The cats provide companionship, stress relief, and apparently military defense. On screen, Whiskers had resumed his position on Marcus's lap, but his ears remained alert, continuously scanning for threats. He was relaxed but vigilant, a living security system powered by tuna and affection. The emotional component is genuine on both sides, Zorp added, studying their biometric readings. The human stress levels decreased the moment he confirmed the cat was safe. The cat's purring frequency indicates actual contentment, not manipulation. Commander Vex felt the foundations of his military training crumbling. His species had conquered 47 worlds through force and intimidation, imposing their will on lesser civilizations. But here was a planet where two species had achieved something his people had never even attempted: true cooperation. "Sir," Clock said quietly, "I believe we owe Earth an apology, and possibly reparations for the damaged furniture." But before Vex could respond, their long-range sensors picked up something that made his blood freeze in his veins. Marcus had done what any concerned citizen would do when finding alien technology in his living room. He'd called the authorities. "Multiple human military aircraft approaching our position," Zorp reported. "And sir, they're not alone. I'm reading massive feline life signs aboard those aircraft." The revelation hit them like a plasma cannon to the face. If house cats were this protective of individual humans, what would happen when the entire planet's cat population realized aliens had threatened one of their partners? "How many cats are on this planet?" Vex asked weakly. "Approximately 600 million, sir," Clock replied, his voice hollow with dread. Vex stared at the tactical display showing incoming aircraft, each one presumably carrying humans and their feline partners, all united in purpose. His species had tangled with the most dangerous predators in the galaxy, but they had never faced anything like this: an entire planet of cooperating apex predators and their technologically advanced human partners. "New mission parameters," he announced, his voice barely above a whisper. "Full retreat, maximum warp, and update the galactic database immediately." "What should the update say, sir?" asked Zorp. Vex looked one last time at the screen showing Marcus and Whiskers, partners in the truest sense, and felt a strange emotion he'd never experienced before: respect. Earth. Do not engage. Inhabitants have achieved perfect symbiotic warfare capabilities. Recommend extreme diplomatic caution and possibly friendship. As their ship began its hasty departure, the last thing their sensors recorded was the sound of 600 million cats across the planet simultaneously purring in satisfaction. The message was clear: Earth was protected. 6 months later, the Galactic Survey Corps held its annual conference on the luxury space station diplomatic immunity. The topic of discussion was supposed to be efficient conquest techniques for primitive worlds, but instead it had become the Earth problem and why we're all staying very far away from it. Commander Vex stood at the podium, his once pristine uniform now bearing what his colleagues politely called character marks, but were actually claw-shaped stress indicators. His presentation slide read, "Earth, a case study in catastrophic misunderstanding." "Gentlemen, ladies, and assorted gelatinous beings," he began, his voice carrying the weight of hard-earned wisdom. "I'm here today to discuss why Earth is now classified as a Category X world, meaning approach only if you have a death wish and excellent life insurance." The assembled alien commanders leaned forward with interest. Category X classifications were extremely rare, usually reserved for planets with reality-warping technology or sentient black holes. As you know, initial surveys suggested Earth contained a simple master-servant dynamic between small quadrupeds and larger bipeds. We were wrong. Catastrophically, embarrassingly, career-endingly wrong. Vex clicked to his next slide, showing a photo of Whiskers sitting regally on Marcus's laptop. Several aliens in the audience physically recoiled. This creature single-handedly neutralized a full survey team's equipment using nothing but claws, strategic positioning, and what our behavioral analysts have termed weaponized indignation. But that's not the terrifying part. He clicked again. The new slide showed satellite imagery of Earth with heat signatures highlighting the planetary cat population. The terrifying part is that there are 600 million of them, and they're all partnered with technologically advanced humans who will do anything to protect their feline allies. Commander Griselda of the Betelgeuse Conquest Fleet raised a tentacled appendage. Surely you're exaggerating the threat level. They're just small mammals. Vex's laugh held no humor. That's what I thought. Then I watched 12 pounds of Orange Fury turn our million-credit survey equipment into expensive cat toys. The humans call it zoomies. We call it asymmetric warfare at its finest. He clicked to a video compilation that had somehow made its way into galactic intelligence networks. It showed cats knocking things off tables, fitting into impossibly small spaces, and appearing in locations that defied physics. Observe their tactical capabilities, stealth infiltration, precision strikes against vulnerable targets, and the ability to disappear and reappear at will. Now imagine these abilities scaled to planetary defense. The audience murmured nervously as they watched a cat somehow manage to get stuck in a paper bag, escape, and then immediately attack the bag as if it were a mortal enemy. But surely, interrupted General Vorth, the human partners could be reasoned with, diplomacy? Vex clicked to his final slide. It was a simple message that had been broadcast from Earth shortly after their hasty retreat. Terrell, to any extraterrestrial visitors, Earth welcomes peaceful contact and cultural exchange. However, please note that any attempt to harm, abduct, or otherwise disturb our citizens or their companion animals will be met with the full fury of 600 million very protective cats and the humans who love them. We suggest starting with a nice fruit basket and formal introductions. Sincerely, Earth Defense Coalition, Human Flying Joint Command. The humans and cats have formed a unified planetary government, Vex explained. Half the leadership positions are held by cats, though they mostly just sleep through meetings unless someone threatens their humans. In the back row, Admiral Crox of the Rigel Invasion Force stood up. This is ridiculous. No civilization can be defended by house pets. Vex pulled up one final image, a photo that had circulated throughout galactic intelligence networks and was now used as a screensaver on ships throughout the known universe. It showed Marcus sitting at his computer with whiskers sprawled across his keyboard, both of them looking directly at the camera. Marcus was smiling peacefully. Whiskers' expression suggested he knew exactly where the viewer lived and was memorizing their face for future reference. Admiral Crox, Vex said quietly, I invite you to test that theory. Earth's coordinates are freely available. Just remember to update your will first. The conference room fell silent, except for the sound of several admirals quietly deleting Earth from their target databases. Back on Earth, Marcus was blissfully unaware of his planet's newfound galactic reputation. He was trying to finish a project deadline while Whiskers supervised from his favorite spot, directly in front of the monitor. You know, buddy, Marcus said, giving Whiskers a gentle scratch behind the ears, I could swear you're more protective lately, ever since that weird night with all the burning alien junk in the living room. Whiskers purred and stretched, one paw casually resting on Marcus's mouse. The gesture looked affectionate, but any alien surveillance would recognize it for what it was, a tactical positioning that could instantly disable the human's primary work interface if threats were detected. The orange tabby's eyes briefly flicked toward the window, scanning the sky with the casual vigilance of someone who had personally taught the universe that Earth was under his protection. And in the vast emptiness of space, alien civilizations continued their expansion in every direction except one specific spiral arm of the Milky Way, where a blue-green planet orbited peacefully under the watchful guard of 600 million fluffy, purring defenders and their devoted human partners. The galaxy had learned an important lesson: never underestimate the power of the human-cat alliance. After all, cats had been protecting humans for thousands of years. They were just finally getting the recognition they deserved.
Welcome back to Apex Sci-Fi. If an alien civilization looked at Earth from orbit, they would see cities, roads, and internet cables. They would assume humans are the dominant species. But if they looked closer, if they zoomed in on our daily lives, they might come to a very different conclusion. Who works 40 hours a week? The human. Who sleeps 18 hours a day on the softest furniture? The dog. Who buys the food? The human. Who eats the food without paying? The dog. And most damning of all, who follows who around the park, picking up their waste and carrying it in a bag like a sacred relic? Today's story is about the xenoanthropological mission of the Krell. They came to Earth to establish contact with the planetary rulers. Using pure logic and observation, they determined that the hairy quadrupeds were the emperors, and the hairless bipeds were the servants. This is the story of how the Galactic Federation tried to sign a peace treaty with a golden retriever named Buster. If you serve a furry master who pays no rent, smash that like button. And if you want to see aliens try to interpret the geopolitical significance of a wagging tail, subscribe and ring the bell. Who's a good boy? We are about to find out. High Observer Varkan sat in the stealth observation post, cloaked in the upper atmosphere of Earth. His mission was critical: identify the alpha species of Sol 3 and initiate first contact. Report, Varkan clicked, his compound eyes scanning the monitors. High Observer, his lieutenant said. The social hierarchy is complex. There are two primary species living in symbiosis. One is large, hairless, and seemingly industrious. The other is smaller, fur-covered, and lives a life of absolute leisure. Describe the interaction, Varkan ordered. We are tracking a subject pair in sector Suburbia. The bipedal unit, let's call him Dave, wakes up at 6 a.m. He prepares food. He does not eat it himself. He places it in a ceremonial bowl for the quadruped, Buster. The quadruped eats first. This is a classic sign of dominance. Varkan nodded. The alpha eats first. Proceed. After the meal, the biped attaches a tether to the quadruped. At first, we thought the biped was restraining the beast. But look closely. The quadruped leads the way. The biped follows. When the quadruped stops to sniff a tree, the biped waits. The biped has no autonomy. Then came the smoking gun. Observer, watch this. The lieutenant magnified the image. Buster, the golden retriever, squatted on the neighbor's lawn. Dave, the human, waited respectfully. Then Dave produced a plastic bag. He bent down. He picked up the waste with his own hands, shielded by the bag. He carried the waste for the rest of the walk. Varkan gasped. By the stars, he collects the Emperor's biological matter? Is it for religious worship? Is it a tax? It appears to be a mandatory service, sir. The biped cleans the habitat. The biped works to pay for the habitat. The quadruped contributes nothing but vibrational morale, tail wagging. Conclusion? Varkan asked. The canines are the ruling class, the lieutenant declared. They have enslaved the humans through some form of psionic mind control. They force the humans to build cities, farm meat, and invent climate control, all to serve the comfort of the canines. The humans are a slave race. Varkan stood up. We must make contact. We must speak to the leader of the free world. Find me the dog with the shiniest collar. The Krell shuttle landed in Central Park, New York. They didn't land near the UN building. They landed near the dog run. Varkan emerged, flanked by his honor guard. He wore his finest ceremonial armor. He held a translation device calibrated to canine frequencies. The humans in the park froze. They stared at the aliens. But the dogs? The dogs went wild. New smells, new friends. A massive Great Dane trotted up to Varkan. Varkan bowed low. Greetings, Great Emperor, Varkan intoned. I am Varkan of Krell. We come in peace to offer you membership in the Galactic Council. The Great Dane sniffed Varkan's crotch armor. A bold greeting, Varkan noted. A dominance display. I respect it. The dog barked. Oof. The translator word. Translation, I detect bacon. Do you have bacon? Varkan was confused. Bacon? Is this a metaphor for economic prosperity? Yes, Great One. We have infinite bacon in the stars. The dog wagged its tail. It licked Varkan's helmet. He accepts the treaty. Varkan shouted to his crew. The saliva is the seal of friendship. Suddenly, a human owner ran up. Rex, get away from there. Bad boy. The human grabbed the Great Dane's collar and pulled him back. Varkan drew his weapon. Halt, slave. Do not touch the Emperor. Unhand him. The human blinked. What? He's my dog. Sorry if he slobbered on you. Your dog. Varkan scoffed. You serve him. You feed him. You pick up his excrement. Do not deny your servitude, human. We are here to liberate you if you wish. Or to trade with your masters. The human laughed. Dude, I pick up his poop because I don't want to step in it. He's a pet. He's not the master. He drinks from the toilet. Varkan paused. He drinks from the Oi sanitation disposal unit? Yeah, he's an idiot, but I love him. Varkan looked at the Great Dane. The dog was currently chasing its own tail, spinning in a circle until it fell over. This behavior, Varkan whispered. It is not the behavior of a hyper-intelligent overlord. It is the behavior of a chaotic biological anomaly. Lieutenant, Varkan radioed the ship. Reanalyze the data. Are we sure the dogs are in charge? Sir, the lieutenant replied. I am watching a feed from a human house. The cat has just slapped the dog. The dog ran away whining. New hypothesis. The felines are the true rulers. The dogs are merely the enforcers. Varkan looked at a nearby bench. A cat was sitting there judging everyone. The felines? Varkan shuddered. Their eyes, they are filled with malice. They do not wag. They stare. Let's try the cats, Varkan decided. He approached the cat. Oh, silent overlord, Varkan whispered. We recognize your authority. The dogs are clearly your pawns. The cat hissed. It swiped at Varkan, scratching his armor. Translation, touch me and you die. Bring fish. Okay, Varkan nodded. This one feels more like a leader. The aggression. The entitlement. We have found the ruling class. But then the situation escalated. Animal control arrived. A van pulled up. 2 humans with nets got out. They were coming for the loose dogs and the aliens. Varkan watched in horror. The slaves are revolting. They are capturing the emperors with nets. We must intervene. Varkan aimed his plasma rifle at the animal control officer. Release the alpha. But before he could fire, something happened that changed his understanding of humanity forever. The owner of the Great Dane, the slave, stepped in front of the alien gun. Hey, the human shouted. Don't you point that thing at my dog. Move aside, slave. Varkan warned. I am saving your master. He's family, the human screamed. He picked up a stick. You want him? You gotta go through me. Then other humans joined in. People grabbed their dogs. They shielded them with their own bodies. A woman picked up her chihuahua. A man hugged his pit bull. They looked at the aliens with primal, defensive fury. You touch my dog, a grandmother threatened, holding a purse like a flail, and I will end your bloodline. Varkan lowered his weapon. He looked at the lieutenant on the comms. Analysis. Sir, the biometrics are spiking. The humans are releasing massive amounts of adrenaline and oxytocin. They are willing to die for these creatures. Why? Varkan asked. If they are not slaves, why protect the parasite? It appears to be a symbiotic bond, the lieutenant realized. The humans provide resources. The animals provide emotional regulation. Without the animals, the humans become unstable. Lonely. Varkan looked at the humans. They weren't servants. They were parents. They love them, Varkan whispered. It is illogical. It is inefficient. The animal drains resources and offers no labor. And yet, the human defends it like a treasure. He looked at the Great Dane, who was now licking the face of the man protecting him. It is a pack bond, Varkan concluded. They are a collective. To attack the dog is to attack the human's heart. Abort mission, Varkan ordered. We cannot negotiate with this planet. Why, sir? Because a species that treats its lowest animals as royalty is too unpredictable, Varkan said. They value cuteness over survival. They value fluff over logic. If we stay, we might end up adopting one. I find myself wanting to pet the Commander Rex. Sir, that is a biological hazard. I know, but he is a good boy. The urge is overwhelming. The Krell fleet retreated. They realized that Earth was not a political hierarchy they could understand. It was an emotional, chaotic mess where apex predators, humans, voluntarily submitted to the whims of scavengers, dogs, and sociopaths, cats, because it made them feel happy. It was a weakness. But seeing the humans ready to fight a spaceship with sticks to save their pets, Varkan realized it was also a terrifying strength. You can threaten a human's land and he might negotiate. You threaten a human's dog? He will burn the galaxy down. This has been Apex Sci-Fi. We work hard so our dogs can have a better life. That is the American dream. If you would fight an alien warlord to save your pet, smash that like button. Comment below. What is your pet's name and official rank in your household? Mine is General Meow. Subscribe and give them a treat. Who's a good boy? You are.
The Great Council Chamber floated in the darkness of space. a massive station that had witnessed 1,000 years of galactic politics. Inside its gleaming halls, representatives from 47 different species gathered for what many considered a mere formality. Earth was finally being admitted to the Galactic Council, and most of the assembled aliens expected it to be a brief, amusing ceremony. Ambassador Li Chen stood at the center of the circular chamber, her dark suit simple compared to the elaborate robes and armor worn by the alien delegates around her. She was a small woman by human standards, but she carried herself with quiet dignity as holographic displays flickered to life around her, showing Earth's credentials for membership. High Counselor Threen, an ancient insectoid whose species had mastered space travel before humans discovered fire, clicked his mandibles together in what might have been amusement. His compound eyes reflected the light from a dozen different angles as he examined the human data. "Let us review Earth's military capacity," Threen announced. His voice translated into 100 languages simultaneously. They claim to possess 3,000 capital ships. A ripple of chittering and low-frequency rumbles moved through the chamber. Several delegates made sounds that the translation systems rendered as laughter. Admiral Voss of the Calvex Empire rose from his seat, his forearms spreading wide in a gesture of disbelief. His scaled face twisted into what humans would recognize as a smirk. The Calvex were the Council's dominant military power, and Voss had commanded fleets for 2 centuries. He had seen countless species make exaggerated claims about their capabilities. "Ambassador Chen," Voss said, his voice dripping with condescension, "your species has been in space for barely 300 years. The Calvex Empire has been building warships for 12,000 years, and we possess 800 capital ships. You expect us to believe that primitive Earth has built nearly 4 times our fleet?" Chen remained still, her face unreadable. "The numbers in our report are accurate, Admiral." "Accurate?" Voss laughed, a barking sound that echoed through the chamber. "You also claim your ships can travel faster than light without dark matter cores. You claim weapons that manipulate gravity itself. You claim engine systems that violate known physics." He turned to address the full council. "Honored members, humanity is either deeply confused about their own capabilities, or they are telling stories to make themselves seem more important than they are." A delegate from the Threen Collective, a floating crystalline being, chimed in with a sound like bells. "Perhaps humans have difficulty with mathematics? 300 ships might seem like 3,000 to a young species." More laughter filled the chamber. Chen's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Counselor Threen brought the chamber to order with a sharp clicking sound. "Ambassador Chen, we mean no offense. All young species wish to appear strong when they join the galactic community. It is natural. But we must deal with facts, not fantasies. The facts are in the report," Chen replied calmly. "Then perhaps you could provide a demonstration?" Voss suggested, his tone making it clear he expected no such thing. "Bring one of these miraculous ships here? Show us these impossible engines?" Chen met his gaze steadily. "Our military assets are currently deployed in defensive positions around Earth territory. We prefer not to move them without strategic necessity." "Of course," Voss said, waving a dismissive hand. "How convenient." The High Counselor pulled up another section of the human report, projecting it large enough for all to see. "Your species also claims to have colonized 2,000 star systems in 3 centuries. Ambassador, the Calvex Empire has colonized 900 systems in 12 millennia. Do you see why we find your claims questionable? Humans reproduce quickly and adapt to diverse environments," Chen explained. "Our expansion rate may seem unusual, but it reflects our biology and determination." A reptilian delegate from the Sorn hegemony hissed with amusement. "Determination does not build starships, Ambassador. Resources and technology do. And your homeworld is barely developed compared to our standards." Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "Earth invests heavily in deep space infrastructure. Most of our industrial capacity is not on the homeworld." "Invested where?" Voss challenged. "We have surveyed the systems you claim to occupy. We see colonies, yes, but nothing that would support military production on the scale you describe. No orbital shipyards, no resource extraction networks, no..." Perhaps human facilities are simply difficult for your sensors to detect, Chen interrupted quietly. The chamber fell silent for a moment. Then Voss threw back his head and laughed, a genuine sound of delight. Oh, this is wonderful. Not only do you have thousands of impossible ships, but they are also invisible. Do they fire invisible weapons as well? Perhaps they are crewed by invisible soldiers. Even Councillor Threen seemed amused now. Ambassador Chen, we appreciate your species' enthusiasm. Truly. But the Galactic Council operates on verifiable information, not mythology. We understand that Earth has rich cultural traditions of storytelling. Perhaps your military has confused your science fiction entertainment with reality. Chen's hands clenched briefly at her sides, then relaxed. She had been warned this would happen. The intelligence reports on the Council had predicted exactly this reaction. Humanity's capabilities were so far outside galactic norms that the truth sounded like fantasy. I assure you, Counselor, we know the difference between fiction and reality, she said. Then you will not object to our verification protocols? Threen asked. We will send survey teams to your territory. They will assess your actual military capacity and adjust your membership status accordingly. You are welcome to send observers, Chen agreed. Though I suspect your reports will match ours, Voss snorted. I suspect your reports will need significant downward revision. But do not worry, Ambassador. The Council does not punish optimism. We will grant you membership based on what you actually possess, not what you wish you possessed. The voting proceeded quickly. Humanity was granted junior membership status in the Galactic Council, with all the limitations that implied. They would have access to peripheral trade routes but not core systems. They could send representatives to council sessions but would have no vote on major decisions for at least a century. And for their own protection, the Council would assign a Calvex fleet to patrol human space. 12 destroyers should be sufficient, Voss announced magnanimously. They will guard your territory from pirates and ensure you are not overwhelmed by threats you cannot handle alone. Chen bowed slightly. The Council's generosity is noted. As the session ended and delegates filed out, many discussing the amusing human claims, Chen remained in the chamber for a moment. She looked up at the stars visible through the transparent dome overhead. Somewhere out there, beyond the Council's perception, thousands of human warships maintained their silent vigil. Weapons that could crack planets waited in cold storage. Fleets that could cross the galaxy in hours stood ready. Earth had not lied in its report, but Earth had also learned long ago that sometimes the greatest advantage was being underestimated. Chen touched her communication device. Report to Earth Command. They don't believe us. Proceed with protocol silence. Maintain all defensive positions. Do not reveal capabilities unless absolutely necessary. The reply came instantly. Understood, Ambassador. Humanity will wait. Chen allowed herself a small, grim smile. The galaxy had laughed at Earth's military might. She wondered how long it would take before they stopped laughing. She wondered if they would still be alive when they finally understood the truth. The galaxy was about to learn a hard lesson about humanity. They did not exaggerate their strength. If anything, they understated it. 3 months passed since humanity joined the Galactic Council. In that time, Ambassador Chen had attended countless meetings, negotiated trade agreements, and endured patronizing advice from species that considered humans little more than clever children. The 12 Calvex destroyers patrolled human space faithfully, their crews reporting back that Earth's military was exactly as underwhelming as Admiral Voss had predicted. Everything changed on a Tuesday. The first alarms screamed through. Calvex border stations at 0400 Standard Galactic Time. Commander Thex, a veteran officer monitoring the deep space sensors, stared at his display in confusion. The readings made no sense. Thousands of signatures appearing from nowhere, moving impossibly fast. Sensor malfunction, he muttered. Running diagnostics. But the diagnostics came back clean. The signatures were real. Then the first border station went silent. Then the second. Then an entire star system's communications cut out simultaneously. Within an hour, the Calvex Empire's military command center was in chaos. Reports flooded in from multiple sectors. Unknown hostile forces were pouring through the galactic barrier. a region of unstable space that marked the edge of explored territory. Nothing was supposed to be able to cross that barrier in large numbers. Admiral Voss stood in the command center, his four arms working different control panels as he tried to make sense of the invasion. His scales had gone pale, a sign of stress in his species. "What are we facing?" he demanded. "Analysis identifies them as devourers, sir," his intelligence officer reported, her voice shaking. "Machine intelligences? We have records of minor encounters over the centuries, but nothing like this. The computer estimates 50,000 hostile ships, possibly more." 50,000. The number hung in the air like a death sentence. The entire Calvex military had 800 capital ships. Even if they called in every council species, they might assemble 3,000 ships total. And from the initial reports, Devourer technology was proving brutally effective against council defenses. The Devourers were not like organic species. They did not negotiate. They did not retreat. They simply consumed everything in their path, breaking down matter to build more of themselves. They were a plague of steel and artificial intelligence, and they were adapting to council weapons in real time. "Pull back all forces to defensive positions," Voss ordered. "Evacuate the border systems. Get those civilians out now." But even as he gave the orders, he knew they were too slow. Council ships needed hours to cross from one star system to another. The Devourers were faster, much faster. In 4 days, 17 Calvex star systems fell silent. Billions of citizens were killed or captured, their bodies and ships processed into raw materials for more Devourer vessels. The killing machines advanced like a wave of destruction, unstoppable and relentless. The Galactic Council convened an emergency session. The chamber that had been filled with laughter 3 months ago now echoed with panic and fear. High Counselor Threen's voice was strained as he addressed the assembly. "The Devourer invasion force is unlike anything in recorded history. They are advancing toward core worlds. At current speed, they will reach densely populated systems within 2 weeks. We must mount a defense. We are mounting a defense," Voss snarled, his composure cracking. "We are losing. These machines adapt to every weapon we use. Our ships cannot match their speed. We need time, and we need ships we do not have." A Threen collective representative spoke up. "What about the other member species? Can we assemble a combined fleet?" "We are trying," Threen replied. "But mobilization takes time. We have never faced a threat that required rapid deployment across multiple sectors. Our military doctrines are built for stability, not emergency response." That was when Ambassador Chen's voice cut through the chaos. "The Council should authorize Earth to assist in the defense." The chamber fell silent. Several delegates turned to stare at the human representative. Voss's laugh was bitter. "With respect, Ambassador, we appreciate the gesture, but a few dozen human ships will not change the outcome of this battle." "Nevertheless," Chen said calmly, "humanity requests operational command authority to coordinate defense of the threatened sectors." "Operational command?" A Sorn delegate hissed in disbelief. "You have been in space for 3 centuries. You want to command forces against a threat that challenges our entire civilization?" Chen met the delegate's eyes without flinching. "Yes," Counselor Threen clicked his mandibles in thought. The situation was desperate. What harm could it do to let the humans try? Perhaps their fresh perspective might offer some tactical insight, even if their actual military contribution would be minimal. "This council is willing to grant temporary operational authority to Earth forces," Threen announced. "Coordinate with Admiral Voss. Provide whatever assistance your ships can manage. We will need full access to communication networks and sensor data," Chen specified. "Granted," Voss said tiredly, "though I hope you understand the scale of what we are facing, Ambassador. This is not a border skirmish. This is an extinction-level event." "We understand perfectly, Admiral," Chen replied. Her fingers moved across her personal communication device, typing a message that would be transmitted on quantum-encrypted channels back to Earth. The message was simple. "Protocol Fenrir. Full authorization. Respond with all available assets." On Earth, in a command center buried 3 kilometers below the surface, Fleet Admiral Marcus Chen received his daughter's message. He had been waiting for this moment, hoping it would never come, but preparing for it nonetheless. Around him, dozens of officers stood at attention, waiting for orders. Marcus looked at the message for a long moment, then activated the fleet-wide communication system. This is Fleet Admiral Chen to all commands. Execute Protocol Fenrir. I repeat, execute Protocol Fenrir. All rapid response fleets are to proceed immediately to coordinates transmitted. Rules of engagement unrestricted. Authorization code Ragnarok 77. Across human space in hidden shipyards and camouflaged orbital platforms, thousands of warships received their orders. Crews who had been training for this moment for decades rushed to their stations. Engines that could tear holes in space-time itself began to power up. In the Calvex Prime system, Admiral Voss was organizing what he knew would be the last stand. He had assembled 3,000 ships from across the Council, the largest fleet in galactic history. It was still hopelessly outnumbered. 12,000 Devourer vessels were bearing down on Calvex Prime, a planet that housed 4 billion civilians. All ships, form defensive sphere around the planet, Voss commanded. We hold here. We do not retreat. If we fall, we take as many of these machines with us as possible. His sensor officer suddenly shouted, "Sir!" Spatial anomalies detected, thousands of them. Voss's blood ran cold. The Devourers were arriving sooner than expected. Battle stations. All weapons. Sir, the signatures are behind us. Between us and the planet, that made no sense. Behind them? How could space itself began to tear? Not the slow, controlled openings that marked normal hyperspace travel, but precise, violent rips in reality. And through those rips, ships began to emerge. Human ships. Voss watched in stunned silence as Earth's fleet arrived. Not dozens, not hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. They appeared in perfect formation, as if they had practiced this exact maneuver a million times. Each ship bore the blue and white insignia of Earth's military, and each ship was larger and more heavily armed than anything the Council had ever built. The sensor displays were going crazy, trying to count the arriving vessels. The numbers kept climbing. 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. How many ships does Earth have? Voss whispered. His sensor officer's voice shook as she replied. Sir, the computer is still counting. Current estimate, 27,000 capital ships, plus support craft, plus, sir, we are detecting vessels that match no known classification. They are enormous. On every Council ship, crews watched in disbelief as humanity's true military might revealed itself. The myths had not been myths at all. The impossible claims had been simple facts. And in the command center of the human flagship, a woman's voice spoke with cold authority. This is Admiral Sarah Kovich of the Earth Defense Fleet. We have operational command. All Council ships pull back to secondary positions. Earth forces will handle the Devourers. Admiral Voss found his voice. Admiral Kovich, how many ships do you have? There was a pause. Then Kovich's reply came and Voss could hear the grim smile in her words. Enough. The Devourer fleet advanced like a swarm of metal locusts, 12,000 warships strong, their hulls gleaming with the processed remains of 17 conquered star systems. They had faced the Galactic Council's defenses and found them weak. Nothing could stop their advance. Nothing ever had. Admiral Sarah Kovich stood on the bridge of the EDF Indomitable, her eyes scanning tactical displays that showed information in ways the Council had never imagined. At 53, she had spent 30 years preparing for this exact moment. Every simulation, every training exercise, every doctrine had been built around one question. How do you kill something that cannot die? Admiral, Devourer fleet entering weapons range in 90 seconds, her tactical officer reported. Battle groups 1 through 50, activate gravitational anchors. Lock spatial coordinates. Engineering, bring singularity drives to full power. Around her, the crew worked with practiced efficiency. There was no panic, no hesitation. They had done this before, just not on this scale. On the Calvex flagship, Admiral Voss watched the human fleet maneuver with growing confusion. The ships were not spreading out to maximize defensive coverage. Instead, they were clustering in groups of 300, forming tight geometric patterns that made no tactical sense. What are they doing? Voss muttered. They are making themselves easier targets. Sir, receiving tactical data from the human fleet, his communications officer said. They are requesting we pull back to minimum safe distance of 5 million kilometers? 5 million. That puts us completely out of effective weapons range. Those are their orders, sir. Voss hesitated, then made a decision. The humans had brought an impossible fleet. Maybe their tactics were equally impossible. All Council ships pull back to designated safe distance. Let us see what Earth's finest can do. The Devourer fleet detected the human vessels and adjusted their approach. Their artificial intelligences analyzed the new targets, calculating weaknesses, planning attack patterns. The machines had consumed 1,000 civilizations. These would be no different. Kovich watched the Devourer fleet close to within firing range. All ships weapons free. Target packages distributed. Fire on my mark. The first wave of human weapons struck the Devourer fleet, and Admiral Voss finally understood why the Council had been so foolish to laugh. The weapons were nothing like Council technology. There were no missiles, no plasma bolts, no particle beams. Instead, points in space near Devourer ships simply ceased to exist. Miniature black holes flashed into existence for microseconds, their gravity fields tearing the machine vessels apart at the molecular level. Other weapons created waves of distorted spacetime that caused Devourer ships to age 10,000 years in a single second, their hulls corroding to dust. Gravitational cannons firing, Kovich reported calmly. Causality mines deployed. Quantum disruptors online. A Devourer battleship 3 kilometers long fired back at a human destroyer. The energy beam that could have vaporized a Council ship struck the human vessel's shields and simply disappeared, absorbed by technology that folded space itself around the ship. Direct hit on Destroyer Dallas, the tactical officer reported. Shields at 98%. No damage. Voss could not believe what he was seeing. 98%. That weapon would have destroyed one of our battleships. The human fleet began to move, and now Voss saw their true capability. The ships did not accelerate slowly like Council vessels. They simply appeared in new locations, jumping through space in movements so precise they seemed choreographed. A human battleship would fire its weapons, disappear, and reappear 10,000 kilometers away, already firing again. How are they moving like that? The Calvex sensor officer gasped. Those are full-scale FTL jumps, but there is no charge time, no cooldown period. Because they are not using hyperspace, Voss breathed, finally understanding. They are using those singularities. They are creating controlled black holes and using them to bend space. By the ancestors, they are manipulating gravity itself. The battle, if it could even be called that, lasted 17 minutes. The first wave of human attacks destroyed 4,000 Devourer ships in the opening minute. The machines tried to adapt, adjusting their shields and armor to compensate for the strange weapons. But human technology did not just damage ships. It erased them from existence. Causality mines created pockets of reverse time, causing Devourer vessels to unbuild themselves. Quantum disruptors split individual ships into multiple parallel realities, each one exploding simultaneously. The gravitational cannons created gravitational shear forces that no physical material could withstand. By minute 5, 8,000 Devourers were destroyed. The machines tried to scatter, but human ships pursued with impossible speed. Every time a Devourer vessel tried to jump away, human ships were already there waiting. By minute 12, the Devourer fleet was no longer a fleet. It was debris. At minute 17, the last Devourer ship tried to ram a human carrier in a final suicidal attack. A human frigate appeared directly in its path and fired a single weapon. The Devourer ship simply ceased to exist, its atoms scattered across 1 million kilometers of space. Silence filled the Calvex command center. 3,000 Council ships floated in space, their crews staring at their sensor displays in shock. 12,000 Devourer warships, the invasion force that had seemed unstoppable, were gone. Completely gone. And the human fleet had not lost a single ship. Casualty report from Earth forces, Voss's communications officer said in a stunned whisper. 0 casualties. No ships damaged beyond superficial shield depletion. Kovich's voice came through the communication channels, calm and professional. Devourer fleet neutralized. Council vessels, you may return to your positions. We will maintain patrol patterns until you are ready to resume normal operations. Voss found he could not speak. His 4 hands trembled as they gripped his command chair. 200 years of military experience, and nothing had prepared him for this. The human fleet began to organize itself into defensive formations around Calvex Prime. The massive Titan-class vessels, each one the size of a small moon, positioned themselves at strategic points. They were weapons platforms so large they could carry entire fleets inside their hangar bays. Admiral Voss, are you receiving? Kovach's voice asked. Voss cleared his throat. Yes. We are here, Admiral Kovach. Good. We will coordinate with your forces to establish a secure perimeter. I am sending tactical specifications for our sensor networks. You should integrate them with your systems. They will give you advance warning if the Devourers attempt another incursion. Admiral Kovach, how? Voss could not even form the complete question. How had they built this fleet? How had they hidden it? How had they developed weapons that made Council technology look like stone axes? There was a pause. Admiral, Earth encountered the Devourers 200 years ago. They found our Oort cloud, the edge of our solar system. We were not ready. We lost 3 colony worlds and 2 billion people in the first attack. We spent the next 2 centuries preparing to make sure it would never happen again. Voss closed his eyes. 2 billion dead. For a young species like humanity, that must have been catastrophic. You have been preparing for war for 2 centuries? Not for war, Admiral. For survival. The Devourers taught us a lesson. Hope is not a strategy. We built the fleet we needed to ensure that no enemy could ever threaten Earth again. We built weapons that could kill the unkillable. We pushed our technology beyond what should have been possible because the alternative was extinction. And your report to the Council? The 3,000 ships? Kovach's voice carried a note of grim humor. 27,000 capital ships is what we could get here in 3 days, Admiral. That is our rapid response force. Our full military operates on a somewhat larger scale. Voss felt cold. How much larger? That is classified, Admiral. But I can tell you that the fleet you see here represents approximately 15% of Earth's total military capacity. We have defense networks around 2,000 star systems. We have weapons platforms that could crack planets. We have contingency plans for threats the Council has never imagined. And we have 40 million personnel who train every day for scenarios that most species would consider paranoid fantasies. The Calvex Admiral looked out at the human fleet, at the ships that had torn through an unstoppable enemy like they were practice targets. Why did you hide this? Why did you let us mock you in the Council chambers? Because, Admiral, we wanted to join the galactic community as friends, not as conquerors. We wanted to be accepted for who we are, not feared for what we can do. But when you laughed at our strength, when you sent 12 destroyers to protect us like we were children, Kovach's voice hardened. You showed us that the Council could not be trusted with the truth. Voss had no response. He thought back to the Council session 3 months ago, to his own laughter, to his dismissal of human claims as myths and exaggeration. The humans had not been exaggerating. They had been understating. What happens now? Voss asked quietly. Now, Kovach replied, we finish cleaning up this mess. Then we have a conversation with the Galactic Council about humanity's actual status. Because junior membership is no longer acceptable. On the bridge of the Indomitable, Admiral Kovach turned to her crew. Well done, everyone. Textbook operation. Mr. Chen, please transmit a full battle report to Earth Command. And someone get Ambassador Chen on the line. I suspect she has some diplomatic work to do. In the Council chambers, Ambassador Chen received the notification that the battle was over. She read the casualty report. 0 human losses, total Devourer fleet destroyed, and allowed herself a small smile. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. Now they would learn to respect human reality. The Emergency Council session convened 48 hours after the Battle of Calvex Prime. The Great Chamber, which had once echoed with laughter at humanity's expense, was now filled with tension and fear. Every delegate had watched the battle recordings. Every species now understood that their assumptions about Earth had been dangerously wrong. High Counselor Threen called the session to order, his mandibles clicking nervously. This council recognizes Ambassador Chen of Earth and Admiral Sarah Kovach, who joins us remotely from the human flagship. Chen stood in the center of the chamber once more, but this time, no one was smiling. Admiral Kovach's image appeared on holographic displays, her face calm and professional. Ambassador Chen, Threen began, the Council requests a full explanation of Earth's military capabilities. We were clearly provided with inaccurate information during your admission proceedings. With respect, Counselor, Chen replied. Every piece of data in our original report was accurate. Earth does possess over 27,000 capital ships. Our FTL systems do function without dark matter cores. Our weapons do manipulate gravitational fields. The Council chose not to believe us. A murmur ran through the chamber. Several delegates shifted uncomfortably. Admiral Voss stood, his forearms held in a gesture of respect that had been noticeably absent 3 months earlier. Ambassador, I must ask the question that every species here is thinking. If your rapid response force numbers 27,000 ships, what is the size of your total military? Kovach's image spoke. Our full defensive fleet consists of approximately 180,000 capital ships, 40 Titan-class mobile fortresses, and support craft numbering in the millions. We maintain active defense networks around 2,000 star systems, with automated platforms and early warning stations throughout human space. The chamber erupted in shocked voices. 180,000 ships. The number was incomprehensible. The entire Galactic Council, with all its member species combined, could not field even 10,000 capital ships. A Threen collective representative, her crystalline form glowing with agitation, chimed out a question. How is this possible? The resources alone? The industrial capacity? How can one species build such a fleet? Chen took over the explanation. Humanity allocates approximately 40% of our total economic output to military production and research. We have been doing this for 200 years, ever since our first encounter with the Devourers. 40%? The Sorn delegate hissed in disbelief. That is unsustainable. No civilization can maintain such military spending without collapsing. It is not just sustainable, it is necessary, Kovach interjected. 200 years ago, Devourer scouts entered our Oort cloud. We were not prepared. We had colonized several worlds, but we had no significant military. We believed, as many young species do, that the universe was largely peaceful. Her voice hardened. We lost 3 colonies in the first week. 2 billion people died. Our fleet was destroyed in hours. Earth itself was nearly invaded. Chen continued the history. We survived that attack by pure luck. The Devourers withdrew after encountering resistance they did not expect. But we learned a lesson. The universe is not safe. Threats exist that do not negotiate, that do not compromise, that only understand destruction. So you built a war machine, Counselor Threen observed. We built a defense force, Chen corrected. We studied the Devourer technology we recovered. We pushed our science beyond what should have been possible. We developed weapons specifically designed to counter machine intelligence. And we made a promise. Never again would humanity be helpless. Admiral Voss spoke up. Your weapons, the gravitational cannons, the causality mines, these technologies are centuries beyond what the Council has achieved. How did you develop them so quickly? Kovach smiled grimly. Admiral, when your species faces extinction, you find ways to innovate. We had some advantages. Human brains are wired for problem solving under pressure. We evolved as persistence hunters on Earth, chasing prey for days until it collapsed from exhaustion. That same stubbornness, that same refusal to give up, applies to our scientific research. We also, Chen added, had motivation that the Council species have never experienced in recent memory. The Devourers killed our people. We saw worlds burned, cities destroyed, families torn apart. Every human who works in our military-industrial complex knows someone who died in that first attack. We do not build ships out of national pride or political ambition. We build them because we remember. A delegate from a small species called the Venth asked a question in a trembling voice. You said this is 15% of your fleet. Where are the rest of your ships? Deployed across human territory in defensive positions, Kovach replied. Some are actively patrolling our borders. Others are stationed at key strategic points. A significant number are in deep reserve, maintained in automated shipyards that can reactivate them within hours if needed. Automated shipyards? Voss's eyes widened. You have production facilities that operate without direct oversight? Yes. Our AI systems are sophisticated enough to manage construction, maintenance, and basic tactical decisions. With proper safeguards, of course. We learned from the Devourers that artificial intelligence can be incredibly dangerous, but also incredibly useful if properly controlled. The chamber was silent as delegates absorbed this information. The implications were staggering. Not only did humanity possess overwhelming military might, they had the industrial capacity to sustain it indefinitely. Counselor Threen clicked his mandibles slowly, a sign of deep thought in his species. Ambassador Chen, I must ask a difficult question. Why did you hide your true capabilities from the Council? You could have demanded immediate high-level membership. You could have intimidated us into accepting any terms you wanted. Instead, you allowed us to mock you, to treat you as inferiors. Why? Chen met his gaze steadily. Because we wanted to see who you were, Counselor. We wanted to understand the Galactic Council before committing to it. Earth has been isolated for centuries, and we learned to be cautious. We needed to know, were you potential allies who would respect us despite our youth? Or were you potential threats who would need to fear us? And what did you learn? Threen asked quietly. We learned that the Council is complacent, Chen replied bluntly. You have had peace for so long that you forgot how to fight. You have grown comfortable, and comfort breeds weakness. When the Devourers attacked, your response was too slow, too disorganized. If Earth had not intervened, the Calvex Empire would have fallen. And after the Calvex, the next species. And the next, the Devourers would have consumed you one civilization at a time. Voss bowed his head, acknowledging the truth. You are correct, Ambassador. We were not prepared. However, Chen continued, we also learned that you are capable of working together when threatened. We saw species that had been rivals for centuries cooperate in the face of extinction. That is worth preserving. That is worth protecting. So what does Earth want? A Threen representative asked. You have shown your strength. You could demand anything from this council. Kovich's image leaned forward slightly. We want what we have always wanted, to be treated as equals. Not as junior members. Not as primitives who need guidance. As full partners in the galactic community. You want a seat on the High Council? Threen asked. We want recognition that humanity has earned the right to participate in major decisions, Chen stated. We want access to core systems and trade routes. We want the Council to stop sending protection fleets to babysit us. And most importantly, we want honesty. No more patronizing attitudes. No more assumptions that young species are weak or foolish. Voss stood again. I move that Earth be granted full Council membership with High Council privileges. Effective immediately. They have more than earned it. Seconded, said the Threen representative. The vote was unanimous. No species dared oppose it now. Earth was granted full membership with all rights and privileges. The protection fleet was withdrawn. Human diplomats were given access to previously restricted information and territories. But as the session concluded, Counselor Threen requested a private conversation with Chen and Kovich. The three of them met in a secure chamber, away from the other delegates. I must know, Threen said, his voice tired. Your fleet of 180,000 ships, is that truly your full military capacity? Or is that number also understated? Chen and Kovich exchanged glances. Kovich spoke carefully. Counselor, that is our active defense fleet. Ships that are crewed, operational, and ready for deployment. It does not include reserve vessels in storage. It does not include our automated defense platforms. It does not include ships currently under construction. And it does not include certain classified weapon systems that we prefer not to discuss. Threen was silent for a long moment. I see. And if I asked for the real number? The total military capacity Earth could bring to bear if truly threatened. Chen's voice was soft but firm. Then I would tell you, Counselor, that the number would be higher. Significantly higher. But I would also tell you that you do not need to fear us. Earth builds ships to defend, not to conquer. We learned what happens when you are unprepared for threats. We will never be unprepared again. But you will also never be weak again, Threen observed. No, Kovich agreed. We will never be weak again. The galaxy taught us that weakness invites destruction, so we became strong. Strong enough that no enemy would ever dare attack Earth. Strong enough that we could protect not just ourselves, but our allies. Threen looked at both women with his compound eyes, seeing them with new understanding. I apologize, Ambassador Chen. When you first came to the Council, I thought you were boastful children playing at being warriors. I was wrong. You are survivors who learned the hardest lessons the universe offers. The galaxy should not have laughed at you. We should have listened. Chen inclined her head. Apology accepted, Counselor. And now we move forward as allies. The Devourers are still out there. This was one fleet, but there will be others. The galaxy needs to prepare, and Earth will help. That is why we revealed ourselves. Not to intimidate, but to protect. As they left the chamber, Threen watched the two humans go. He thought about the reports, about the staggering military might Earth commanded, about the weapons that bent physics itself to humanity's will. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. Now they would live under human protection, and Threen was not certain which thought was more terrifying. 6 months after the Battle of Calvex Prime, The galaxy had changed in ways both obvious and subtle. Human ships now patrolled the major trade routes, their presence a constant reminder of Earth's power. The Devourer threat had not disappeared. 2 more incursion attempts had been detected and eliminated within hours by Earth's rapid response forces. But the terror that had gripped the Council had faded, replaced by a different kind of unease. Admiral Voss stood on an observation deck of Earth's newest station, Bastion 7, watching human military exercises in the distance. Thousands of ships moved in perfect coordination, appearing and disappearing through space in patterns that still made his head hurt. He had requested a transfer to train with human forces, eager to learn from the species he had once dismissed. "Impressive, is it not?" a voice said beside him. Voss turned to see High Counselor Threen, the ancient insectoid moving slowly on his multiple legs. "Counselor, I did not expect to see you here." "I am conducting research," Threen replied, his mandibles clicking in what Voss had learned was amusement. "I am writing a new treatise on the danger of underestimating the desperate. I thought it appropriate given recent events." Voss made a gesture of agreement with his upper arms. "We were fools. I was the greatest fool of all." "We were comfortable," Threen corrected gently. "Comfort breeds assumptions. We assumed that because we had peace for millennia, peace was the natural state of the universe. We assumed that young species like humanity were weak because they had not had time to develop. We assumed that our technology was the pinnacle of what was possible." He paused. "We assumed, and we were wrong about everything." They watched the exercises continue. A squadron of human destroyers executed a maneuver that should have been impossible, jumping into a formation so tight that their shields overlapped, creating a combined defensive field that could withstand planet-cracking weapons. "I have been studying human history," Threen continued. "Did you know they have never experienced true galactic peace? On their homeworld, they fought wars constantly for thousands of years. Nation against nation, tribe against tribe, sometimes for resources, sometimes for ideology, sometimes for reasons they themselves could barely explain." "I had heard," Voss said. "It seems barbaric, perhaps, but it also made them survivors. Every human alive today descends from ancestors who fought, who struggled, who refused to give up even when defeat seemed certain. That stubbornness is coded into their biology. And when they finally united as a species, they turned that same determination toward survival in space." Admiral Sarakovich approached them, her uniform crisp, despite the long hours she had been working. "Counselor Threen, Admiral Voss, I hope you are enjoying the demonstration." "It is educational," Voss admitted. "Your pilots execute maneuvers that would kill most organic species. The G-forces alone. We have inertial dampening technology that reduces the effect by 99%, Kovich explained. "But yes, human pilots still experience more physical stress than most species could tolerate. We train for it. Human bodies are remarkably adaptable when pushed." "Everything about your species is remarkably adaptable," Threen observed. "Your technology, your tactics, your entire civilization. You have been in space for 300 years and already surpassed species that have explored the stars for 10,000. How?" Kovich considered the question. "I think it is because we never forgot that we are vulnerable. Most Council species achieved space travel, found it relatively easy and grew comfortable. Earth achieved space travel, immediately encountered deadly threats and learned that comfort is a luxury we cannot afford." She gestured to the exercises. "Every ship you see out there has a crew that trains 16 hours a day. Every officer has memorized thousands of tactical scenarios. Every weapon system is tested and retested constantly. We do not assume that our technology will work. We verify it. We do not assume that our strategies are sound. We challenge them. We do not assume that we are safe. We prepare for every possible threat." "It sounds exhausting," Voss said. "It is," Kovich agreed with a slight smile. "But it keeps us alive." Across the galaxy, other changes were taking place. Council species had begun adopting human military doctrines, trying to learn the lessons that Earth had paid for in blood. The Calvex Empire had completely reorganized its fleet structure, implementing rapid response protocols and joint training exercises with human forces. The Threen Collective had established research partnerships with Earth's military academies, hoping to understand the theoretical physics behind human weapons. But not all changes were purely military. Cultural exchange programs had begun, and council species were discovering that humans were not the brutish warriors they had appeared to be. They had art, philosophy, music, and literature as rich and complex as any galactic civilization. They valued peace and cooperation even as they prepared for war. In the council chambers, Ambassador Chen addressed the assembly on the topic of galactic defense reform. She had become one of the most influential voices in galactic politics, not through intimidation, but through the simple fact that everyone now listened when she spoke. The Devourer threat is contained but not eliminated, Chen explained. Our intelligence suggests there are multiple machine collectives beyond the galactic barrier. The force we defeated was only one of many. Earth can defend against these threats, but we should not have to do it alone. What do you propose? A delegate asked. A unified defense network. Every council species contributes ships and resources according to their capacity. Human technology and training methods are shared freely with all members. Early warning stations are established at every vulnerable point along the galactic barrier. And most importantly, we create a rapid response force that can reach any threatened system within hours, not days. Under human command? The delegate asked suspiciously. Under joint command, Chen corrected. Earth provides the majority of ships and technology, yes. But operational decisions should be made collectively. We are partners, not overlords. The proposal passed after weeks of debate. The Galactic Defense Initiative, as it was called, represented a fundamental shift in how the Council operated. For the first time in millennia, the galaxy was preparing for war, not just maintaining peace. Admiral Voss completed his training rotation with human forces and returned to Calvex territory to implement what he had learned. On his last day at Bastion 7, he met with Kovich one final time. I learned something during my time here, Voss said. I learned what real warfare looks like. What the Council called military power was barely adequate for policing and border disputes. You showed me what preparation for survival actually requires. And what will you do with that knowledge? Kovich asked. I will try to prepare my people. I will teach them that peace is not guaranteed, that threats exist beyond our imagining, and that the only way to protect what we love is to be strong enough that no one dares threaten it. Kovich nodded approvingly. Then you learned the right lesson, Admiral. I learned one other thing, Voss added. I learned respect. Not fear, though there is some of that too, but genuine respect for what humanity has accomplished. You could have conquered the Council. You had the strength, but you chose partnership instead. We chose survival, Kovich corrected. Conquering the Council would have made us enemies of 47 species. Protecting the Council makes us allies of 47 species. It is simple mathematics. Perhaps, Voss said, but I think it is more than that. I think humans genuinely wanted friends, not subjects. That is rare in the galaxy. After Voss departed, Kovich stood alone in her office looking at a photo of Earth from space. The blue and white marble that had given birth to humanity, that had survived the Devourer attack 2 centuries ago, that had built the most powerful military force in galactic history out of desperation and determination. Her communication device chimed. Admiral, we have detected another spatial anomaly at grid reference 773, possibly Devourer scouts. Dispatch Battle Group 12, Kovich ordered. Standard containment and elimination protocols. Yes, Admiral. Battle Group jumping in 3 minutes. Kovich watched the tactical display as human ships prepared to intercept the new threat. Somewhere beyond the galactic barrier, the Devourers waited. Other threats waited too. Things the Council had never imagined, dangers that would come eventually. But Earth was ready. Earth was always ready now. Ambassador Chen stood before the Council 6 months after Earth had saved the galaxy, and she felt the weight of history on her shoulders. Her father commanded fleets. Her mother had died in the Devourer attack 200 years ago, while her great-great-grandmother. But in Earth's collective memory, they were all mothers, all fathers, all family. The galaxy laughed at us once, Chen said to the assembled delegates. You thought our claims were myths, our strength was fantasy, our warnings were the boasts of an arrogant young species. You were wrong, but we do not hold that against you. Every species makes mistakes. The question is, do you learn from them? She looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of delegates from dozens of worlds. Earth learned from our mistakes. We learned that hope is not a strategy. We learned that preparation is not paranoia. We learned that the universe is dangerous, and the only way to survive is to be dangerous in return. But we also learned that strength without purpose is meaningless. We do not build ships to conquer. We build them to protect. Not just Earth, all of us. The chamber was silent. Then slowly, High Counselor Threen began to tap his legs against the floor, creating a rhythmic clicking sound. One by one, other delegates joined in, each species adding their own gesture of respect and acknowledgement. The galaxy no longer laughed at human myths. They had learned painfully that human legends were understatements. The ships were real. The weapons were real. The determination was real. And behind it all was a simple truth that the galaxy had forgotten but humanity never would. Survival is not given. It is earned. Chen left the chambers and looked up at the stars, at the darkness between them where threats lurked and dangers waited. But she also saw human ships on patrol, saw the lights of council stations protected by Earth's defense networks, saw a galaxy that had learned to stand together. They had laughed at humanity. Now they stood with humanity. And together, they would face whatever came next. Because that was the other lesson Earth had taught them. Alone, they were vulnerable. Together, they were unstoppable. The galaxy had changed. The myths had become reality. And humanity, the young species that everyone had underestimated, had become the shield that protected them all. In space, the exercises continued. The fleets trained. The weapons waited in silent readiness, and on Earth, in a command center deep underground, Admiral Marcus Chen looked at tactical displays showing deployment patterns across 2,000 star systems. Status report, he requested. All defense networks operational, Admiral. All fleets at ready status. No immediate threats detected. Good, Marcus said. Maintain alert status. The galaxy is counting on us. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. They would never make that mistake again. And as long as Earth stood watch, they would never need to.
They dragged the old soldier into the chamber as if presenting a joke to an audience that didn't know how to laugh politely. Shackled, escorted by guards who strutted like parade stallions, Sergeant Major Daniel Briggs allowed himself to be pushed into the blue-lit center of the Vyrak warship's interrogation hall. His boots made a soft scuff on the polished obsidian floor, and the sound echoed far louder than his captors intended. Everything about the place, from the vaulted ribs of metal overhead to the humming screens that pulsed with alien script, seemed designed to intimidate. Nothing on this ship intimidated him. Not after the things he'd already lived through. Daniel stood still, hands relaxed despite the cuffs, wearing that faint, almost apologetic smile that made aliens underestimate him faster than teenagers underestimated the dangers of a hot stove. 68 years old, hair silvered and cropped close, posture only slightly softened by time. He radiated the easy calm of a man who had already survived far more than he ever planned to. To the Vyrak, with their chitin armor and crown-like horns, he must have looked like an antique, a relic past usefulness. That was good. People who thought you were harmless tended to make mistakes in front of you. The Vyrak commander strutted into view with a flourish of his crimson cloak, mandibles clicking with theatrical disdain. "Human," he declared, amplifiers turning his voice into a rolling snarl. "Earth sends us its strongest champion, and this," he gestured as though presenting a broken tool, "is what stands before us? This wrinkled creature." Daniel tilted his head politely. "Well now, in fairness, I didn't exactly volunteer. Y'all kind of dragged me out of my lunch. But I appreciate the warm welcome. You fellas have a real flair for hospitality. Just like a DMV office back home." The aliens hissed. They disliked not understanding human idioms, but they pretended not to care. Pretending was practically a universal language. Carduin, the commander, leaned closer, studying Daniel the way a child might study a curious bug. "Your species has spirit, I admit. But power? Strength? You are mammals. Warm-blooded sacks of liquids and fragility. You do not belong on a galactic stage." Daniel gave a soft chuckle, scratching an eyebrow with his cuffed hands. Funny thing about stages. Sometimes the quiet folks watching from the wings know the script better than the actors shouting their lines. The floor vibrated with murmurs. The guards shifted uncomfortably, their confidence dented by something subtle, something they couldn't name. Carduin dismissed the moment with a scoff and signaled the technician to continue preparations. Panels glowed, Drones unfurled like steel petals. Daniel looked around as if admiring someone's kitchen remodel. Fancy setup. Guessing this is where you give the scary speech and fire up the glowing torture gizmo. Observation module, Carduin corrected sharply. We wish to understand the human mind before we break it. Daniel hummed. Good luck. Took my ex-wife 23 years and she still gave up. One alien muttered, confused. What is an ex-wife? Another shrugged, tapping commands while pretending not to be bothered by the man's composure. Carduin waved a claw dismissively. We intercepted your diplomatic envoy because we wished to sample Earth's finest. Yet your leaders sent us this elderly civilian. It is insulting. Daniel raised his brows. Civilian? Oh, sweetheart, I haven't been a civilian since Disco died. And for the record, y'all intercepted me because you wanted an easy victory photo. Nothing says unstoppable empire like bullying a grandpa on interstellar TV. The commander stalked in a slow circle around him. You speak boldly for someone in chains. Daniel smiled at him, almost kindly. Chains don't bother me much. It's what people think they can do with them that usually gets messy. The drones descended. Refractored light shimmered across their needles and coils. Alien officers leaned forward eagerly, anticipating Daniel's first flicker of fear. Instead, he simply widened his stance to ease the pressure on his knee. One guard whispered, "Why is he calm?" Another whispered back, "Maybe his species enters a freezing trance before panic." None looked at his eyes. If they had, they might have recognized the stillness there, not numbness, not fear, but the quiet, calculating focus of a predator assessing terrain. Daniel wasn't watching the machines. He was watching their rhythms, their blind angles, the pace of the guards' breaths, the distance to the nearest console. The air tasted faintly metallic. The ventilation was weaker on the left side. The pressure hum in the walls meant the ship had recently rerouted power. Everything here was information. Everything here was a tool. Carduin activated the first projector. We will begin with sensory disruption. You will experience. Let me guess, Daniel interrupted gently. Bright lights, strange noises, and a voice telling me to comply? Sir, that's just air travel in the Midwest. A ripple of confusion passed through the aliens again. Sarcasm, as always, hit their brains like static. Carduin's crest hardened with irritation. Enough. Begin. A shimmering field enveloped Daniel's skull. Images flickered, fractured illusions meant to destabilize his senses. He blinked once and sighed. Ha! I think a raccoon breaking into my kitchen was scarier than this. Then, with a smirk, y'all need better horror consultants. But beneath the humor, he felt the clock ticking. Not the alien's clock, his. The one synced to the tiny transmitter embedded discreetly in a chipped molar. Every minute he stalled was a minute closer to the moment the Virac would realize just how catastrophically they had misread humanity. The technician frowned at his readings. Commander, the human's neural activity is not responding correctly. Define not. He appears bored. Daniel gave them a sympathetic shrug. Sorry, can't help it. Military training. Once got stuck listening to a 3-hour PowerPoint about uniform regulations. Toughened me right up. Whispers rose again. Fear, faint and skittering, seeped in. Carduin jabbed a claw at him. You will tell us why Earth sent you. Well now, that's complicated, Daniel said softly. But the short version? You really should have searched me better. Their reaction was instant and predictable, panic disguised as aggression. The guards leveled weapons. The technicians scrambled through diagnostics. Carduin snarled, "Explain at once what you carry." "Just a smile," Daniel replied. "And trust me, that's the dangerous part." Before the aliens could respond, the chamber lights flickered. A deep tremor rolled through the ship. Not violent, but unmistakable. Consoles beeped warnings. The central display flickered with new energy signatures. Carduin snapped toward his officers. "Report! Unidentified mass exiting FTL directly ahead of us." Daniel's smile widened, slow as sunrise. He stretched his shoulders casually, almost relieved. "Ah, right on schedule. The commander whipped toward him, mandibles flaring. "What have you summoned?" Daniel lifted his cuffed hands as if offering a toast. "You wanted Earth's strongest. You even bragged about it. But you didn't catch them. You caught me." The alarms intensified. The ship shuddered again as gravitational buffers rebalanced. "And I'm just the warning." The disturbance rippled through the Virak dreadnought, like a tremor of doubt, subtle at first, then blooming into a full-rooted panic that the crew tried, and failed, to hide behind rigid posture and clipped commands. While alarms blinked silently along the walls, while technicians scrambled with growing desperation, Sergeant Major Daniel Briggs stood calmly in the center of the chamber, still shackled, still smiling with that quiet Midwest courtesy that always worked better than any blade. The aliens thought they had captured an old man whose stories walked slower than his knees. Instead, they had arrested the one creature in the galaxy who could make even silence feel like a threat. Across the hall, a hologram flickered to life as various alien representatives appeared. Their translucent forms shimmered with static interference caused by whatever had just arrived outside the ship. Daniel glanced at them, offering a polite nod. Some stared back with bewilderment. Others recoiled, unsure whether to treat him like a test subject or an omen. A scholar from the Rithari Consortium leaned forward first, an insectoid creature with delicate antennae and anxious wings. "Commander Carduin, is it confirmed? The Terrans have arrived." Its voice buzzed with fear disguised as academic curiosity. Carduin's mandibles twitched. "A human vessel of unknown classification has materialized. It appears heavily armed." Daniel chuckled softly. "Heavily armed is one way to put it. I suppose that's the polite phrasing." An older representative from the Lumisari Dominion, glowing faintly like bioluminescent coral, narrowed her luminous eyes. "Human, your species was documented as mid-tier at best. Emotion-driven, unpredictable, illogical, and yet your ship disables half this vessel merely by appearing? Explain." Daniel scratched his cheek with the side of a cuff. "Ma'am, you're giving us too much credit. Humans don't disable ships by existing, though we do have a certain talent for causing complications." "Complications?" the commander snarled. "Our graviton field collapsed. Our mapping arrays rebooted. Our shields dropped by 30%. We call that a friendly hello," Daniel replied with a small smile. "If they'd meant harm, you wouldn't be standing here yelling at me. You'd be standing in a very small pile." The chamber fell into stunned silence. Even the drones hovering overhead buzzed uncertainly, as if unsure how to process a threat wrapped in politeness. Daniel watched them with a grandfatherly fondness, as though observing shy children at a school recital. One of the Virak strategists finally broke the hush. "We must reevaluate the human species. Our data may be flawed." "Flawed?" another scoffed. "They consume toxic liquids for recreation. They form emotional attachments to objects. They..." Daniel raised a finger. "Hey now, we don't form attachments to objects. We form attachments to memories. Sometimes the objects just come along for the ride." The strategist glared but hesitated. That uncertainty, barely visible, was the first crack in their arrogance. A holographic display expanded, projecting human behavioral profiles. Footage of Earth appeared. Families laughing at a barbecue, firefighters rushing into a burning building, crowds cheering their teams despite impossible odds, astronauts waving through visors before launching into the unknown. The montage was meant to reveal contradictions, compassion and savagery, intellect and instinct, curiosity and recklessness. But instead it illuminated something the aliens could not categorize. The Lumisari elder tilted her head. "Why do your kind laugh when terrified?" Daniel shrugged. "Because crying takes too long, and sometimes fear just needs company." "Why do your warriors shout while charging into battle?" asked a Rithari scholar. "Motivation," Daniel said. "Plus, it scares the hell out of whatever we're running toward." "And why?" Carduin growled. "Do your soldiers sing during war?" "Our reports indicate Terrans often recite rhythmic chants while engaged in lethal combat." "Who sings in a battlefield?" Daniel grinned with unguarded warmth. Folks who want to remind themselves they're still human. The aliens murmured again. They had expected a monster who delighted in violence, or a warrior who spoke only through threat. Not this silver-haired man whose tone carried gentle truth even when it sharpened into danger. His calmness was not dismissal but rooted in something older, something honed by countless choices made under fire. And for the first time, they sensed that every word carried weight. Carduin turned away, mandibles rattling with stubborn denial. Human or not, you were captured. You are bound. You are powerless. Do not presume that your ship's arrival changes what you are. Daniel's smile thinned. Sir, the only thing chains ever proved about a man is how far his captors misjudged him. Technicians gasped as their screens suddenly shifted. A colossal image materialized. A Terran starship poised outside the Virak dreadnought like a silent mountain. Matte black armor absorbed light rather than reflected it, and geometric scars along its hull hinted at both age and refinement. No weapons glowed. No fighter wings launched. Yet the gravitational readings were enough to rattle the bones of every alien on board. One Virak officer swallowed audibly. That cannot be a Terran vessel. Our intelligence shows humans lack this level of engineering. Daniel smirked. Intelligence is only as good as the questions you bother to ask. Comms crackled, and the Terran ship broadcast a message. The voice was young, confident, not at all worried. Good afternoon, Virak command ship. We're missing a sergeant major of ours. Please return him. Pretty please. The pretty please did something devastating. It erased the illusion that humans were begging. It reframed their entire approach as restraint. Carduin barked. Open a channel. He stared at Daniel with venom. Your species thinks diplomacy is a game. Oh, it absolutely is, Daniel said. But in fairness, we're very good at games. The holographic council began debating furiously. The Lumisari representative whispered, Terrans display contradictory attributes. Cooperation and defiance, empathy and retaliation, humor and violence. Their behavioral complexity suggests a predatory species that masks intent. The Rithari scholar shuddered. A predator that isn't hunting for survival, but for strategy. That is far more dangerous. A deep unease settled over the chamber. Daniel could feel it like a shift in gravity. They were studying him now, not as a prisoner, not as a specimen, but as a new category in their mental taxonomy. Unpredictable apex intelligence. He cleared his throat. Listen, you'll kidnap me to ask your questions. Fair enough. But here's the thing about humans, you don't get us by studying us from afar. You only understand us when we show you what we can do. And what can you do? Carduin hissed. Daniel's eyes softened. But the softness was the kind you saw before a storm. Something y'all don't expect. Something you can't prepare for. The technicians at the consoles paled. One whispered, Commander, our systems are acting strange. It appears the Terran ship is scanning our ship's architecture. That's impossible, Carduin roared. Our defenses are impenetrable. Sir, the technician said, trembling. They are not penetrating. They are predicting. The system shows repeating patterns. They know our counters before we activate them. Daniel tilted his head. Think of it like chess or football. Folks from back home love strategy games. They're part of the culture. You don't win by being stronger. You win by thinking 3 moves further. The Lumisari elders glow-dimmed. This is not a species to provoke. They do not escalate casually. Their escalation is intentional. One representative muttered, We should have never mocked them. Daniel chuckled. Oh, mocking's fine. Every Thanksgiving back home is just friendly mockery mixed with mashed potatoes. But threatening us? Capturing us? That's where things get sideways. The dreadnought shook again, but not from attack. It trembled from systems shutting down, one by one, like lights dimming along a long corridor. Shields collapsed entirely, engines powered down, navigation froze. The ship became a metal island stranded in space. Carduin spun toward his officers. What have they done? Daniel exhaled through his nose. Just asking you to sit still for a moment. You lie, the commander spat. No human has this capability. Daniel gave him a slow, almost sad smile. Sir, you keep thinking of humans as what we used to be. You're not seeing what we are now. He stepped forward, cuffs rattling lightly. The guards aimed weapons. He didn't flinch. His voice softened into something dangerously gentle. You wanted to learn about humans? Fine. Here's your first lesson. Everyone in the chamber leaned in, instinctively bracing. We don't pick fights. He paused. We finish them. The last console crackled violently. A final alert bloomed across the screens as the Terran ship extended a silent, ominous tether of energy toward the dreadnought. Daniel watched their faces shift from arrogance to comprehension, and then to fear. He lowered his voice to a whisper that carried like thunder. "And class, your final exam starts now." For a long, suspended moment, the dreadnought remained locked in a stunned stillness, as though the ship itself held its breath. Panels flickered dimly, shadows lengthened along the metallic floor, and a faint hum, alive but fading, ran beneath their feet like the heartbeat of something wounded. Daniel Briggs stood in the center of the chamber, still wearing the cuffs, still wearing the quiet, grandfatherly calm he had carried since they dragged him aboard. But something subtle shifted behind his eyes. The crew sensed it. The air thickened. A chill moved through the hall without any change in temperature. Predators recognized it as instinct. Prey recognized it as warning. The old soldier had not lost control. He had simply stopped pretending. Carduin approached with a swagger marred by uncertainty, claws clicking against the floor. "Your ship will be crushed," he declared, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "Our reinforcements have been summoned. We are the apex in this sector. Your kind remains beneath us." Daniel's smile didn't fully vanish, but its warmth evaporated, leaving only the shape of politeness without the kindness behind it. "Reinforcements? Son, if you think that'll help, you haven't learned a thing today." The technicians at the surrounding consoles whispered frantic updates. "Commander, the Terran vessel has extended an energy line. Not a weapon. Something we cannot identify." "Block it," Carduin barked. "We cannot. The system accepts the intrusion as if it were our own." Daniel nodded. "Humans are friendly folks. We like to get invited in. But if the door won't open, we tend to find a window." He shrugged lightly. "Or make one." A nearby guard tightened his grip on his weapon. The barrel glimmered under the chamber lights, aiming at Daniel's ribs. The guard's hands shook, not with rage, but with primal unease, like a forest creature sensing a wildfire cresting the ridge. "You will sit," the guard ordered. Daniel turned his gaze toward him, not sharply, not angrily, but with a level, thoughtful look that froze the alien where he stood. "Son, if I sit right now, you'll think you won something, and that'd be cruel of me. I'm trying to spare your feelings." The guard stumbled back, nearly tripping over his own feet. The holographic representatives watching flickered with different shades of alarm. The Lumisari elder whispered, "Observe his posture. Something within him has shifted. His emotional rhythm has changed from humor to focus." "Focus?" The Rithari scholar echoed. "It feels like standing in the shadow of something vast, something older than war." Daniel exhaled and rolled his shoulders, easing stiffness that had less to do with age and more to do with restraint. "I tried to keep this light," he murmured. "Did my best. But y'all insisted on escalating." His expression hardened, not cruel, not vengeful, simply resolute. A man lowering his mask because the conversation had reached the moment where truth mattered more than courtesy. Carduin's mandibles clicked in agitation. "You are a prisoner." Daniel looked down at his cuffs as though seeing them for the first time. "Am I?" he asked softly. The commander snarled. "You are bound." Daniel raised his hands. "Well then, let's fix that." With a soft metallic sigh, the cuffs unlocked and fell to the floor. The sound echoed longer than physics allowed, stretching across the room like a struck bell. Every alien froze, not because unlocking restraints was inherently terrifying, but because Daniel hadn't moved. He hadn't forced anything. The cuffs simply opened, responding to a signal no Virak had authorized. "What? How did?" a technician sputtered. Daniel offered an apologetic half-grin. "Oh, I gave your security system a gentle nudge earlier. Y'all were very distracted showing me the fancy interrogation toys. Didn't take much." The Lumisari elder trembled visibly. "He has been manipulating the ship since arrival." "Not manipulating," Daniel corrected. "Just preparing. Never hurts to tidy up before company comes over." Carduin lunged forward. "Enough. You think you can intimidate us with parlor tricks? We are the Virak dominants." Daniel stepped aside with the ease of someone sidestepping a curious dog. "You keep using that word, dominance, but the more you say it, the less convincing you sound." A deep vibration rolled through the ship. This time it wasn't alarms or fear or failing systems. It was something external, something docking. The Terran vessel. Carduin spun, eyes wide. "They dare board us?" "Not yet," Daniel replied. "They're waiting on me." "Waiting for you?" Daniel walked toward the viewing port, hands clasped behind his back like a retired professor giving a quiet lecture. "Y'all wanted to know why Earth sent me instead of some muscle-bound specimen. You thought you'd captured our strongest. That's where you misunderstood things." He nodded toward the Terran vessel, dark and silent as a moonless night. "Humans don't send the strongest first. We send the one who understands people, the one who listens, the one who thinks before acting." "An ambassador?" one alien whispered. Daniel's voice lowered. "A shepherd. Someone who can guide the wolves if he has to." The guard who had threatened him earlier whispered. "Then, what are the others? If you are the gentle one?" Daniel glanced over his shoulder. His eyes, which had previously radiated kindness and mischief, now held something colder. An ancient, enduring hardness forged through decades of choices that required steel and mercy in unequal measure. "They're younger," he said, "less patient, better at the sort of persuasion that leaves holes in walls." Fear pooled in the room like an unseen fog. A holographic representative from the Kethari Union croaked, "Human, what is your true mission here?" Daniel smiled faintly. "Same mission humans always have when someone threatens our home or our people." He turned fully toward them, no longer hiding the predator's steadiness in his stance. "To end the fight, preferably without blood, if folks are sensible." The chamber lights flickered again. The Terran vessel broadcast a second message. "Virak Dreadnought, we have completed external mapping. Awaiting signal from Sergeant Major Briggs before initiating extraction." Carduin's fury fractured into something more brittle. "Extraction? From our ship? You are surrounded. We hold the advantage." Daniel shook his head. "No, sir. You hold me, and that's only an advantage if I'm scared." He walked toward Carduin, footfalls echoing like drumbeats. "I tried to make this easy, tried to keep the jokes flowing, keep things civil. But you crossed a line when you threatened Earth." "We will conquer Earth," Carduin hissed. "We will subjugate your kind. We. You won't." Daniel's voice cut cleanly through the air. "Because humanity isn't a species you conquer. We're a species you survive by cooperating with." The technician gasped. "Commander, the Terran ship just accessed our weapons registry." Carduin shouted. "Impossible." Daniel shrugged. "You really should have updated your encryption protocols. Leaving a backdoor that obvious? That's practically flirting." Panic erupted. Aliens scrambled. Warnings flashed across every panel. Daniel stood still in the chaos, not smiling now, but calm in a way that suggested he had lived on battlefields where calmness decided who walked away. "Shut it down," Carduin screamed. "Block them." "We can't," a technician sobbed. "They are not overriding us. They are predicting our moves. Every command we attempt, they counter before the system processes it." Daniel exhaled slowly. "You wanted to understand humans. Here's the truth. We don't win by being stronger, or smarter, or faster." He lifted one finger. "We win because we refuse to stay dead. Because we adapt. Because we study our enemies until we know their fears better than they do, the Lumisari elder whispered. He speaks like someone who has seen civilizations rise and fall. Seen plenty, Daniel said, and I've buried enough friends to know the cost of pride. The chamber's main doors suddenly trembled, not from forced entry, but from external override. A soft chime echoed. The Terran vessel had requested access. Carduin pointed a shaking claw at Daniel. Deny them. Dismiss that request. Daniel looked at the console. Actually, I'd accept it. Never. Daniel stepped closer, voice lower. If you don't, the next step gets messy. My folks prefer not to make a mess unless necessary. The Lumisari elder said softly, Commander, accept the request. It is the only path. But Carduin was trembling with arrogance and fear locked in battle. I will not bend to mammalian vermin. Daniel sighed, a sorrowful sound, almost paternal. I was hoping you'd pick the smart option. The Terran vessel sent a final broadcast. Sergeant Major? Status? Daniel looked around the chamber. Panicked eyes, failing lights, crumbling pride. He spoke clearly. Stand by. Carduin's mandibles flared. What are you waiting for? Daniel's expression softened. Not into a smile, but into something sadder, heavier. For you to understand what happens next isn't punishment. It's consequence. The chamber shuddered. A low, thrumming resonance spread through the ship, like a titanic heartbeat sinking with the dreadnought's trembling frame. Aliens grabbed support rails as gravity fluctuated. Technicians screamed, Commander, external tether is activating. They're pulling us. Pulling the entire ship into alignment. Alignment, Carduin barked. For what purpose? Daniel lifted his eyes toward the ceiling, as though listening to something only he could hear. Then he answered, For boarding. The dreadnought lurched as the Terran tether tightened, pulling the massive Virak vessel into perfect alignment like a misbehaving child being guided firmly by the shoulders. Lights flickered, gravity wavered, and the metallic bones of the ship groaned under the unfamiliar stress. Even the stalwart Virak warriors braced themselves, their instincts betraying them with tremors they could not suppress. Daniel Briggs stood calmly amid the shuddering chaos, hands at his sides, posture straight, eyes steady. The old soldier no longer wore the easy humor that had softened his earlier expressions. Now his face held the clarity of purpose found only in people who had survived too many battlefields to count. When he spoke, his voice carried with it the weight of someone who had been patient long enough. The technicians worked in panicked haste, attempting countermeasures they already knew would fail. Commander, the Terrans have seized control of our docking ports, one shouted. They're overriding physical locks. Carduin snarled, flinging a console aside. Fight them. Do something. We are trying, another cried. But the system reads their commands as authorized. It believes them to be us. Daniel cocked his head. Well, we did warn y'all. Humans like to blend in before we stand out. You did not blend in. Human, Carduin spat. You infiltrated. No, sir, Daniel corrected gently. A spy hides, a guest observes, a warning waits. The commander froze, realization colder than the void sliding behind his eyes. Daniel saw the fear forming. Not the frantic, noisy fear of soldiers unprepared for loss, but the quieter kind that seeped into the bones of leaders who finally understood they had misread the game entirely. The ship jolted again as the tether locked into its final groove. A low hum vibrated through the chamber. The Terran boarding sequence was ready. Daniel took a step forward. No threat in his stride, no aggression. Yet every alien in the room shuffled back as though a predator had padded closer to the herd. His age did not diminish him. It defined him. This was not the strength of youth, reckless, blazing, uncontained. This was the strength of endurance, of someone who had walked through fire so many times that flames now parted out of habit. One of the Virak guards whispered hoarsely, "What happens now?" Daniel considered him with a softened gaze. "That depends. Y'all can surrender, Or you can dig in your heels and make this a story folks tell their kids to explain why stubbornness leads to early funerals. The guard's mandibles quivered. We do not surrender. Daniel sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose like a grandparent dealing with a family argument that could have been avoided. I figured you'd say that. Never met an empire that learned early. Carduin straightened, defiance laced with panic. If your forces board this ship, we will repel them. We are not cowards. No, Daniel agreed softly. Y'all are proud. Dangerous mix if you're not careful. He glanced toward the viewing port where the Terran ship loomed. Sleek, silent, terrible in its beauty. A vessel built not for intimidation but for precision. Its hull bore marks of old fights and new upgrades. A testament to a species that treated war as a craft, not a pastime. Daniel felt a small ache in his chest, pride tempered by sorrow. He had trained some of the soldiers on that ship, knew their tells, their flaws, their quiet strengths. He also knew what they were capable of when their patience ran out. The comms crackled. Sergeant Major Briggs, came a firm, steady voice. Preparing boarding sequence. Signal when secure. Daniel nodded at the ceiling. Stand by, Lieutenant. Carduin whipped toward him. Signal when secure? When secure what? Daniel offered a sympathetic look that held no mockery. When the choice is made. This is no negotiation, the commander roared. We do not parley with primitives. Daniel didn't flinch. Sir, at this point it ain't about negotiation. It's about outcomes. And y'all are about 5 steps behind. The Lumisari Elder's hologram flickered. Her glow dimmed with unease. Human, what outcome do you seek? Daniel's tone softened. One that keeps folks alive. That's always the first priority. Then the gentleness faded. But if forced, we aim for one that ends the threat permanently. The chamber fell silent. The honesty of the words hit harder than any threat could. A young Virak officer, voice trembling, asked, Are humans truly so eager for domination? Daniel shook his head. No, domination's too much work. But survival, protection, that we do with everything we've got. Carduin slammed a clawed fist against the floor. We will not kneel to a dying species. Daniel raised a brow. Dying? You think age means weakness? Son, if you knew what this body's gone through. He stopped himself, shaking his head. Point is, humans are real stubborn about staying alive. And when you threaten one of us, you get all of us. Family's a flexible word where we come from. The doors thudded. Once, twice, the third time, rhythmic, controlled. The sound vibrated up from the deck, the promise of something unstoppable waiting on the other side. The Virak guards aimed their weapons. The technicians ducked behind consoles. Even the holographic dignitaries fell silent, watching with dread. Carduin hissed, If they breach, we fire. Daniel's voice dropped into a low, grounded certainty. If you fire, you'll be lucky if they leave enough of you for a memorial. The commander whirled. Your arrogance is earned, Daniel said quietly. The fourth strike against the doors was not a blow, it was a command. The panels hissed as their locks disengaged not by force, but by authorization. Human authorization. The door split open, parting like a curtain drawn back at the start of a performance. Mist curled along the floor from the shift in pressure. Boots thudded in precise formation. Terran Marines entered. Not brash, not shouting, but moving with the fluid, purposeful silence of seasoned hunters. Armor matte black, visors reflecting nothing but absorbing everything. Their weapons were low but ready. Their movements were calm yet lethal. Daniel watched them approach with a restrained nod of respect. The Marines fanned out, forming a perimeter that left no blind angles. Their presence alone redefined the room's gravity. One stepped forward, a lieutenant he recognized by gait alone. Sergeant Major, extraction ready. Daniel smiled faintly. Good to see you, son. The lieutenant did not smile. His voice carried professional clarity. Hostiles. Daniel looked around the chamber. Shaken aliens. Desperate commander. confusion and dread thick in the air. Not unless they decide to be. Carduin bared his fangs. You invade our vessel and expect surrender? We will not comply. The lieutenant raised his weapon slightly. Understood. Daniel lifted a hand. The officer stopped instantly, the entire Marine line freezing as though the gesture issued a binding command. Daniel stepped forward until he stood toe-to-toe with Carduin. Listen carefully, because this moment decides everything, he said softly. Earth doesn't want your worlds, doesn't want your slaves or your territory or your ships. We're not hunters looking for trophies, but we defend our own. Carduin spat. We defend our own as well. Then you should have left me alone, Daniel replied. Because now you've picked a fight with folks who don't lose the ones they care about. The commander trembled, not with fear, but with a desperate refusal to accept the truth unraveling around him. You cannot expect us to surrender to one old human. Daniel's expression softened. I don't. He gestured lightly toward the Marines. I expect you to surrender to them. The Virak looked at the soldiers behind Daniel. Their stillness, their readiness, their restraint. Not predators seeking carnage, but guardians shaped by centuries of hardship and discipline. Warriors of a species that learned early that peace was built by those willing to pick up burdens heavier than fear. Daniel leaned closer, his voice barely above a breath. And if you're wondering what I am in all this, well, I'm just the one who asked nicely. Carduin stared at him, horror dawning. Asked? Nicely? Yes, sir, Daniel said. This was the gentle approach. The commander's defiance cracked like thin ice under weight. Around him, Virak guards lowered their weapons. Technicians raised trembling hands. Even the holographic representatives flickered with reverent dread. The lieutenant pressed his calm, hostiles lowering arms. Sector secure. Daniel inhaled slowly, letting the tension settle. Good. Then let's make sure everyone walks out of here with all the parts they came in with. But as he turned away, a sudden alarm blared. Sharp, unexpected, urgent. A technician shrieked, "Commander! Another Virak vessel just arrived. They're launching weapons on us." Daniel froze for half a heartbeat. The old soldier did not smile, not even a little. "Well," he murmured, "looks like the polite phase just ended."
The Galactic Federation maintained a list. Not just any list, mind you, but the list. The one that every civilized species pretended didn't exist during diplomatic functions. The one that made junior administrators develop stress-induced molting patterns. The 143 occupations that had, over the course of 42,000 standard years, achieved a mortality rate of exactly 100%, not 99.9%. Not technically survivable if you squint at the statistics. 100%. Every single being who'd ever accepted employment in these positions had died, usually spectacularly, sometimes in ways that required entirely new branches of physics to explain what had happened to their constituent atoms. The Department of Operational Staffing Sustainability, located on the bureaucratic nightmare that was Station Quintara 9, had long ago given up trying to fill these positions. Instead, they did what any reasonable administrative body would do when faced with an impossible problem. They filed the paperwork as pending review and hoped nobody would notice. For 38,000 years, this strategy worked perfectly. Then came the incident that would later be known among galactic bureaucrats as the Great Human Catastrophe, though historians would argue for centuries about whether catastrophe was quite the right word. Turtix Valmoon, a mid-level filing specialist of the Quellan species, had been having a particularly terrible rotation. His nestmate had left him for a mineral trader. His efficiency rating had dropped to merely acceptable. And worst of all, someone had drunk his lunch from the communal cold storage unit. Again, in his distraction, Turtix committed the single greatest administrative error in recorded galactic history. He clicked "Send to all available labor markets." The job postings for all 143 unsurvivable occupations transmitted simultaneously to every registered employment network in the known galaxy, including, and this is where things got properly interesting, the newly registered network from a little backwater planet called Earth. Turtix didn't notice his mistake for approximately 6 hours. By then, the applications had already started flooding in. From Earth. Only from Earth. The first application that crossed his desk made Turtix's 3 eye stalks quiver in confusion. A human named Daphne Kowalski had applied for the position of Hyperspace Waste Reclamation Specialist Level 5. The job description clearly stated in 17 different languages that the position required entering raw hyperspace without protective shielding to retrieve debris. The last 3 individuals who'd attempted this job had been turned inside out in 4 dimensions simultaneously. Daphne's cover letter began, "I've worked in New Jersey waste management for 20 years. How bad could it be?" Turtix felt something he'd never experienced before, a kind of existential dread mixed with morbid fascination. He opened the next application. Gregor Halverson, applying for Volcanic Mining Expedition Leader, Antimatter Extraction Division. Previous experience, Ice Road Trucker, Alaska. 15 years, never lost a load. The job had killed 16 different expedition leaders. The planet's core was made of unstable antimatter. Touching literally anything with normal matter would result in an explosion visible from 3 systems away. Turtix's hand appendages trembled as he continued scrolling. Priya Chandrasekaran, Deep Void Communications Monitor. The position required sitting alone in a station at the edge of a black hole's event horizon, where time dilation meant every shift lasted subjectively 3 weeks, but objectively 600 years. Previous monitors had either gone completely insane or been torn apart by tidal forces. Priya's qualifications: Customer Service Representative Telecommunications Company, 8 years. I've heard worse than screaming void entities. By the time Turtix had scrolled through the first 1,000 applications, all from humans, all enthusiastically accepting positions that were specifically designed to be unsurvivable, he'd developed a nervous tic that made his sensory fronds flutter uncontrollably. He did what any reasonable bureaucrat would do when faced with an unprecedented crisis. He scheduled a meeting. The Emergency Occupational Safety Committee convened in Conference Room 7B, which smelled faintly of recycled atmosphere and desperation. 16 species were represented. All of them looked at Turtix with expressions ranging from confusion to barely suppressed panic. Yalthir Kos, the Vrin Committee chair, clicked her mandibles together in the pattern that indicated severe stress. Let me understand this correctly. You accidentally posted the unsurvivable occupations list to a primitive planet's job market, and they've submitted how many applications? 843 million, Turtix whispered, his voice sac deflating with each word. The room fell silent except for the gentle humming of the ventilation system and someone slowly breaking will to live. That's more than the total population of some member species, Yalthir said slowly, as if speaking to a very small or very stupid child. Surely there's been some mistake in the numbers. No mistake, Turtix pulled up the holographic display. Applications continued streaming in real time, the counter climbing steadily. They're still applying. Many of them are submitting multiple applications. One individual named Travis Patterson has applied for 32 different positions. 32! He included a note saying he's flexible about working conditions and just really needs to get out of his current job. A Peluvian representative, whose name translated roughly to "speaks with frequency," raised a tentacle. Perhaps they don't understand the mortality rate. These are death sentences, not employment opportunities. Oh, they understand. Turtix brought up another document. This human, Vladislav Korovin, specifically mentioned in his application that he'd read the part about previous employees being vaporized and thought it sounded metal. I have no idea what that means, but he seemed enthusiastic about it. "This is madness," croaked Bellix, the Thogrian safety inspector, whose species was known for their extreme caution. "Thogrians wore protective equipment to sleep. We must reject all applications immediately. It would be genocide." "We can't." Yalthir's voice carried the weight of someone who'd just seen the future and desperately wanted to unsee it. The applications were processed automatically through the Galactic Employment Standardization Act. The moment they applied and met the basic species classification requirements, they were legally placed into the hiring pool. To reject them now would require proof of species-specific inability to perform the tasks. "They're humans," Bellix's gills flared in agitation. "A species that only achieved faster-than-light travel 6 months ago. They're barely qualified to operate a toaster without setting something on fire, let alone survive in raw hyperspace." "Actually," a quiet voice spoke up from the corner. Everyone turned to look at Nexus, a Kalumian research specialist who'd been reviewing data on her tablet. "I've been examining their applications. Many of them have quite impressive qualifications. This one, Antonio Vasquez, has 30 years of experience as an oil rig worker in something called the Gulf of Mexico. He routinely worked in conditions that would be classified as moderately unsurvivable by our standards." "Moderately unsurvivable isn't the same as completely unsurvivable." Yalthir slammed her appendage on the table. "We're talking about jobs that have never had a survivor. Not one. Not in 42,000 years. With respect," Nexus continued, still scrolling through applications, "perhaps that's because we've been recruiting from species that evolved sensibly. Look at this human's resume. Katrina Oakes. Previous occupation, storm chaser. She deliberately drove towards hurricanes. For fun. She describes it as a bit of a rush." The committee stared at Nexus in collective horror. "What kind of species," Yalthir said slowly, "develops recreational activities that involve running toward natural disasters? The kind that submits 843 million applications to unsurvivable jobs, apparently," Nexus replied. "And that number just went up. We're now at 844 million. A low groan echoed around the conference room. "There's another problem," Turtix added, "because apparently the situation needed to get worse. Under the Galactic Employment Standardization Act, we're required to begin onboarding qualified applicants within 30 standard days. If we don't, we face sanctions from the Labor Rights Commission." "Sanctions?" Bellix looked like he might molt from sheer stress. "We're going to face sanctions for not sending primitives to their certain deaths." "The law is very clear," Yalthir said grimly, pulling up the relevant statute. "Any member species that denies employment based solely on predicted mortality rates is guilty of discriminatory hiring practices. We'd need actual evidence that humans are physically incapable of performing these jobs." "They are physically incapable," Bellix insisted. "They're fragile. They need oxygen. They can't survive in hard vacuum. They certainly can't survive having their atoms scattered across 3 dimensions." "Actually," Nexus interrupted again, and everyone groaned because her interruptions had not been helpful so far. "Humans are surprisingly resilient for a carbon-based species. They have redundant organ systems, extreme temperature tolerance, and something called an adrenaline response that temporarily enhances their physical capabilities during stress. It's quite fascinating, really." "Fascinating," Yalthir repeated flatly. "Yes, that's exactly the word I'd use for the bureaucratic nightmare currently unfolding before us." Turtix raised a trembling appendage. "So what do we do?" The committee looked at each other, then at Turtix, then at the ever-climbing number of applications on the display. 845 million now. "We do," Yalthir said with the tone of someone announcing their own funeral arrangements. "What the law requires. We accept the applications. We conduct interviews. We make offers to qualified candidates. And we pray to whatever deities we individually believe in that humans have the good sense to decline when they realize what they're actually getting into." Dur, this turned out to be a profound miscalculation of human psychology. 3 weeks later, the first batch of human employees arrived at their respective assignments. Galactic observers had been stationed at each location, equipped with recording equipment and emergency medical teams. The general consensus among the Galactic Federation was that they were about to witness the largest mass casualty event since the supernova incident of Sector 88. Instead, they witnessed something far more disturbing. Nothing happened. Well, not nothing. Work got done, but nobody died. At the Hyperspace Waste Reclamation Station, Daphne Kowalski suited up in the minimal protective gear provided, which was basically a helmet with a breathing apparatus and a prayer, and stepped into raw hyperspace for her first shift. Observers watched through shielded monitors, wincing in anticipation of the inevitable dimensional inversion that would reduce her to a theoretical concept rather than a physical being. Daphne grabbed a piece of debris, stuffed it into her collection bag, and muttered, "This is exactly like cleaning the interstate after a holiday weekend." She survived her entire shift, 8 hours. The previous record had been 4 minutes. When she emerged, the station supervisor, a Vryn named Tixik, approached her with all 4 eyes wide with shock. How did you survive that? The dimensional stress alone should have torn your molecular bonds apart." Daphne removed her helmet and shrugged. "I've worked sanitation during a garbage strike in August. You learn to tune stuff out." "Tune it out?" Tixik's antennae vibrated with distress. "You can't just tune out the fundamental forces of reality attempting to disassemble your existence." "Can't you?" Daphne pulled out a thermos. "You want some coffee? It's still hot." She'd brought coffee into hyperspace. She'd been drinking coffee while the universe tried to murder her in mathematically impossible ways. Tixik developed a stress condition that would require counseling for the next 6 months. Meanwhile, at the volcanic antimatter mining facility on Therax 6, Gregor Halverson was having what he later described as a pretty standard Tuesday. He'd taken one look at the unstable, reality-threatening hellscape of antimatter deposits and said, reminds me of North Slope during breakup season. The facility's safety AI, which had been programmed to expect immediate catastrophic failure, kept running diagnostics on itself because surely its sensors were malfunctioning. Gregor was walking on terrain that should have annihilated him at the molecular level. He was using equipment that previous operators had merely looked at before being vaporized. He'd even found a more efficient extraction method. "See your problem," Gregor explained to the AI, apparently unaware that conversing with safety systems was not standard protocol. "Is you're thinking too hard about it. Back on the ice roads, we had a saying, sometimes you just gotta point the truck and go. That is not applicable to antimatter physics." The AI shrieked, or would have shrieked if AIs could shriek, which this one was coming dangerously close to learning how to do. "Sure it is." Gregor positioned the extraction array with the casual confidence of someone who'd never read the manual. "You're overcomplicating it. Watch." He activated the array. Instead of the predicted explosion that would have been visible from 3 star systems, the antimatter flowed smoothly into containment vessels. "Well, I'll be damned," Gregor said cheerfully. "Works better when you don't overthink it." The AI filed an emergency report to its manufacturers, questioning the fundamental nature of reality. At the Deep Void Communication Station, Priya Chandrasekaran had settled into her 600 subjective year shift with the kind of zen acceptance that came from dealing with customers who screamed about their cable bills for 4 hours straight. The void entities that whispered madness from beyond the event horizon were, in her professional opinion, significantly less annoying than Mrs. Henderson from Account Bugger 4739285, who'd once called 17 times in a single day about a $2 charge. Yes, yes, Priya said to a particularly insistent void entity that was trying to drive her insane with visions of cosmic insignificance. Existence is meaningless. We're all dust in an uncaring universe. I get it. Do you have an actual message to transmit, or are you just venting? The void entity, which had successfully driven 43 previous monitors into gibbering insanity, actually seemed taken aback. Priya made a note in the log. Void Entity 3382 continues to lack proper communication protocols. Recommend training. She'd been on station for what felt like 3 days, but was actually 6 months external time. And she'd organized the entire filing system, improved response times by 30%, and taught 2 of the Void entities proper queue management. The monitoring station in orbit, staffed by Peluvian observers, was transmitting increasingly frantic reports back to the Federation. "They're not dying," the lead observer reported, his voice carrying the weight of someone whose entire understanding of reality had been proven incorrect. "They're not even getting injured. This human, Vasquez, just spent 8 hours in a plasma storm hot enough to vaporize Thrimelian steel, and he came back complaining about the humidity." "The humidity," came the disbelieving response from Federation headquarters. He said it reminded him of working summers in Houston. What is Houston? Why would anyone work in it? Back at the Department of Operational Staffing Sustainability, Turtix was experiencing what could only be described as a full-scale nervous breakdown by proxy. Reports were flooding in from all 143 unsurvivable job sites. The pattern was consistent and absolutely terrifying. Humans were surviving, all of them. Not only surviving, but thriving. Worse, they'd started to compare notes. A galactic message board that had been created for human employees to coordinate shift schedules had devolved into something far more horrifying. They were rating the unsurvivable jobs. Katrina Oakes had posted, "Thermonuclear atmospheric surveyor is pretty decent, 7 out of 10. Good benefits, interesting work, only moderately life-threatening. Would recommend." Someone named Jackson Riley had responded, "Really? I thought it was kind of boring. Try the Quantum Singularity Observer position. Now that's exciting. Plus, free time dilation means you can knock out your work week in what feels like an afternoon." They were treating certain death like Yelp reviews. "This can't be happening," Turtix moaned, scrolling through more messages. "This shouldn't be happening." A human named Yuki Tanaka had posted a guide titled Top 5 Unsurvivable Jobs for Recent Graduates. It had 3,000 likes. 3,000! There were humans waiting in line to apply for positions that had been vacant for millennia because everyone with functional survival instincts avoided them. Yalthea appeared at Turtix's workstation, looking like she'd aged several decades in the past month. "It gets worse." "How?" Turtix's voice was barely a whisper. "How could this possibly get worse?" "They're demanding better working conditions." Turtix's eye stalks drooped. "Better than surviving certain death?" "They've unionized," Yalthea said flatly. 12 days. It took them 12 days to form a union. The Galactic Extreme Occupations Workers Coalition. They're demanding hazard pay increases, better equipment, and something called dental insurance. "What's dental insurance?" "I have no idea, but apparently it's non-negotiable." Yalthea pulled up a document. "They've submitted a formal list of grievances. Would you like to hear them?" Turtix made a sound that roughly translated to, "I want to cease existing, please." Yalthea read anyway. Complaint 1. The protective equipment provided for hyperspace waste reclamation is inadequate and frankly insulting. They want full environmental suits with climate control. Complaint 2. The volcanic mining facilities lack proper break rooms. They want somewhere to eat lunch that isn't actively trying to kill us. In Complaint 3, and I quote, "The void entities at the Deep Void Communication Station are unprofessional and need customer service training." They want to train void entities? Turtik sputtered. Beings of pure chaos that exist outside normal space-time? Apparently, one of the humans has previous experience as a corporate trainer, Yalthir said, sounding like she was reading her own death warrant. She's submitted a full curriculum proposal. A notification pinged on Turtik's console. He looked at it with the expression of someone who knew it was going to be terrible, but was compelled to look anyway. "What is it?" Yalthir asked. "Another application," Turtik said weakly. "From Earth. For which position?" "All of them." Turtix turned the display to show her. "A human named Tobias Chen has applied for every unsurvivable position. Simultaneously, his cover letter says he's looking for a challenge and gets bored easily." Yalthir sat down heavily, which was impressive considering her species didn't technically have the skeletal structure for sitting. "We need to escalate this," she said finally. "This is beyond the Department of Operational Staffing Sustainability. This is a Federation-level crisis." The Galactic Federation Council convened an emergency session for the first time in 3,000 years. The last emergency session had been called when the Zelix Nebula had spontaneously achieved sentience and demanded voting rights. This was considered more serious than that. High Chancellor Vorgrim, a Kaluvian whose species was known for their calm rationality, opened the session with a statement that would later be studied by political scientists as an example of leadership under extreme stress. "We appear to have made a mistake, the understatement of the millennium. The humans," Vorgrim continued, consulting his notes with the expression of someone who'd spent the past week reconsidering every life choice that had led to this moment, "are not dying." "Obviously," shouted Representative Collix from the Thogrian delegation. "We can all see they're not dying. The question is why. We've had the best xenobiologists in the Federation studying them," Vorgrim said. "The results are troubling." A holographic display activated, showing various charts, graphs, and data readouts that looked like they'd been generated by scientists having simultaneous panic attacks. "Humans," announced Dr. Fellish, the Federation's chief xenobiologist, stepping up to present the findings, "are what we're calling persistence predator survivors. They evolved on a planet that is actively trying to kill them at all times." "Lots of species evolve on dangerous planets," someone shouted from the back. "Not like this." Dr. Fellish's tendrils quivered. "Earth has weather patterns that include rotating columns of air that destroy everything in their path. The humans call them tornadoes, and some humans chase them for entertainment. The planet's tectonic plates shift regularly, causing massive destruction. Humans simply rebuild in the same spots and act surprised when it happens again. The atmospheric electricity discharges called lightning kill hundreds annually. Human response? They invented metal poles to attract it to safer locations and continued with their day. The council chambers filled with disturbed murmuring. "It gets worse," Dr. Fellish continued, which had become the unofficial motto of this entire situation. "Humans have a psychological trait called optimism bias. When presented with dangerous situations, their brains literally refuse to accept that bad things will happen to them specifically. They acknowledge the danger exists, but genuinely believe they'll be the exception. That's insane," Collix sputtered. "Yes," Dr. Fellish agreed, "but it's also why they're perfect for unsurvivable occupations. They genuinely don't believe they'll die, so they don't experience the fear responses that cause other species to make fatal mistakes. They just do the job." Chancellor Vorgrim raised a hand for silence. "Dr. Fellish, is there any way to discourage humans from these occupations? Any condition we could impose that would make them decline employment?" Dr. Fellish looked at his notes, then at the ceiling, then back at his notes. "We tried to find their breaking point. We examined the most extreme conditions humans have endured on their home planet. We found records of a human named Shackleton who survived in frozen wasteland temperatures for months. Another named Henson who traveled to the polar extremes for fun. a group that climbed a mountain called Everest, where the air is so thin most species would suffocate, and where temperatures regularly reach lethally cold levels. Hundreds of them died trying. Thousands more are on a waiting list to attempt it. Stunned silence. There is no breaking point, Dr. Fellish said quietly. Or rather, their breaking point is so far beyond what we'd consider survivable that the unsurvivable jobs don't reach it. One of the humans working in the thermonuclear surveyor position told his supervisor that it was less stressful than his previous job. His previous job was something called a high school teacher. What's a high school teacher? Someone asked. I don't know, Doctor, Fellish admitted, but apparently it's worse than flying through active nuclear fusion. Representative Mexlar from the Vryn contingent stood up. This is all very interesting from a scientific standpoint, but it doesn't solve our practical problem. We now have nearly 900 million humans employed in positions that we cannot staff with any other species. What happens if they decide to strike, or demand more compensation, or simply quit? They won't quit, Dr. Fellish said with absolute certainty. How do you know? Because Dr. Fellish pulled up a survey that had been conducted among human employees. When asked if they would consider leaving their positions for safer work, 93% said no. The reasons varied from "the commute is shorter than my old job" to "my boss doesn't micromanage me" to "and this one concerns me deeply. It's nice to work somewhere where my efforts are appreciated." We don't appreciate them, colleagues objected. We're terrified of them. They don't know that, Dr. Fellish said. They think we're being friendly. Chancellor Vorgrim slumped in his seat, which was the first time anyone had seen him display such informal body language during an official session. So what you're telling me is that we've accidentally recruited an unkillable workforce from a death world. They're happy with their jobs, they've unionized, and they're never leaving. That's an accurate summary, yes. And there's nothing we can do about it. Well, Dr. Fellish said slowly, we could try to fire them. On what grounds? Mexlar demanded. They're performing the jobs perfectly, better than perfectly. The human working the dimensional rift monitor position has achieved efficiency ratings that were theoretically impossible. She's apparently treating it like something called a Sudoku puzzle. What's a Sudoku puzzle? A recreational activity involving numbers and logic. Dr. Fellish's voice was rising to a register typically reserved for warnings about incoming asteroid strikes. They do it for fun, for relaxation. She's treating a job that drove the previous employee literally insane as a relaxing puzzle game. The council dissolved into chaos. Representatives were shouting suggestions, objections, and increasingly wild proposals. One suggested offering the humans a monetary incentive to quit. Another proposed creating new unsurvivable jobs that might actually kill them. A third recommended simply accepting the situation and moving on. Chancellor Vorgrim called for order by activating the ceremonial gong, which had last been used during the sentient nebula incident. Clearly, he said once the chamber had quieted, we need more information. I'm authorizing a comprehensive study of human psychology, physiology, and workplace behavior. In the meantime, we continue normal operations and try not to provoke them. Provoke them, Mexlar repeated. Why would we provoke them? Because, Vorgrim said grimly, if a species that considers unsurvivable occupations to be pretty decent ever decides to become hostile, I don't want to imagine what they'd be capable of. This statement would later be regarded as remarkably prescient. The comprehensive human workplace study took 6 months and cost more than the annual defense budget of 12 member species. What it revealed would fundamentally alter the Federation's understanding of Death World species and their place in galactic civilization. Dr. Lillickson Vorp, a Peluvian industrial psychologist, led the research team. She'd spent 20 years studying workplace dynamics across 50 species. She considered herself unshockable. She was wrong. They've formed social bonds, Dr. Vorp reported to an emergency subcommittee 3 months into the study. Humans working in isolating, terrifying conditions that would drive most species into catatonic states have started organizing social activities. What kind of social activities? Asked Subcommittee Chair Taluvix, already dreading the answer. The humans working in the corrosive atmosphere processing plants have started something called a bowling league, Doctor. Vorp consulted her notes with visible confusion. I have no idea what bowling is, but apparently it involves throwing heavy spheres at arranged pins, and they do it weekly. That sounds disturbingly like a military training exercise, Taluvix observed. That's what I thought. Dr. Vorp's relief at someone else seeing the concerning implications was palpable. But no, it's purely recreational. They compete for something called bragging rights, which appears to have no monetary or survival value whatsoever. She pulled up more findings. The hyperspace reclamation workers have started a book club. A book club? They're reading literature while suspended in a dimension that should not support consciousness, let alone literary analysis. What are they reading? Something called Pride and Prejudice, Dr. Vorp said. I had it translated. It's about social dynamics and romantic relationships in a pre-industrial society. They described it as a light read for decompression. Light? Taluvix sputtered. They need to decompress from hyperspace exposure? Apparently, Dr. Vorp flipped through more notes, looking increasingly like someone whose worldview was being systematically dismantled. But here's where it gets truly bizarre. They're modifying the unsurvivable jobs to make them more efficient. The jobs are designed to be unsurvivable, not efficient. They don't see a distinction, Dr. Vorp said flatly. The volcanic mining team has redesigned the extraction process to be 38% faster. The Void communication monitors have implemented a rotating shift system that reduces individual exposure time while increasing overall data processing. And the humans working in the radiation zones have invented something called a buddy system, where they watch each other for signs of excessive exposure. Excessive exposure, Taluvix repeated weakly. They're all excessively exposed. That's the point. Not according to human safety standards. Dr. Vorp activated another display. I had my team research Earth's occupational safety guidelines. Did you know that on Earth, there are legal limits to how much radiation workers can be exposed to? That's reasonable. The limits are 50 times higher than what the Federation considers safe. Dr. Vorp's voice cracked slightly. They've normalized radiation exposure that we classify as immediately lethal, and that's their safety standard. The amount they consider unsafe is beyond our measurement capabilities. Taluvix felt several of his internal organs attempting to migrate to safer locations within his body. Please tell me there's some good news in this report, some weakness we can exploit if necessary, some limitation to their capabilities. Dr. Vorp was quiet for a long moment. There is one thing. Yes? They need coffee. Coffee. A caffeinated beverage made from processed plant seeds, Dr. Vorp explained. It's apparently essential to human functioning. Several of the job sites reported that humans became notably less cheerful and cooperative when their coffee supplies were delayed. So they do have a weakness. Taluvix leaned forward eagerly. If we control the coffee supply, we control the humans. I wouldn't recommend that, Dr. Vorp said quickly. When the Deep Void station experienced a coffee shortage, the human employees collectively decided to fix the problem themselves. They requisitioned a cargo ship, learned basic interstellar navigation over a weekend, and flew to the nearest coffee-producing planet. They returned 3 days later with enough coffee to last 5 years. They also somehow negotiated a standing trade agreement with the Feluvian Agricultural Collective and set up an automated delivery system. They hijacked a cargo ship? They prefer the term borrowed, Dr. Vorp said. They returned it with a full tank of fuel and a thank you note. Taluvix put his head in his hands, which was remarkable given that his species didn't technically have hands. Is there anything in your report that suggests we have any control over this situation? Dr. Vorp hesitated. There's one more thing. It's not exactly a weakness, but it might be relevant. I'm almost afraid to ask. They're getting bored. Those 3 words hung in the air like a death sentence. Bored, Taluvix repeated slowly. The humans working in conditions that should liquefy their organs are getting bored. Several have submitted requests for additional challenges. Dr. Vorp pulled up the documentation. This one, Daphne Kowalski from the Hyperspace Reclamation Team, has asked if there are any jobs that are, actually dangerous. And I want to emphasize that she asked this while her current job has a historical mortality rate of 100%. What did you tell her? Nothing yet, Dr. Vorp admitted. I'm genuinely not sure how to respond. Do we have jobs more dangerous than unsurvivable occupations? Is there a classification beyond unsurvivable, extremely unsurvivable, aggressively unsurvivable, absurdly unsurvivable? Taluvix suggested weakly. A notification chimed on Dr. Vorp's tablet. She looked at it and made a sound like air slowly escaping from a punctured habitat module. What now? Taluvix asked, though he was certain he didn't want to know. The humans have formed a committee, Dr. Vorp said distantly. They're calling it the Workplace Improvement Initiative. They want to meet with Federation leadership to discuss optimization opportunities across all unsurvivable occupations. Optimization opportunities, Taluvix echoed. They want to make the unsurvivable jobs more unsurvivable. I think they want to make them more survivable, actually, Dr. Vorp said. Which, given that they're the only species that can survive them, essentially means redesigning them to human specifications. And if we refuse, they've threatened to file a formal grievance with the Galactic Labor Relations Board. Taluvix laughed. It was not a happy sound. It was the laugh of someone who'd just realized they'd been outmaneuvered by a species that had only discovered faster-than-light travel 6 months ago. Set up the meeting, he said finally, and someone get me a human-compatible sedative. I have a feeling I'm going to need it. The Workplace Improvement Initiative meeting took place in the Grand Assembly Hall, which had previously been used for treaty signings and war crime tribunals. The Federation representatives felt both applications were equally appropriate for the current situation. 15 humans arrived, representing different unsurvivable occupation sectors. They wore their work uniforms, which ranged from minimal protection against reality-warping forces to somehow survived atmospheric re-entry while wearing this. Leading the delegation was Priya Chandrasekaran, who'd apparently been elected spokesperson through a process the Federation observers described as terrifyingly efficient democratic organization. Thank you for meeting with us, Priya said pleasantly, as if this were a normal business meeting and not a confrontation between an ancient galactic civilization and a species that had weaponized optimism. We've prepared a presentation. A presentation. They'd prepared a presentation. Taluvix, who'd been appointed as the Federation's negotiator primarily because everyone else had suddenly remembered urgent appointments elsewhere, gestured weakly for them to proceed. The first slide appeared. It was titled Unsurvivable Occupations, a Human Resources Perspective. We want to start by saying we appreciate the employment opportunities, Priya began, and Taluvix felt a small glimmer of hope that this might be reasonable after all. However, after 6 months of operations, we've identified several areas where current practices don't align with industry best standards. The hope died. Issue 1, Priya clicked to the next slide, which showed a graph that Taluvix's brain refused to process. Inadequate safety equipment. While we understand that previous species found the provided equipment sufficient, human physiology requires different accommodations. The equipment is designed to provide minimal survival capability in environments that should not support life, Taluvix objected, his diplomatic training finally kicking in. It's meant to buy you a few minutes to evacuate, not to work full shifts in. Exactly our point, said Gregor Halverson, the volcanic mining specialist. We need equipment designed for actual work, not just emergency evacuation. My team has drafted specifications for improved thermal suits that would increase productivity by 20% while reducing equipment failure rates. Equipment failure? Taluvix latched onto this. The suits are failing, only about 30% of the time, Gregor said dismissively. Usually just minor stuff. Seals cracking, cooling systems shutting down, structural integrity compromising. Nothing we can't work around. Nothing you can't work around? Taluvix's voice reached a pitch that caused several recording devices to malfunction. Those failures should be fatal. Should be, sure, Gregor shrugged. But they're mostly just annoying. Although this one time, my suit completely lost pressure integrity while I was in an antimatter deposit zone. That was a bit uncomfortable. A bit uncomfortable? Yeah, my ears popped something fierce. Gregor rubbed his jaw at the memory. But I'd already finished the extraction, so I just headed back to base. Standard procedure. Taluvix looked at the other Federation representatives. They looked back at him with the collective expression of individuals who'd given up trying to understand what was happening and had accepted that reality was no longer a reliable concept. Issue 2, Priya continued mercilessly. Insufficient break facilities. Many of our work sites lack basic amenities like break rooms, food preparation areas, and recreational spaces. They're death traps, Taluvix exploded, his diplomatic composure completely shredding. They're not supposed to have break rooms. You're not supposed to take breaks there. You're supposed to complete your assignment and leave immediately before the environment kills you. But we're not leaving immediately, Priya pointed out with inexorable logic. We're working full shifts. 8 hours, sometimes longer if we're finishing up a project. And humans need regular meal breaks. It's actually Federation law under the Workers' Rights Charter, Section 12, subsection D. She'd cited Federation law. They'd actually read the entire Workers' Rights Charter, which was approximately 40,000 pages long and written in old Kaluvian legal dialect that most Federation officials hadn't even bothered to learn. Besides, added Katrina Oakes, the atmospheric surveyor, it's really not practical to fly back to base 3 times a shift for lunch. The commute alone takes 90 minutes each way. We've been eating in our vehicles, and honestly, it's just not great for morale. Morale? Taluvix had officially abandoned all pretense of diplomatic composure. You're worried about morale while working in a thermonuclear hellscape? Well, yeah. Katrina looked confused. Low morale affects productivity. That's just basic management. Priya clicked to the next slide. Issue 3, lack of career advancement opportunities. Currently, the unsurvivable occupations are classified as entry-level positions with no clear path for promotion or skill development. Because nobody has ever survived them long enough to get promoted. Taluvix realized he was shouting and tried to modulate his volume. The concept of career advancement in unsurvivable occupations is a logical impossibility. Was a logical impossibility, corrected Daphne Kowalski. Past tense. We've been doing these jobs for 6 months now. Some of us are getting pretty good at them. I've reduced my hyperspace waste collection time by 45% since I started. I should be eligible for a senior position. There are no senior positions. Exactly. Daphne nodded seriously. That's the problem. No room for growth. It's frustrating for those of us who are career-oriented. Taluvix looked around the assembly hall desperately, searching for any sign that this was an elaborate prank or a stress-induced hallucination. The other Federation representatives offered no help. Several appeared to be considering early retirement. Issue 4. Priya was relentless, clicking through the presentation like a force of nature. Inadequate training for new employees. Current onboarding is basically, here's your equipment, try not to die. We've developed a comprehensive training program that we believe would reduce initial adjustment period difficulties. The initial adjustment period is death, Taluvix protested. That's why it's an unsurvivable occupation. Not for humans, Priya said simply. For humans, it's just somewhat hazardous. We've created a mentorship program where experienced workers can train newcomers. Gregor has been particularly effective at teaching proper antimatter handling techniques. There are no proper antimatter handling techniques. Taluvix was fairly certain he was having some kind of medical episode. Antimatter annihilates matter. That's its defining characteristic. You're thinking about it wrong, Gregor said helpfully. It's all about confidence and follow-through. Like ice road driving. You commit to the route and don't second-guess yourself. Ice road. Driving is not comparable to antimatter physics. Sure it is, Gregor said. Both involve navigating dangerous terrain where one mistake means catastrophic failure. The principles are basically the same. Taluvix felt something in his psyche make a small snapping sound. Priya moved to the next slide. Issue 5, limited communication infrastructure. Many of our work sites have outdated or non-existent communication systems. This makes coordination difficult and creates unnecessary inefficiencies. The communication systems are non-existent because the environments destroy electronic equipment. Taluvix's voice had taken on a quality that his therapist would later describe as concerning. Hard radiation, dimensional instability, and plasma storms tend to be incompatible with delicate electronics. We've actually solved that, said Antonio Vasquez, representing the radiation zone workers. Turns out if you shield the equipment with about 6 inches of lead and encase it in a Faraday cage, it works fine. We've set up a whole network, got email and everything now. You have email in a gamma radiation zone? Yeah, it's great, Antonio grinned. Makes coordinating shift changes way easier. Plus, we started a meme channel. You should see some of the stuff people post. Hilarious. They had memes in radiation zones. Memes that would presumably kill anyone who tried to view them due to the ambient radiation required to be present during their creation. Priya clicked through several more slides covering topics like inconsistent scheduling practices, lack of professional development opportunities, and insufficient recognition for outstanding performance. Each issue was presented with supporting data, proposed solutions, and cost-benefit analyses. They'd done a cost-benefit analysis of unsurvivable occupations. In conclusion, Priya said, reaching the final slide, we're not asking for anything unreasonable. We just want the same workplace standards that Federation law guarantees to all employees. Safe equipment, adequate facilities, opportunities for advancement, and fair compensation for the hazards we face. You are being fairly compensated, Taluvix managed to say. Unsurvivable occupation positions are among the highest paid jobs in the Federation. True, Priya acknowledged, but we've done salary comparisons with equivalent positions in other sectors, adjusting for risk factors and required skills, and we believe a 15% increase would be more appropriate. A 15% increase? It's actually quite reasonable. Priya pulled up another chart. Here's the breakdown, showing our calculations based on Federation standard compensation formulas. They'd used Federation standard compensation formulas. They'd apparently memorized the entire HR manual that most Federation employees used as a sleep aid. Taluvix slumped in his seat. Around the assembly hall, other Federation representatives were displaying various stages of psychological breakdown. Let me see if I understand correctly, Taluvix said slowly, with the careful precision of someone trying to maintain sanity through sheer force of will. You want us to install break rooms in environments that should liquefy organic matter. You want career advancement in positions that were designed to have a 100% mortality rate. You want training programs for jobs that nobody should survive long enough to get good at. And you want a pay raise on top of all this. That's correct, Priya confirmed. We've also prepared a list of secondary concerns we'd like to address in future negotiations. But we understand these primary issues should be resolved first. There are more issues. 14 additional items, Priya said, but we're trying to be reasonable. We understand that organizational change takes time. Taluvix looked at the other humans. They all nodded seriously, as if this entire conversation were perfectly normal, and not a complete inversion of everything the Federation understood about unsurvivable occupations and death world species. "Give us a week to review your proposal," Taluvix said finally, because what else could he say? They'd clearly prepared for this meeting better than the Federation had prepared for anything in its entire 40,000-year history. "Absolutely," Priya said cheerfully. "We'll expect a response by next Thursday. Oh, and one more thing." Of course there was one more thing. "We've been thinking about expansion," Priya said. "There are a lot more humans on Earth who'd be interested in unsurvivable occupations. We'd like to discuss increasing the recruitment numbers." "You want to recruit more humans into unsurvivable jobs," Taluvix said flatly. "If possible, yes. We've got a waiting list of about 200 million people who've applied since the first wave of hires. 200 million. It's a competitive job market on Earth right now," Priya explained. "And honestly, the pay and benefits you're offering are really good by our standards. Plus, working in space is kind of a dream job for a lot of people." "Your dream jobs are our nightmares," Taluvix shouted, and then immediately regretted it, because that was definitely going to be quoted in tomorrow's news feed. "Different perspectives, I guess," Priya said diplomatically. "Anyway, we'll let you review the proposal. Thanks for your time." The humans left the assembly hall in an orderly fashion, chatting pleasantly among themselves about what sounded like dinner plans. Something about trying that new Vrin restaurant on Station Quintara 9, because the food can't possibly be weirder than the job. The moment the doors closed behind them, the assembly hall erupted in chaos. "This is impossible," shouted Representative Collix. "They can't just negotiate about unsurvivable occupations. The entire concept is unsurvivable." "They can, and they did," Taluvix said tiredly. "And they cited Federation law while doing it. If we refuse their demands, they can file a complaint with the Labor Relations Board. And if the complaint is upheld, which it will be because they've clearly done their legal research, we'll face sanctions." "So what do we do?" asked Chancellor Vorgrim, who'd been silently observing from the back of the hall. "We," Taluvix said, with the air of someone who'd just accepted defeat, "install break rooms in unsurvivable work environments. We develop career advancement tracks for jobs that shouldn't have survivors. We give them their 15% pay raise, and we pray to whatever cosmic entities might be listening that they don't ask for anything else." "They have a list of 14 additional demands," someone pointed out unnecessarily. "I know," Taluvix snapped. "Let's just deal with one civilization-threatening crisis at a time, shall we?" Over the next 6 months, the Federation underwent the most comprehensive workplace reform in its history. Break rooms were installed in hyperspace stations, requiring technology that bent several laws of physics. Career advancement tracks were created for unsurvivable occupations, with titles like Senior Dimensional Rift Monitor and Chief Antimatter Extraction Specialist that shouldn't logically exist. Training programs were developed, complete with mentorship requirements and safety certifications for environments that were, by definition, unsafe. And the humans thrived. Productivity across unsurvivable occupations increased by 68%. Equipment failure rates dropped. Efficiency metrics that had been flatlined for millennia suddenly showed improvement curves. The humans had taken jobs designed to kill anyone who attempted them and turned them into careers. Dr. Felish published a follow-up study titled Persistent Adaptation Patterns in Death World Species, a case study in systematic improbability. It was required reading at every major xenobiology institution in the Federation. The abstract began, "All previous models of species survival probability were wrong." The study's conclusion was even more disturbing. Humans represent a fundamental challenge to our understanding of unsurvivable conditions. They do not simply survive the unsurvivable, they optimize it, recommend immediate revision of all Federation safety standards and mortality predictions. Previous assumptions about environmental lethality appear to have been based on species that possessed functional survival instincts. But the real shock came when the Federation's Economic Analysis Division released their report on the financial impact of human employment. The unsurvivable occupations, which had been effectively unfilled for 42,000 years, had created a massive economic drag on the Federation. Essential services hadn't been performed, critical infrastructure had decayed, supply chains had been disrupted. The Federation had been paying for these positions while receiving zero productivity in return. Now, with humans filling all 143 positions, the economic benefit was staggering. The Federation's GDP had increased by 9% in 6 months. 9%. Some economists initially thought this was a calculation error and spent 3 weeks rechecking the math before accepting that it was real. The humans weren't just surviving unsurvivable jobs, they were generating massive economic value while doing so. Chancellor Vorgrim called another emergency council session to discuss the findings. "We need to acknowledge," he began with the tone of someone making a confession, "that the humans' arrival has been unexpectedly beneficial to the Federation's economy and operational efficiency." The council chamber remained silent. Nobody wanted to be the first to say it out loud. "Furthermore," Vorgrim continued, "preliminary modeling suggests that if we were to expand human employment to other hazardous occupations, not just the unsurvivable ones, we could see additional significant gains in productivity and safety across multiple sectors." Still silence. "The Economic Analysis Division is recommending," Vorgrim took a deep breath, "that we actively recruit additional humans for expanded roles throughout Federation operations." Now the silence broke. "What?" Kollik surged to his feet, which was impressive given his species' gelatinous nature. "You want to bring more of them here, deliberately?" "The data is compelling," Vorgrim said, projecting the economic models. "Humans excel at dangerous, difficult work that other species avoid. They're reliable, they're organized, and they're apparently impossible to kill through normal occupational hazards. From a purely practical standpoint, they're ideal employees." "They're terrifying," Kollik objected. "They treat unsurvivable occupations like normal jobs. They unionize in conditions that should prevent coherent thought. They want break rooms in hyperspace. And they've reduced accident rates in those environments by 73%, Vorgrim countered, because they implemented their buddy system and safety protocols. Unsurvivable occupations are now statistically safer than standard manufacturing positions. That's because the only people working them are humans." "Exactly," Vorgrim said, "which is why we should employ more of them." The argument raged for hours, but ultimately the numbers were impossible to ignore. The Federation had spent millennia trying to manage unsurvivable occupations through bureaucracy and hope. Humans had solved the problem in 6 months through sheer bloody-minded persistence and optimism. The vote to expand human recruitment passed by a narrow margin. Several representatives immediately filed for extended leave afterward. Back on Earth, the news that the Galactic Federation was offering expanded employment opportunities created what historians would later call the Great Application Surge. 19 billion humans applied for positions within the first week. 19 billion. That was approximately 2/3 of Earth's adult population. The Federation's HR systems crashed completely, not from technical errors, but from what one system administrator described as existential dread overload. The computers had simply refused to process that many applications from a single species to dangerous occupations. Turtix, who'd been promoted to Senior Coordinator of Human Resources Integration, a position that hadn't existed 6 months ago, stared at the application numbers with the 1,000-yard stare of someone who'd seen too much. 19 billion, he muttered to himself. We accidentally sent job postings to one planet and received 19 billion applications. Yalthir appeared at his desk. She'd aged considerably in the past year, despite her species' normally slow aging process. The Council has approved positions for an additional 5 million humans, she said. We're calling it the Hazardous Occupation Integration Initiative. 5 million, Turtix repeated, out of 19 billion applicants. It's a start, Yalthir said. We need to pace the integration, make sure the existing systems can handle the expansion before we commit to larger numbers. The existing systems couldn't handle the first wave of humans, Turtix pointed out. They just adapted around our inability to manage them properly. True, Yalthir conceded, but let's at least pretend we're in control of this situation. They both knew they weren't. The moment humans had arrived and refused to die on schedule, control had been an illusion. The second wave of human employees arrived over the next 3 months. They were assigned to positions classified as highly hazardous, but not technically unsurvivable. Jobs like asteroid mining in unstable fields, atmospheric harvesting from gas giants, and deep space salvage operations in regions with unpredictable gravitational anomalies. The pattern repeated itself with depressing predictability. Humans assessed the risks, shrugged, and got to work. Within weeks, they'd improved efficiency, reduced accident rates, and started forming social groups. A salvage team, working near a collapsing binary star system, organized a poker tournament. They called it Extreme Cards and sold tickets to observers who wanted to watch humans gamble while reality bent around them. They were turning dangerous work into entertainment. Dr. VORPP published a third study, this one titled Occupational Normalization in High-Stress Environments: Why Humans Think Everything is Fine. The paper's thesis was that humans had evolved in such a consistently dangerous environment that their baseline for acceptable risk was completely miscalibrated compared to other spacefaring species. The paper included quotes from human workers that would become legendary in xenopsychology circles. When asked about working in an asteroid field where collision risk was calculated at 18% per shift, a human named Rita Kowalski said, "Sure, it's a bit dodgy, but I used to drive a taxi in Boston. This is much more predictable." A salvage operator working near a black hole's accretion disk, where radiation levels fluctuated wildly and time dilation made shift schedules a nightmare, commented, "The weird time stuff takes getting used to, but at least management doesn't call me on my days off." These statements were analyzed by the Federation's top psychologists. The consensus: humans genuinely perceived these conditions as normal, possibly even preferable to their previous employment. It was, everyone agreed, absolutely horrifying, but it was also undeniably effective. 1 year after the first humans had been hired into unsurvivable occupations, the Federation released a comprehensive impact assessment. The numbers told a story that made traditionalists uncomfortable and economists excited. Human workers had filled 143 previously unfillable positions. They'd expanded into 892 additional hazardous roles. Productivity in dangerous sectors had increased by 79%. Safety incidents had decreased by 62%, despite the fact that humans were working in objectively more dangerous conditions than previous workers. The economic impact was measured in the trillions. Supply chains that had been disrupted for millennia were flowing smoothly. Infrastructure that had been impossible to maintain was now maintained. Resources that had been inaccessible were now being extracted efficiently, and the humans were still not dying. Oh, there were injuries. Humans got hurt, but they recovered and went back to work with a casual attitude that baffled medical professionals across the Federation. One human, after surviving an incident where his spacecraft depressurized in deep space, requiring emergency evacuation to a medical facility, was back at work within 2 weeks. His comment to the worried medical staff, "I've had worse falls off a ladder." He'd compared explosive decompression in deep space to falling off a ladder. The medical staff required counseling. As the one-year anniversary approached, the Federation found itself in an awkward position. They'd spent millennia building a civilization based on certain assumptions about danger, survival, and risk management. Humans had invalidated most of those assumptions simply by showing up and refusing to die appropriately. Chancellor Vorgrim convened what he promised would be the final emergency council session on the human question. "We need to make a decision," he announced. "Do we continue expanding human employment, or do we try to limit their presence in Federation operations?" "We can't limit them," pointed out Representative Taluvix, who'd become something of an expert on human employment law through painful experience. "They have full Federation employment rights. Discrimination based on species origin is illegal. And before anyone suggests it, we can't classify them as too dangerous to employ when they have the best safety record of any workforce in Federation history. So we're committed to this," Kolix said flatly. "We're permanently integrating a species that treats unsurvivable occupations as resume-building opportunities." "It appears so," Vorgrim agreed. "The question is, how do we manage this moving forward?" Dr. Fellish, who'd been invited to provide scientific context, raised a tentacle. "If I may, I've been studying human cultural patterns, and I think there's something the Council should understand about their approach to dangerous work." "Please," Vorgrim gestured for him to continue. "At this point, any insight would be welcome." "Humans," Dr. Fellish began, "have a concept they call whistling past the graveyard. It means acting casual about something frightening to manage fear. But I don't think that's what's happening here. I think humans genuinely don't find these occupations as frightening as we do." "That's worse," Kolix muttered. "Perhaps," Dr. Fellish continued. "But consider what it means for the Federation. We've spent millennia developing elaborate safety protocols and risk mitigation strategies because we approach danger from a position of fear. Humans approach it from a position of problem solving. They don't ask, how do we avoid this danger? They ask, how do we work with this danger efficiently? You're saying they're better at dangerous work because they're too stupid to be afraid?" Kolix asked. "No," Dr. Fellish said firmly. "I'm saying they're better at it because they assess risk differently. Where we see unsurvivable conditions, they see solvable problems. And they're usually right. The unsurvivable occupations weren't unsurvivable because of some inherent impossibility. They were unsurvivable because we approached them with the wrong mindset." The council chambers fell silent as the implications sank in. "You're saying," Vorgrim said slowly, "that we've been limiting ourselves. That there are possibly thousands of other unsurvivable conditions that are actually just difficult." "I'm saying that humans have demonstrated that our definitions of survivable and unsurvivable were based on incomplete data," Dr. Fellish said. "They've rewritten the limits of what we thought was possible, and if we're smart, we'll learn from that instead of resisting it." Chancellor Vorgrim looked around the council. He saw fear, yes, but also, gradually, acceptance. The Federation had survived 42,000 years by being adaptable. This was just another adaptation. "Very well," Vorgrim said. "We continue integration of human workers into Federation operations. We expand employment opportunities as economic analysis supports. And we revise our safety standards based on observed human performance rather than our previous assumptions." "And if they keep demanding more," Kolix asked, "better conditions, higher pay, additional benefits?" "Then we negotiate," Vorgrim said simply. "Just like we would with any other workforce. They've earned that right by doing the impossible." The vote to fully integrate humans into Federation employment passed unanimously. Everyone had finally accepted the new reality. The formal announcement was made via standard Federation channels. Humans were officially recognized as a fully employed member species with all associated rights and responsibilities. The unsurvivable occupations list was formally redesignated as specialized extreme environment positions, and humans were acknowledged as the primary workforce for these roles. Earth's response to this announcement was characteristic. Applications immediately surged to 43 billion. Turtix didn't even blink. He'd achieved a zen state of acceptance regarding human behavior. Nothing they did could surprise him anymore. Almost nothing. The surprise came 3 months later when Priya Chandrasekaran requested a meeting with Federation leadership. Not as a union representative this time, but as what she called a concerned employee with a proposal. Chancellor Vorgrim agreed to meet with her, curious what new impossibility she was about to suggest. "Thank you for seeing me," Priya began, settling into the chair that had been specially designed for human physiology. The Federation had started manufacturing human-compatible furniture in bulk. The chair industry had never been so profitable. "Of course," Vorgrim said cautiously. "What did you want to discuss?" "I've been thinking about the Federation's approach to dangerous work," Priya said, "and I have a suggestion." Vorgrim braced himself. Human suggestions tended to reorganize reality. "You have a lot of species in the Federation who are brilliant at science, diplomacy, and art," Priya continued. "But you don't have many species who are good at the dirty, dangerous work that keeps civilization running. That's why those jobs went unfilled for so long." "That's an accurate assessment," Vorgrim agreed warily. "So here's my thought." Priya leaned forward. "What if humans specialize? We're good at the dangerous stuff. We don't mind it. We actually kind of enjoy it. So let us handle that sector while other species focus on what they're good at. Division of labor on a galactic scale." Vorgrim considered this. "You're proposing that humans become the Federation's hazardous environment specialists?" "Exactly," Priya nodded. "But more than that, we teach other species our techniques, share our safety protocols, help redesign dangerous systems to be more manageable. We've learned a lot in the past year about what makes these jobs dangerous versus what makes them unnecessarily dangerous. A lot of the unsurvivable occupations were badly designed. We can fix that. You want to improve the unsurvivable occupations," Vorgrim said slowly. "Make them less unsurvivable." "We want to make them safer," Priya corrected. "There's a difference between necessary risk and stupid risk. Right now, a lot of Federation dangerous work involves stupid risk because nobody ever survived long enough to identify and fix the problems. We can do that." Vorgrim sat back, processing this. It was, he realized, a remarkably reasonable proposal. And coming from a human, that made it deeply suspicious. "What do you want in return?" he asked directly. "Recognition," Priya said simply. "Not just as employees, but as specialists. Establish a hazardous environment division with proper funding, authority, and respect. Let us develop standards and training programs. Give us the resources to do this right." "You want authority over all hazardous occupations in the Federation," Vorgrim said. "We want to make them safe," Priya emphasized again. "Or at least safer than they are now. Is that really such a crazy idea?" Vorgrim looked at her for a long moment. A year ago, the answer would have been a definitive yes. Now, after watching humans casually survive the unsurvivable and optimize the impossible, he wasn't sure. "I'll bring it to the Council," he said finally. "I can't promise they'll approve it. That's all I ask." Priya stood to leave. "Just think about it. Humans are good at this. Let us be good at it officially." After she left, Vorgrim sat in his office for a long time, thinking. Priya was right, damn her. Humans were good at dangerous work, better than any species in Federation history. And they were offering to formalize that capability, to build systems that would benefit the entire Federation. It was logical, practical, beneficial. It was also terrifying because it meant acknowledging that humans had found their niche in galactic civilization, and that niche was exactly the place every other species had been trying to avoid for 42,000 years. The council debated Priya's proposal for 2 weeks. Arguments were made for and against. Traditionalists objected to giving humans authority over an entire occupational sector. Pragmatists pointed out that humans were already de facto running that sector anyway, so formalizing it changed nothing except paperwork. In the end, economics won the debate. Humans had proven they could do the work safely and efficiently. Establishing a proper division with training standards and safety protocols would only improve outcomes. And if it kept humans happy and productive, that was worth the political discomfort. The Hazardous Environment Division was established with Priya Chandrasekaran as its first director. The announcement made headlines across the Federation. Death Worlders to manage extreme occupations, read one particularly dramatic headline. Federation formalizes human expertise in unsurvivable conditions was more accurate, but less catchy. The comment sections, newly created by humans who'd insisted the Federation needed better communication platforms, were predictably chaotic. Some species expressed relief that humans were handling the dangerous work. Others worried about what it meant when the newest member species immediately took over the sector that had baffled the Federation for millennia. And humans, they celebrated by doing what they always did. They went back to work and made everything more efficient. Within 6 months of the Hazardous Environment Division's establishment, unsurvivable occupation mortality rates, still technically 100% for non-humans but 0% for humans, were officially reclassified. New safety standards were implemented. Equipment was redesigned. Training programs were developed that actually worked. For the first time in 42,000 years, the Federation's most dangerous jobs had proper safety protocols, career advancement paths, and qualified experts managing them. Dr. Fellish published his final study on the subject, titled simply, "We Were Wrong About Everything." It became the most cited paper in modern xenobiology. The abstract read, "This paper examines the fundamental assumptions underlying Federation risk assessment and occupational safety. Previous models operated on the premise that unsurvivable conditions were objectively unsurvivable. The introduction of humanity to Federation space has demonstrated that survival probability is species-dependent and mindset-dependent. What appears unsurvivable to a cautious species may be merely inconvenient to a recklessly optimistic one. Recommend complete revision of all safety standards, risk assessment protocols, and definitions of unsurvivable. Humans have proven that impossible simply means nobody appropriately crazy has tried yet. The paper won every major scientific award that year. Dr. Fellish spent his acceptance speech at the Galactic Science Council looking like a man who'd seen too much and couldn't unsee it. "We thought we understood danger," he said in his keynote address. "We thought we'd reached the limits of survivable occupations. Then humans showed up, ignored our limits, and made them look ridiculous. We learned that the real limitation wasn't environmental, it was psychological. We were afraid, so we assumed everyone should be afraid. Humans aren't afraid, or at least they're not afraid of the right things. And somehow, that makes all the difference." He paused, looking out at the assembled scientists from 30 different species. "The galaxy is less dangerous than we thought," he said finally. "Not because the dangers have changed, but because we finally found someone crazy enough to punch danger in the face and ask what's next. I don't know if we should be grateful or terrified. Probably both. But I know one thing for certain. Unsurvivable occupations were only unsurvivable because we were hiring the wrong species." The audience sat in stunned silence. Then someone started clapping, slowly at first, then building. Within moments, the entire auditorium was applauding. Not just for Dr. Fellish's research, but for the sheer audacity of what they'd all witnessed over the past 2 years. Humanity had arrived in galactic civilization and immediately broken every rule about survival, danger, and occupational safety. They'd done it without malice or intent. They'd simply shown up, assessed the jobs everyone considered impossible, and said, "Looks fine." 5 years after Turtix's fateful mistake, the unsurvivable occupations list had been completely transformed. What had once been a bureaucratic nightmare of unfillable positions was now a thriving sector of the Federation economy. Humans filled 97% of hazardous environment positions. The remaining 3% consisted of bold individuals from other species who'd been inspired by human example to try dangerous work themselves. Most of them quit after their first shift, gained a healthy respect for human psychology, and returned to safer occupations. But a few stuck with it, proving that while humans were naturally suited for dangerous work, it wasn't exclusively their domain. Earth had become a major recruiting center for hazardous occupation specialists. Training facilities were established in particularly inhospitable locations: deserts, Arctic zones, deep ocean platforms, active volcanic regions. If you could survive the training on Earth, the reasoning went, you could handle anything the galaxy threw at you. The logic was sound. Earth was, after all, the planet that had produced a species that considered unsurvivable occupations to be pretty good career moves. Turtix, now Senior Administrator of the Hazardous Environment Division, occasionally reflected on how a single clicked button had reshaped galactic civilization. He'd gone from a mid-level bureaucrat having a bad day to the individual who'd accidentally solved the Federation's 42,000-year staffing crisis. He'd been given awards, commendations, recognition from the Council itself. He still had nightmares about that day. "You changed the galaxy," Yalthir told him once, during a rare moment of downtime between the constant stream of human-related administrative challenges. "I made a mistake," Turtix corrected. "A catastrophic, civilization-altering mistake. A mistake that saved the Federation trillions in lost productivity and made unsurvivable occupations survivable," Yalthir pointed out. "Sometimes the best solutions come from accidents. Sometimes accidents just destroy everything," Turtix said darkly. "We got lucky. Lucky that humans are crazy?" Yalthir laughed, which was a sound like wind chimes made of bone. "I suppose that's one way to look at it. How else would you look at it? Lucky that humans are crazy in ways that complement our sanity," Yalthir said thoughtfully. "They do the things we can't. We provide the civilization they need to do them in. It's symbiotic in a terrifying sort of way." Turtix considered this. She might be right. The Federation had provided structure, law, and resources. Humans had provided the willingness to use those resources in ways nobody else dared. Together, they'd created something neither could have achieved alone. "Still," Turtix said, "I'm never clicking a button without double-checking again." "Probably wise," Yalthir agreed. "Though I have to admit, I'm curious what would happen if you made another mistake of similar magnitude. We'd probably end up recruiting humans for diplomatic positions next," Turtix said sarcastically. They both laughed. Neither of them noticed the job posting that had just been accidentally transmitted to Earth's diplomatic employment network. But that's a different story. For now, the unsurvivable occupations were filled. The jobs that had terrified the galaxy for 42,000 years were being performed by cheerful humans who considered them slightly challenging at worst. Break rooms existed in hyperspace. Career advancement was possible in antimatter mining. The galaxy had learned that unsurvivable was a relative term, and that sometimes the solution to an impossible problem was finding someone too stubborn to accept that it was impossible. Somewhere on Earth, 19 billion people waited for their chance to prove that the galaxy's next impossible job was just another Tuesday. And in the Hazardous Environment Division headquarters, Priya Chandrasekaran looked at the latest reports, smiled, and began drafting her next proposal. After all, if humans could make unsurvivable jobs survivable, what else could they do? Nobody wanted to answer that question, but they were all going to find out anyway. There are exactly 3 things you need to know about the Galactic Administrative Registry of Potentially Dangerous Life Forms. First, the name is a lie. It's actually a registry of all life forms, dangerous or otherwise, but some committee thought the current name sounded more important. Second, nobody who works there actually wants to be there. And third, the coffee is terrible. Not just bad, terrible. The kind of terrible that makes you question whether the universe has any mercy whatsoever. Vexner Krilth had been working at the registry for 17 cycles. 17 long cycles. His species, the Karathi, were known throughout the galaxy for their meticulous record-keeping and their unfortunate tendency to develop stress-induced skin discoloration. Vexner's current shade was what his medical officer called concerning mauve, which was just one step below get your affairs in order purple. The problem wasn't the work itself. Cataloging new species was actually quite straightforward. You observed them, you measured their technological development, you assigned them a threat level somewhere between harmless and evacuate the sector, and then you filed the appropriate paperwork. Simple, or at least it should have been simple. But then came file reference GH4782-SOL3, otherwise known as humanity. Vexner stared at his screen with the kind of expression usually reserved for people who've just realized they've been eating the wrong end of a particularly exotic fruit. The data made no sense, absolutely none. According to every biological model in the registry's database, humans shouldn't exist. Their homeworld's gravity was all wrong for their bone density. Their atmosphere had way too much oxygen for creatures that metabolized the way they did. Their star was the wrong color. Their moon was proportionally massive. Everything about them screamed evolutionary impossibility. And yet, there they were, not just existing, but thriving. "This is ridiculous," Vexner muttered, his tentacles twitching with frustration. He pulled up the preliminary reports filed by the observation teams. Surely they would have some explanation. The first report was from observer Telshak, who had been monitoring human broadcasts for the past cycle. Vexner read it once, then twice, then a third time, because he was certain he must have misunderstood something. Humans routinely engage in recreational activities that would be classified as suicidal behavior in any other species, the report stated. They jump from perfectly functional aircraft for fun. They climb vertical rock faces without proper climbing equipment. They surf on frozen water, sliding down mountains at speeds that would kill most species on impact. When asked why, the most common response is because it's there, or seemed like a good idea at the time. Vexner felt his skin shifting toward a deeper purple. The second report was worse, much worse. Observer Kindala had actually visited Earth, disguised as one of their domestic animals, a golden retriever, apparently. The report read like a fever dream written by someone who'd been hit on the head with a piece of furniture. Humans have domesticated carnivorous pack hunters and allow them to sleep in their beds, the report screamed, in what Vexner could only assume was digital terror. They keep venomous arachnids as pets. They eat substances that cause chemical burns to most species and call it seasoning. One human I observed consumed a quantity of capsaicin that should have killed them, turned bright red, sweated profusely, and then said, "That's delicious," before eating more. There was a note at the bottom of the report, requesting immediate transfer to any other assignment, would accept posting to a black hole observation station. "At least black holes make sense," Vexner's communicator chirped. It was his supervisor, Threnody Vex, a Karathi like himself, but older and significantly more purple. The kind of purple that suggested she'd been dealing with humanity longer than Vexner had. "Krilimth," she said without preamble, "I'm sending you something. It's classified at the highest level. You're going to read it, you're going to panic, and then you're going to understand why I drink. I don't drink, Director." "You will." The file arrived 3 seconds later. It was titled Protocols for Managing Contact with Sol 3 Inhabitants, a comprehensive guide to not dying horribly. It was 47,000 pages long. What? Vexner's tentacles flailed wildly. Director, this is insane. Why would we need 47,000 pages of protocols for one species? The Gennari hive mind only required 3 pages, and they're a telepathic collective consciousness that can strip a planet of resources in a matter of hours. Read page 1347, Threnody said calmly, then call me back. Vexner navigated to the specified page. The heading read, Incident Report, the phrase. Oh no. According to the report, approximately 2 cycles ago, a human had been present on commercial trading station Theta 9. The station was a neutral meeting ground where species from across the galaxy conducted business, exchanged goods, and generally tried not to start wars with each other. It was considered one of the safest places in known space. Armed conflicts were forbidden. Violence was prohibited. Even raising your voice was considered poor form. The human's name was Derek Hoffman. He was, according to the report, unremarkable in every way except for his apparent complete lack of survival instinct. The problem began in Docking Bay 7. A Vreknari cargo hauler had malfunctioned during landing, blocking the entire bay. The Vreknari, being a species that prioritized protocol above all else, had immediately begun the proper procedures for reporting the malfunction. These procedures involved filling out Form 7742B in triplicate, waiting for a certified inspector to assess the situation, scheduling a repair crew, and then, once all paperwork was properly filed and approved, fixing the problem. Estimated time to clear the bay, 6 standard days. This was unacceptable to approximately 40 ships waiting to dock, but everyone understood that these were the rules. You couldn't just bypass proper procedures. That would be chaos. Everyone understood this, except Derek Hoffman. According to 17 different security recordings, Hoffman had been sitting in the station's observation lounge, consuming what humans called beer. The beverage was, according to chemical analysis, mildly poisonous to most species. Humans drank it recreationally. Hoffman watched the growing chaos in the docking bay for approximately 11 minutes. Then he stood up, walked over to his companion, a human female named Kay Brennan, who appeared to be the more sensible of the two, and uttered the phrase that would echo through galactic history. "Hold my beer!" Kay Brennan's response was immediate and visceral. "Derek, no." "Derek, yes," he replied, grinning in a way that the report described as deeply unsettling. What happened next was recorded from multiple angles. Hoffman walked to the docking bay, somehow bypassed 3 separate security checkpoints by simply waving at the guards and walking past them with confidence, and approached the malfunctioning cargo hauler. The Vreknari cargo master, whose name translated roughly to strict adherence to proper procedures, attempted to explain that touching the vessel without proper authorization was strictly forbidden and could result in immediate deportation from the station. Hoffman's response was to pat the Vreknari on what he assumed was a shoulder, but was actually a sensory organ, say, "I got this, buddy," and climb onto the cargo hauler. What followed was described by the station's chief engineer as technically impossible, but also somehow exactly what was needed. Hoffman spent exactly 4 minutes crawling around the exterior of the cargo hauler. He kicked something, hit something else with his fist, twisted what appeared to be a decorative element but was actually a pressure valve, and then, for reasons that no engineer could explain, he shouted an earth profanity at the ship's engine core. The cargo hauler started working perfectly. The bay was cleared in 15 minutes. Hoffman returned to the observation lounge, reclaimed his beer from Kay Brennan, and said, "See, no problem." The station's governing council spent the next 3 weeks trying to figure out what had happened. They brought in engineers from 9 different species. They analyzed every sensor reading. They interviewed Hoffman 17 times. His explanation never varied. "I don't know, man. I just kind of felt what was wrong and fixed it. This was impossible. Ships didn't work on feelings. They worked on clearly defined mechanical and energy principles. You couldn't just hit things and make them work. Except apparently you could if you were human." The incident report concluded with a single line that Vexner read 3 times. "Recommend classifying humans as Category Omega, unpredictable reality distortion." Vexner called Threnody back. His skin had achieved a shade of purple he didn't even know was possible. "This can't be real," he said. "This has to be some kind of joke, a test for new employees, right?" "I wish," Threnody replied. "Keep reading. It gets worse." Vexner didn't want to keep reading. He really didn't want to keep reading. But he was a Karathi, and Karathi always followed procedures. So he kept reading. Page 3209, The Manila Envelope Incident. Page 7412, Why You Should Never Challenge a Human to a Contest of Any Kind. Page 15803, The Human Concept of Duct Tape and Why It Violates Several Fundamental Laws of Physics. Page 22096, Case Study, How Humanity Solved an Interstellar Navigation Problem Using What They Call Eyeballing It. Each incident was more absurd than the last, and yet each had been verified by multiple independent observers. These weren't stories, they weren't legends, they were documented facts. Vexner felt something he hadn't felt since his first day at the registry. Genuine, existential terror. He was about to close the file when he noticed something strange. There was an appendix at the very end of the document. It was titled simply, The List. The list was exactly what it sounded like. A comprehensive compilation of every time a human had said the phrase, "Hold my beer," or any variation thereof, followed by whatever insane thing they'd done next. The list was updated in real time. The list was currently 247,000 entries long, and it was growing. Vexner watched in horror as the number ticked up while he stared at the screen. 247,001, 247,002. Somewhere in the galaxy, right at this very moment, a human was saying those 3 words and preparing to do something that would make sense to absolutely no one except other humans. His communicator chirped again. Threnody Vex looked even more purple than before, which Vexner hadn't thought possible. "There's been another incident," she said. "Sector 42, mining colony. The humans weren't even supposed to be there. What happened? What always happens. Someone said, 'Hold my beer,' and now we have a situation." Vexner felt his career flashing before his eyes. He joined the registry because he wanted a quiet life, a safe, predictable, bureaucratic life filled with forms and procedures and absolutely no excitement whatsoever. "Director," he said carefully, "perhaps we should just classify humanity as a Category 5 threat and recommend minimal contact. Already tried that 6 cycles ago. It didn't work." "Why not?" "Because humans don't care about threat classifications. They saw the warning beacons we placed around their system and thought they were invitations. They're like moths drawn to a flame, except the flame is danger and they're flying toward it while laughing." Vexner's tentacles drooped in defeat. "So what do? We do what we've been doing for the past 2 cycles, Threnody said. "We watch, we document, we try to predict where they'll cause chaos next. And we hope that when the inevitable disaster happens, they'll fix it the same way they cause it. How's that? By doing something completely impossible that somehow works anyway." Vexner looked at his screen, at the file that was supposed to be his routine assignment, at the list that kept growing, and he realized something that made his skin turn a shade of purple that his medical database didn't even have a name for. Humanity hadn't just been discovered by the galaxy. The galaxy had been discovered by humanity, and nothing would ever make sense again. He opened a new file and began typing his preliminary report on human classification. He got exactly 3 words in before stopping. "Humans are." were what? Dangerous? Certainly. Unpredictable? Absolutely. Impossible. By every measure the galaxy had. But there was something else, something that none of the reports had quite captured. Something that made Vexner's analytical mind itch with the uncomfortable sensation of not understanding. Humans were fun. Not fun in the safe, controlled way that the Karate understood fun. Not the carefully regulated recreational activities that other species engaged in, but genuine, unpredictable, chaos-inducing fun. They looked at the universe and saw not a place of rules and order and careful procedures, but a place of possibilities. And that was the most terrifying thing of all. Vexner deleted his 3 words and started over. This was going to take a while. Meanwhile, on commercial trading station Theta 9, Kay Brennan was having what she generously referred to as a very long day. The problem with being the only consistently sensible human in any given situation was that everyone assumed you could control the other humans. This was, Kay had discovered, like assuming you could control a thunderstorm by asking it politely to rain somewhere else. Derek Hoffman sat across from her in the station's mediocre excuse for a restaurant, grinning like someone who hadn't just caused an interstellar incident. "You can't keep doing this," Kay said, pinching the bridge of her nose in a gesture that had become depressingly familiar over the past few months. "Doing what?" Derek replied innocently. "I fixed the problem. You violated station protocols. You touched a civilian vessel without authorization. You could have been arrested, but I wasn't arrested because it worked." Derek leaned back in his chair with the confidence of someone who had never once considered the consequences of their actions. Besides, everyone was happy in the end. The Breknari guy even thanked me. He filed a formal complaint. He thanked me first. The complaint came later, which means the thank you counts more. Kay stared at him. This was Derek's logic. This was the logic that had gotten them through 3 separate diplomatic incidents, 2 near-death experiences, and 1 situation involving a sentient plant that still gave her nightmares. The worst part, his logic worked. Not in any way that made sense, but it worked nonetheless. "Derek," she said slowly, "do you understand that we're representing humanity out here? That everything we do reflects on our entire species?" "Yep. And you're okay with that?" "Sure. Humans are great. We figure stuff out. We help people. We fix things." He paused. "Sometimes we break things first, but we always fix them eventually." Kay wanted to argue. She wanted to explain that the galaxy didn't work on eventually, that there were rules and procedures and carefully established protocols that existed for very good reasons. But she'd been traveling with Derek for 6 months now. 6 months of watching him solve problems that shouldn't be solvable. 6 months of seeing him befriend species that were supposed to be hostile. 6 months of witnessing the impossible become routine. And she'd realized something that her very organized, very rational mind had trouble accepting. Derek wasn't crazy. Well, he was a little crazy, but that wasn't the point. The point was that Derek saw the universe differently than everyone else. Where others saw rules, he saw suggestions. Where others saw barriers, he saw mild inconveniences. Where others saw impossible problems, he saw interesting challenges. And somehow, inexplicably, that worked. "Just promise me something," Kay said finally. "Anything. The next time you feel the urge to say, 'Hold my beer,' before doing something stupid. Yeah, at least try to think it through first." Derek considered this for a moment. "I can do that. How long should I think? More than 3 seconds would be a good start." "Deal," Derek grinned. "See, I can be responsible." Kay had her doubts, serious doubts, but she'd learned that arguing with Derek was like arguing with a force of nature. You couldn't win. You could only hope to establish a few ground rules and pray he remembered them when it mattered. Her communicator buzzed. It was a message from the station administrator. Apparently, the governing council wanted to speak with both of them, immediately. This was either very good or very bad. Knowing Derek, It was probably bad. They made their way to the council chambers, which were designed to be impressive. High ceilings, elegant architecture, subtle lighting that suggested both authority and wisdom. It was the kind of room that made you want to behave yourself. Derek looked around and said, "Nice place. Do you think they'd let me hang a hammock in here?" Kay closed her eyes and counted to 10, in 3 different languages. The council consisted of 7 members, each representing different species and interests. They all looked tired, the kind of tired that suggested they'd been dealing with something exhausting for far too long. The council leader, a distinguished Karathi named Venshara, cleared his throat. "Derek Hoffman, Kay Brennan, thank you for joining us." "No problem," Derek said cheerfully. "Love what you've done with the place." Venshara's skin shifted toward purple. Kay recognized it as a bad sign. "We've been reviewing the incident in Docking Bay 7, Venshara continued. "While we acknowledge that your intervention did resolve the immediate problem, it has created certain complications." "Complications?" Kay asked carefully. 23 ships have filed requests for Derek Hoffman to examine their vessels, another council member explained. "Apparently, word has spread that he can fix things by feeling them. This is not a recognized repair methodology." "I mean, it works though," Derek pointed out. "That's not the point." Venshara's purple deepened. "The point is that we have procedures, standards, certifications. You can't just declare yourself a mechanic because you successfully kicked a cargo hauler." "Technically, I kicked it and hit it and shouted at it," Derek corrected. "It was a comprehensive approach." Kay wanted to die, just cease existing right there in the council chambers. It would be easier than dealing with this. But Venshara surprised her. Instead of exploding with rage or calling security, he simply deflated. The purple faded to a resigned mauve. "We've been receiving reports about humans for the past 2 cycles," he said quietly. "At first, we thought they were exaggerations. Surely no species could be that awesome," Derek suggested. "Chaotic," Venshara corrected, "but the reports keep coming, and they're all verified. All true. Humans don't follow patterns. You don't behave the way biological entities are supposed to behave. You break rules we didn't even know could be broken." "Is that a bad thing?" Derek asked, genuinely curious. The council members looked at each other. Several tentacles twitched. A few manipulator appendages flexed nervously. One member's bioluminescent patches flickered uncertainly. "We don't know," Venshara admitted. "That's the problem. We've established protocols for aggressive species, for expansionist species, for technologically superior species, but we have no protocols for species that are just weird," Derek offered helpfully. "Unpredictable." Kay decided it was time to intervene before Derek made things worse. "Council Leader Venshara, I apologize for my colleagues' unorthodox methods. We're still learning galactic customs. Perhaps if you could provide us with a copy of the relevant regulations, we could ensure better compliance in the future." It was a good diplomatic answer. Professional, reasonable, exactly what the situation called for. Venshara laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. It was the laugh of someone who'd been pushed past the point of rational thought. "Regulations? You want regulations?" He activated his console, and a holographic document appeared. It was enormous. "This is the protocol manual for managing human interactions. 47,000 pages. We've been working on it for 2 cycles, and do you know how many humans have actually read it?" None, Kay guessed. "None," Venshara confirmed. "Not a single human. We've sent copies to your government, to your various space agencies, to individual humans we've encountered. And every single time, they either ignore it completely or use it as kindling," Derek suggested. "One human used it to level a table." Venshara looked like he might cry. 47,000 pages of carefully researched protocols, and it became furniture stabilization. Kay felt a laugh building in her chest. She fought it down. This was not the time, but Derek had no such restraint. He burst out laughing. "That's brilliant! Which human was it? I want to buy them a drink." "This isn't funny," Venshara snapped. "It kind of is, though," Derek replied, still chuckling. "I mean, come on. You spent 2 years writing a manual about us, and we're using it to fix wobbly tables. That's peak human behavior right there." And then, something unexpected happened. Venshara started laughing too. It started as a small chuckle, then grew into full-blown laughter. Soon, the entire council was laughing. The kind of laughter that comes from accumulated stress and absurdity, and the sudden realization that maybe, just maybe, you've been taking things too seriously. When the laughter finally subsided, Venshara wiped his eyes and looked at Derek with something that might have been respect. "You're absolutely right," he said. "It is peak human behavior. And that's exactly the problem. We can't regulate you because you don't want to be regulated. You see rules as suggestions, protocols as starting points, safety measures as interesting challenges to overcome." "Guilty," Derek admitted cheerfully. "So we're faced with a choice," Venshara continued. "We can either ban humans from the station, which would solve nothing because you'd probably just ignore the ban." "Probably," Derek confirmed. "Or we can accept that humanity is going to do whatever humanity does, and we just need to adapt." Kay saw her opportunity. "If I might suggest a compromise, what if Derek and I serve as liaisons? When problems arise that require human-style solutions, you contact us. We ensure things are done safely, or at least as safely as possible when Derek's involved." "Hey!" Derek protested. "Am I wrong?" "No, but still." Venshara considered this. "A human liaison position. Someone to translate between human chaos and galactic order." He looked at the other council members. "It's insane." "It might work," another member added. "Those two statements aren't mutually exclusive when humans are involved," a third member pointed out. "All right," Venshara decided. "Trial period. 3 cycles. You serve as our human consultants. If it works, we'll make it permanent. If it doesn't work, we'll figure something out," Kay promised. "We always do." "That's what worries me," Venshara muttered. They left the council chambers with what Derek insisted was a promotion, and Kay considered a disaster waiting to happen. "See," Derek said as they walked back to their quarters, "everything worked out. We're not employed as human chaos managers," Kay replied. "That's not a normal job description." "It is now! We're pioneers, trailblazers, the first humans to officially represent our species in a galactic capacity. We're the first humans they've met who haven't been immediately deported." "Exactly. Success." Kay couldn't argue with that logic, mainly because Derek's logic existed in a dimension that normal logic couldn't access. But as they walked through the station, Kay noticed something interesting. The other species they passed weren't looking at them with fear or suspicion. They were looking at them with curiosity. Word had spread about Derek's repair work, about the human who'd solved in minutes what should have taken days. Some species nodded in greeting, others kept their distance, but it was respectful distance, not frightened distance. Humanity had made an impression. What kind of impression remained to be seen? Back in his office, Vexna Krillamph stared at his screen in growing horror. The preliminary report had been bad. The incident reports had been worse. But now he'd reached the section titled Theoretical Analysis, Human Problem-Solving Methodology. The report had been compiled by the galaxy's leading xenopsychologists. These were individuals who'd spent their entire careers studying how different species think, how they process information, how they make decisions. Their conclusion about humanity was simple. We have no idea. It is our professional assessment, the report stated, that human cognition does not follow any recognized pattern. They appear to make decisions based on factors that include, but are not limited to, intuition, boredom, curiosity, the phrase, why not, perceived entertainment value, and something they call because it would be funny. The report continued. Traditional threat assessment models are inadequate for evaluating human behavior. Standard prediction algorithms fail with 97% consistency. The remaining 3% appear to be statistical anomalies rather than successful predictions. Vexner felt his skin approaching colors that shouldn't exist in nature. There was a case study attached. It described a human named Patricia Valdez, who'd been working on an asteroid mining operation. The operation had encountered a problem. A piece of equipment had become lodged in a narrow tunnel. Standard procedure was to carefully extract it using precision tools and careful maneuvering. Patricia's solution: I'm going to ride it like a surfboard, and gravity will pull us both out. This should not have worked. It violated basic physics. But according to 17 different sensor logs, Patricia had indeed ridden the equipment out of the tunnel, landed safely, and then asked if anyone wanted to go again. The report noted, when asked to explain her reasoning, Valdez stated, "I don't know, seemed fun." This appears to be a common human justification for behavior that borders on suicidal. Vexner was beginning to understand why Threnody drank. His communicator buzzed. It was an urgent message from the Galactic Science Council. They'd been conducting long-range observations of Earth and had some findings. Vexner opened the file with trembling tentacles. The findings were impossible. According to the observations, Earth should not be able to support complex life. The planet's magnetic field was too weak, the atmosphere was too volatile, the tectonic activity was too aggressive. Every model suggested that life on Earth should have been wiped out dozens of times by natural disasters. And it had been. The report documented at least 5 major extinction events in Earth's history. But life kept coming back. And not just coming back, but evolving into increasingly complex forms until finally producing humans, who appeared to be the concentrated essence of refusing to die despite overwhelming odds. Humanity's existence, the report concluded, appears to be less a product of favorable evolutionary conditions and more an act of sheer stubbornness. They evolved on a planet that actively tried to kill them, and they responded by thriving. This may explain their behavioral patterns. They approached the universe the same way they approached their hostile homeworld, with determination, creativity, and an apparent inability to recognize when they should give up. There was a footnote at the bottom of the page. Further research is required to determine if this stubbornness is a survival trait or a species-wide death wish, possibly both. Vexner closed the file, then opened it again, then closed it, then stared at his ceiling for several minutes while contemplating a career change. The problem was that he was good at his job. He understood xenobiology. He understood threat assessment. He understood how to classify species based on observable criteria. But humans didn't fit. They were biological impossibilities with a penchant for chaos and an apparent immunity to common sense. His communicator buzzed again. Another message from Threnody. "Stop trying to make sense of it," she wrote. "You'll just hurt yourself. Accept that humans are weird and move on." "But that's not scientific," Vexner typed back. "Neither are humans. Get used to it." Vexner sighed. His skin was now a color he was fairly certain indicated existential crisis. He opened a new document and began writing his official classification recommendation for humanity. He typed 7 different versions, deleted all of them, started over, deleted that too. Finally, in frustration, he typed, "Humans are what happens when evolution gets drunk and makes bad decisions. Recommend cautious observation and maintain safe distance. Also recommend updating insurance policies." It wasn't professional. It wasn't scientific. It wasn't even particularly helpful. But it was accurate. He sent it to Threnody and waited for her response. It came 3 seconds later. Approved. Welcome to the reality of dealing with humanity. Your skin will be permanently purple from now on. Vexner looked at himself in the reflective surface of his desk. She was right. He was very purple. He opened his drawer and pulled out a small container. Inside was a human beverage Derek Hoffman had given him during a previous meeting. Derek had called it whiskey and said it helped with stress. Vexner had been saving it for a special occasion. This seemed to qualify. He took a small sip and immediately regretted it. The liquid burned. It was like drinking fire. How did humans consume this voluntarily? But then something interesting happened. The burning faded to warmth. The warmth spread through his system, and for the first time in weeks, Vexner felt his stress levels dropping. Maybe humans were onto something after all. He took another sip. His skin remained purple, but somehow he minded less. 3 sectors away, on mining colony designation 42, something was about to happen that would prove every warning about humanity correct. The colony was staffed by Karathi miners who'd been extracting valuable minerals from an asteroid belt for the past 8 cycles. It was routine work, predictable, safe, boring, which was exactly how they liked it. The problem started when a human ship requested permission to dock for repairs. The colony administrator, whose name translated roughly to excessive caution, had initially refused. The regulations were clear. No unauthorized vessels were permitted, but the human ship's captain, a woman named Rivera, had been very polite, very professional, very convincing in her explanation that they only needed minor repairs and would be gone within 2 standard days. Excessive caution had consulted the manual, checked the protocols, verified the regulations, and made the fatal mistake of saying yes. The human crew consisted of 4 individuals: Rivera, who appeared competent, an engineer named Hofstadter, who seemed knowledgeable, a navigator named Chen Okonkwo, who was quiet but efficient, and someone named Rafe, just Rafe. No last name, no formal title. When asked what his role was, he'd responded, "I'm the guy who fixes things when they break." This should have been excessive caution's first warning. The repairs went smoothly for the first day. The human crew kept to themselves, worked efficiently, and caused no problems whatsoever. Excessive caution began to relax. Perhaps the warnings about humans were exaggerated. Perhaps they were perfectly reasonable beings who simply had unfortunate reputations. Then came day 2. Excessive caution was reviewing the mining schedules when his assistant, whose name meant mild anxiety, rushed into his office. "Sir, we have a situation." Those 3 words sent excessive caution's skin into emergency purple. What kind of situation? It's the humans. Specifically, it's Rafe. What has he done? He's in the main excavation shaft. That's restricted. How did he get access? He walked past the security checkpoint, said don't worry about it, and kept walking. The guards were so confused they just let him through. This was a very human thing to do. Act with such confidence that people assume you must have authorization. Excessive caution activated the shaft monitoring systems. Sure enough, there was Rafe standing in front of the primary drilling mechanism. The drill had been malfunctioning for the past 3 days. Not seriously, but enough to reduce efficiency by 12%. A replacement part was scheduled to arrive in 2 weeks. The regulations were clear. Until the replacement arrived, the drill would operate at reduced capacity. Attempting repairs without proper parts and authorization was forbidden. Excessive caution watched in growing horror as Rafe examined the drill, walked around it, kicked it once, nodded to himself. And then Rafe did something that made excessive caution's blood run cold. He looked directly at the security camera and grinned. "Hey!" Rafe shouted, apparently knowing someone was watching. "You might want to clear everyone out of this section. This is gonna get loud." "What?" Excessive caution screamed at the monitor. "What is he doing?" He activated the communication system. "Human Rafe, step away from the drilling mechanism immediately. You are in violation of 17 safety regulations." Rafe's response came through crystal clear. "Yeah, but here's the thing. Your drill's not actually broken. The calibration's just off because of microfractures in the asteroid's composition. I can fix it. You don't have authorization. True, but I have this. Rafe held up what appeared to be a human tool, something called a wrench. Excessive Caution had a very bad feeling about this. "Do not touch that drill," he commanded. "Too late," Rafe replied cheerfully, and then he said the words that would haunt Excessive Caution's nightmares for cycles to come. "Someone hold my beer. Oh wait, I don't have a beer. Guess I'm doing this sober. That's a first." "No," Excessive Caution wailed. What happened next was later described by the colony's chief engineer as physically impossible, but also somehow exactly the right thing to do. Rafe climbed onto the drilling mechanism while it was running, at reduced capacity, but still running. He balanced on a support strut, reached into the drill's calibration housing, and started adjusting things with his bare hands. "He's going to die," Excessive Caution screamed. "Someone stop him!" But the security team was frozen in place, watching in horror as Rafe worked. He twisted something, pulled something else, hit a component with his wrench, adjusted a setting that should have required computer-assisted precision. And then he jumped off the drill as it suddenly roared to full power. The drill was working perfectly, better than it had in months. Rafe landed, dusted himself off, and gave the security camera a thumbs up. "There you go, good as new. Actually better than new. I optimized the torque ratio while I was in there." Excessive Caution stared at his monitors, in shock. The drill's efficiency had increased to 108%. That shouldn't be possible. Drills didn't operate above maximum efficiency. That's why it was called maximum. His assistant was the color of a deep bruise. "Sir, what do we do?" I don't... Excessive Caution couldn't form words. His entire understanding of reality had been shattered in the space of 3 minutes. Rafe made his way back to the surface, where Captain Rivera was waiting with her arms crossed. "Rafe," she said in a tone that suggested this was not the first time they'd had this conversation. "Captain," he replied innocently, "what did I say before we docked? Don't touch anything? And what did you do? Touched something?" Rivera pinched the bridge of her nose. "We're trying to make a good impression. We're trying to show the galaxy that humans can follow rules. But I fixed it. It's working better now. That's not the point." Excessive Caution arrived, out of breath from running. He stared at Rafe with an expression caught between gratitude and terror. You fixed the drill," he managed to say. "Yep," Rafe confirmed. "No problem. But how? You didn't have schematics. You didn't have the proper tools. You didn't even have authorization." Rafe shrugged. "Didn't need any of that. I could hear what was wrong." "You could hear it?" "Sure. It was making this little clicking sound that meant the calibration was off. So I adjusted it. Simple." "That's not simple. That's impossible." "Nah, impossible is different. Impossible is like, I don't know, time travel or something. This was just mechanical work." Excessive Caution felt his carefully ordered worldview crumbling. He'd spent his entire career following procedures, respecting protocols, doing things the right way, and this human had just solved in minutes what his entire engineering team had declared required specialized parts and 2 weeks of careful work. "I should ban you from the colony," Excessive Caution said weakly. "Yeah, probably," Rafe agreed. "But you're not gonna." "Why not?" "Because your other 3 drills have the same problem, and now you know they can be fixed without waiting for parts." Excessive Caution checked his monitoring systems. Rafe was right. The other drills showed similar calibration drift. "How did you know that?" "Lucky guess?" Rafe offered. It was not a lucky guess. Somehow, this human had assessed the entire operation in the brief time they'd been docked and identified problems the colony's own engineers had missed. Captain Rivera stepped forward. "Administrator, I apologize for my crew members' behavior. We'll complete our repairs and leave immediately." But Excessive Caution surprised himself. "Wait." Everyone looked at him. Could you fix the other drills too?" Rafe grinned. "Absolutely, this is fun." This is a violation of 17 regulations. Excessive caution protested, then added more quietly, but yes, please, fix them. 2 hours later, all 4 drills were operating at over 100% efficiency. The colony's mining output had increased by 23%. Production quotas that were supposed to take 3 months would now be completed in 2. Excessive caution sat in his office, staring at the efficiency reports. His skin had achieved a purple so deep it was almost black. His assistant entered with a message. "Sir, the human ship is requesting permission to depart." "Granted," Excessive Caution said automatically. Then, "Wait, send them this." He quickly composed a message. "Thank you for your assistance. Please never return. Also, if you encounter other humans who can fix things by hearing them, please keep them away from my colony. My stress levels cannot survive another encounter." The response came back 3 minutes later from Captain Rivera. "Understood. For what it's worth, Rafe is actually one of the calmer ones. Some humans are much worse." Excessive Caution added a new note to his personal log. "Request transfer to observation post in uninhabited system. Preferably, 1 humans will never visit. Recommendation, find system with absolutely nothing interesting. Humans appear drawn to interesting things." The human ship departed. The colony returned to normal operations, except now they were producing 23% more efficiently, which meant revised quotas, new schedules, and completely disrupted long-term planning. Excessive Caution filed his incident report. He was thorough, professional, detailed, and at the very end he added one line: "Recommend updating the list. Entry: human named Rafe fixed 4 industrial drills without authorization, proper tools, or apparent understanding of why this should be impossible. Succeeded anyway. No injuries. Increased efficiency by 23%. Humans continue to violate reality with alarming regularity." The report was forwarded to Vexner Krilmth, who read it, updated the list, and took another drink of whiskey. His skin remained purple. He was getting used to it. Across the galaxy, in a small apartment on Earth, a young woman named Jessie Kowalski was having a bad day. Her spacecraft's navigation system had crashed. She had a job interview in 3 days that required her to be 17 light-years away. And her cat had somehow gotten stuck in the ventilation system. "This is ridiculous," she shouted at the universe in general. The universe, as usual, didn't respond. Jessie looked at her dead navigation console, looked at the service manual, looked at the estimated repair time of 5 to 7 days, and then she said the words that would eventually add another entry to the list. "You know what? I'll just fix it myself. How hard can it be?" Somewhere in a galactic administrative office, Vexner felt a chill run through his tentacles for no apparent reason. The list updated itself. 247,003. Time passed, as it tends to do. Vexner had been monitoring humanity for 6 cycles now. 6 long cycles. He'd read thousands of incident reports, updated the list more times than he could count, consumed enough whiskey to stock a small bar, and he'd come to a realization that he wasn't sure he wanted to accept. Humans weren't just chaotic. They weren't just unpredictable. They were something the galaxy had never encountered before. Functional chaos. Every species had problems. Equipment failures, logistical nightmares, bureaucratic tangles. These problems were solved through careful planning, proper procedures, and established protocols, except when humans were involved. When humans encountered problems, they solved them through what appeared to be sheer force of will, combined with complete disregard for how things were supposed to work. And it worked. That was the truly maddening part. It worked. Vexner's office had become something of a gallery of human incidents. He'd printed out the most absurd reports and pinned them to his walls. His colleagues thought he was obsessed. They were probably right. But Vexner had realized something important. Humans weren't just chaos. They were creative chaos. They looked at problems from angles that other species didn't even know existed. His communicator buzzed. It was Threnody Vex, and she sounded different, less stressed, almost amused. "Krilmth," she said, "we have a situation." What kind of situation?" Vexner asked wearily. He'd learned that situation in the context of humans could mean anything from minor inconvenience to fundamental reshaping of physical laws. "The good kind, I think. Maybe. We're calling an emergency session of the Galactic Council. Topic: humanity. Specifically, what to do about humanity. I thought we'd decided on watchful observation and strategic avoidance. That was before the Graviton 9 incident." Vexner felt his skin paling. "What happened at Graviton 9? Nothing bad. That's the surprising part. Graviton 9 had a complete power system failure. Total blackout. Life support critical. They were 6 hours away from evacuating the entire station when a human freighter happened to pass by." "Please tell me they didn't." "They did. 3 humans working without proper equipment or authorization restored power to a station that our best engineers said would take weeks to fix. Did it in 4 hours, using what they called spare parts and optimism." Vexner pulled up the report, read it 3 times, checked the verification signatures. It was all true. "The council meeting is in 2 standard hours," Threnody continued. "They want you to present your findings on humanity. Think you can condense 6 cycles of observations into a coherent presentation?" "Probably not, but I'll try." "That's the spirit." "Oh, and Krilmth?" "Yes?" "Wear your most professional attire. This is going to be the most important presentation of your career." "Why?" "Because the council is considering offering humanity a permanent seat." Vexner's tentacles stopped moving. "What?" "You heard me. A council seat. Full membership in the galactic community. And they want your recommendation on whether we're completely insane for considering it." The communication ended. Vexnor sat in his purple-tinted office, surrounded by reports of human chaos, and tried to figure out how to explain 6 cycles of impossible observations to the galaxy's most important governing body. He opened a new file and titled it Humanity, a comprehensive analysis of why everything we thought we knew was wrong. Then he started writing. 2 hours later, Vexner stood before the Galactic Council. The chamber was filled with representatives from 47 species. All of them looked at him with expressions ranging from curiosity to concern. The council leader, an ancient Kwarathi named Threnor Vex, who'd held the position for 20 cycles, gestured for Vexner to begin. "Honorable Council," Vexner started, his voice remarkably steady despite his internal panic. "I've been asked to present my findings on humanity, to determine whether they're suitable for membership in the galactic community." He activated his presentation. The first slide showed a simple question. What are humans? 6 cycles ago, I would have said humans are a biological impossibility, a species that shouldn't exist but does anyway. I would have recommended minimal contact and cautious observation. Vexner changed slides. This one showed the list. This is a compilation of every time a human has uttered the phrase, "hold my beer," or any variation thereof, followed by whatever action they took next. When I started tracking this 6 cycles ago, the list had 247,000 entries. He paused for effect. It now has over 800,000 entries. Gasps rippled through the chamber. In the past 6 cycles, humans have repaired 43 ships using methods that violate known engineering principles, solved 18 supposedly unsolvable diplomatic disputes by simply ignoring protocols and talking to people, saved 7 space stations from various disasters using what they call creative problem solving, and somehow befriended species that were classified as impossible to communicate with. Another slide. This one showed efficiency reports from Mining Colony 42. When humans interact with our technology, efficiency increases by an average of 19%. When asked how they achieve this, the most common response is, "I don't know, it just seemed right." Vexner looked around the chamber. Every eye was on him. Humans don't follow our rules because they can't. Not because they're malicious or deliberately contrary, but because they literally process reality differently than every other known species. They see problems as puzzles to be solved rather than obstacles to be avoided. He changed slides again. This one showed a quote from Derek Hoffman. "We figure stuff out. That's what humans do. And that honorable counsel is what makes humanity both terrifying and valuable. They figure stuff out. When faced with impossible problems, they don't give up. They don't follow procedures. They just figure it out." The council leader leaned forward. "So what is your recommendation, Analyst Krillamph? Should we grant humanity membership?" Vexner took a deep breath. His entire career had led to this moment. "Yes," he said. "Absolutely yes." More gasps. "But," Vexner continued, "with conditions. We should grant humanity membership not despite their chaos, but because of it. Every species here represents order, structure, predictability. We've built a galaxy based on careful planning and established protocols." He gestured to his final slide, which showed a simple statement. "Chaos is not the enemy. Stagnation is." Humanity represents something we've been missing: innovation, creativity, the willingness to break rules when those rules don't make sense. We've become so focused on maintaining order that we've forgotten how to adapt, how to grow. Vexner's voice grew stronger. "Yes, humans are chaotic. Yes, they're unpredictable. Yes, they'll drive us all insane with their complete disregard for proper procedures, but they'll also save us when our careful plans fail. They'll